Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this Dawson Ever broadcast coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Sunny Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday, October 9th, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. October 9th, 2025. We are live. We are alive. It's 72 degrees and sunny here in California. And boy, do I have a lot to tell you. Okay? Everyone's going to send you this, but I need you to look at the comments, though. What is this? POV, you're Hassan Piker's dog, and you just moved 3 centimeters away from the bed? Oh, no. She's drinking water. I think it's really funny that, like, the memes are actually pretty hilarious. The memes are actually unironically funny. It just sucks that, like, there are people who are sincerely under the assumption that I'm, like, constantly zapping this dog. You know what I mean? And it's like, I guess half of the people don't have fucking... Did you hear about Cogate and Moist Critics' horrible take? No, I didn't. But I actually don't really care. Bro, since yesterday, the hate rage continues so crazy now, too. It's okay. It's going to inevitably dissipate, and it's going to turn into yet another fucking stupid thing. Hassan Dro's trying not to defend Hassan challenge level impossible. Reading his chat while he was explaining the caller was kind of terrifying. Whether he's telling the truth or not, his fan base is literally a cult on their knees for him. And it's like, I don't think a lot of people understand that they have basically been either duped or they are in a cult. They're in like a fucking hater cult. I've gotten hundreds of text messages from people that are consistently around myself and Kaya from all different parts of the fucking internet and random people in my normie life being like, oh my God, dude, what the fuck are people saying? Like, they can't believe it. They just, and it's, if you noticed, it's people that I've never actually been around that are falling for this like incredibly stupid parasocial bait and unironically going with it. Like, they're just like, this is straight up the case. Like, this dude who basically raised this dog on camera actually one day decided to become an abusive person. Like, he's just an abusive guy. He just abuses her. No signs of abuse whatsoever from any number of different people that have been around this dog. And it's mostly people that just don't have dogs. And did you see Charlie's video on you? Seemed kind of bad faith. I don't care. I have not. Charlie, Moist Critical is afraid of getting on a fucking plane. Okay? Once again, the only person that has like taken this up has never been around me and Kaya ever. Just been around me when I went down to Florida. And as a fence sitter, he read it as, "Oh, this is a good opportunity for attack." You know what I mean? That's what I said. I say, who gives a fuck what he says? He's scared of getting on an airplane? Yeah. Come on, bro. You can't say it doesn't look like it, though. Why are you trying to discredit Charlie? Wait, what? I'm not. I said it looks fucking horrible. I said it yesterday. I think it's really fucking annoying that I have to constantly readdress all the shit. If you think I abuse my dog, if you think that this pampered dog, literally the most pampered dog that I care about more than I care about fucking human beings for the most part, is in any way, shape, or form like experiencing signs of abuse or exhibiting signs of abuse, or I've abused this dog or I've zapped this dog, you're fucking delusional. Okay? And if you think over the 20,000 fucking hours of footage of Kaya being on camera that you actually fucking figured out like this secret out of, and the 10-second clip that you saw is actually infinitely more indicative of like how I behave and how she's getting fucking blasted or whatever on a regular basis by some neo-Nazis who are speculating on the internet. What the fuck do you want me to say? What do you mean discredit Charlie? What do you mean? Discredit Charlie. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. You know what? You guys are right. I'm abusive, dude. I'm abusive to my dog that I love more than human beings. Why? Because a fucking random dipshit on the internet decided that was the case off of a 10-minute, or not even a 10-minute, a fucking 10-second clip. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to fucking lean into the fan fiction that people are fucking making? That's so psychotic. Don't straw man, please. Well, this is no straw man. It's not a straw man at all. It's just like people don't want to fucking let it go. They're just like, they're going to come up with different things to continue the conversation. This is how it always goes. The entire premise is based on people going, show the collar. Like, I already have. It's just so, what do you want me to do? Just every day when I wake up, every day in the morning, I just go, hey guys, time to do my daily due diligence. Time to show you my collars, all the different collars I have. I didn't shock Kaya, but it doesn't matter. And explain to you that, wait, what am I doing? I should be fucking already telling you about my personal news of the day. Yeah, I have to be held accountable to the fucking delusions of some of the most rabid psychopathic people on the internet. In any case, where was I? Oh, yeah. Personal news wise, what did I do? I ended the broadcast last night. I didn't really do much. And I watched a little bit of Code Geass. And after that, I went to bed early, hung out with the family. Not only that, but also tonight there's going to be a second dog that I can abuse. There's going to be a second dog, my brother's dog Fiona. So not one, but two dogs that I abuse for the price of one, as I like to say. Fucking freaks. And very excited for that. Yeah, not one but two different dogs is crazy. Sometimes three. Having said that, they're really comparing to Kristi Noem, fucking degenerates. Kristi Noem literally fucking killed her puppy and dropped the puppy's body into a pit in front of construction workers. The love of my life, Kaya Piker, gets 2 hours of outdoors socialization and fun time every morning at the dog park. Then she sleeps for most of the day, as big dogs do. And then when she wants to walk around, she gets to roam once again for another hour. She gets more outside time than virtually every single dog and every single person that is shitting on me. Okay? She gets more outside time and more socialization than most people in the world that are currently criticizing me. She gets more outside time than I do. She gets more exercise than most chatters here. And the only reason why she stays on this thing, this is what they want from you. They want you to be defensive. I know. You're right. I need to stop repeating myself, because it's like I literally explained all this shit the first day, and then people were like, why? Oh, why are we now only figuring it out? Man, this has really gotten to you. I'm sorry about these psychos. We know Kyle loves you. Of course it's gotten to me. What the fuck do you mean? I mean, it's going to eventually go away in a couple days, but like every single day that another dumb fucking YouTuber decides to be like, oh, actually, I've actually never been around this dog, and it kind of feels weird that like every single person that's been around this dog and Hassan has openly been like, you guys are fucking insane. But as someone who's never been around Hassan for an extended period of time or around this dog at all, I've decided from the internet, because I read schizophrenic Reddit posts, that this judging by this one clip, that he is actually a dog abuser. Yeah. This is also after I've openly explained everything on numerous occasions. This reminds me of the time when like all the socialism but rich memes that we used to do internally in this community basically fucking went outside of this community, and it became like a main point of contention, because like the Kaya Place thing was unironically a meme in the community, because spot training is a good thing in general. Every dog trainer will tell you that. And not only is it like spot training, but like people say, oh, it's because she's a prop on camera. Like she's literally not even on camera the entire day. You know what I mean? But people used to be like free Kaya as a joke in the chat. And now people unironically say it, making it seem like, there's like some significant abuse happening. But I think it's partially because like a lot of Redditors in general, when they see, understandably, when they think anything looks like animal abuse or anything looks fucked up, they don't even like think. They don't even think. They just immediately react. And that's it. I think you've more than proven how stupid this is. It's time to ignore it. I know. King, I feel like this shit is racialized. They just assume you did that shit because you're brown. In my opinion, white people's racist perception of brown people towards their dogs. I think, I mean, there is definitely an Islamophobic tint that I've noticed where people are like, of course he does that. He's Muslim. Muslims don't care about their dogs. And it's like, listen, Becky, I fucking care about my dog a lot better than you do, dumb fuck. You let your little cockatoo fucking shit and piss everywhere and also jump on people and bite them. And then the ASPCA actually does have to kick in and take your little cockatoo away from you, okay? Or whatever, Maltese, poodle, whatever kind of fucking bird-like dog you have that you didn't even fucking train. And you're over here talking shit. Jesus Christ, dude. People that don't train their dogs, people that don't even have fucking dogs, that don't understand how any of this stuff works, literally making up their own minds and being like, oh, I would do it differently. Okay, well, I'm doing it in the best possible way that anyone could do it. And not only that, but you're also fucking inventing an alternative reality where I'm like fucking electrocuting my dog or some shit. Psychos. This is quite personal. It's like telling a parent is abusive towards his kids. No wonder you'd be pissed. I know. Anyway. Yeah. Let's move on. Even though the memes are funny, I will admit the memes have been pretty funny as far as the oh God, even my own community is making this dog and you just moved 3 centimeters away from the bed. Yeah, I mean we're joking about it, but like people do actually think that that's real. You know what I mean? People think that that's like unironically what's happening. I should really stop memeing on this shit. You know? But in any case, where was I? What was I gonna say? Oh, personal news wise, I played ball this morning. Even though I did, I squatted the day prior, and my legs are fucking going crazy. I balled, and I just published an official statement from your dog. Problem solved. I agree. That's what I need to do. Too many people view pets as children. In some ways, they are similar. I view my pet as a child. What are you talking about? The reason why this fucking annoys me the most is because I'm also the annoying, doting dog dad. Okay, I'm more annoyed that people think I'm like abusive to Kaya, but also half of the conversations, you didn't train your dog? Yes, I did. Not only did I train my dog, but also I went and got professional training on top of that. And you still have to reinforce that professional training beyond that. I did train my dog. There are videos of Kaya as a little puppy. I trained my dog on camera. Not only did I train my dog on camera, but I also got onboarding training as well on top of that. You don't know anything. This is worse. This is low-key worse than being called a terrorist all the fucking time. I'm used to being called a terrorist, but like this shit really pisses me off because of my own Caucasian genes. Like my own caucasity frustrates me to the fucking ends of the world when people say, it frustrates me on the one end that people are making these like ridiculous fucking statements that couldn't be further from the truth. It's insane, but also annoying because amidst the criticisms, there are people who are dumb fuck. Okay, they do not know how to fucking train dogs at all. That's even more frustrating because I don't want to fucking hear. I don't want to. No matter what I say, they're gonna clip it out of context anyway. Because like people were being like, "Oh well, now he's saying he like vibrated her and that's why she helped." I didn't say that. Okay, I never said that. That's not, you made that up. She has multiple collars. I'm fine being called a terrorist, but I draw the line at being called a bad dog dad. Exactly. No, for sure. That was what was so fucking annoying, because seeing motherfuckers who literally don't know anything about training dogs chirping and being like, I don't understand. It seems like he wants to fucking keep the dog as a prop. It's like, no, dumb fuck. I don't. She roams around the house all the fucking time. Yeah. Spot training your dog is cruel. Why people who let their doodles jump on you in public? Oh, 100%. Halt, citizen. You have not pledged fealty to Israel today. Please insert 500 Thiel bucks to continue posting. Regardless of any criticisms, I think you'd have to have brain damage if you think Hassan is genuinely electrocuting his dog on stream. They do. People do have that. It's genuinely scary how little critical thinking people have out there. It's not just that. It's like people... This is the one thing that unites everybody, understandably. It unites me as well. Okay? Like, this is the type of shit that I get mad about too. Anyway. Yeah, there was people doing time lapses of the stream because they were claiming that like Kaya is never allowed to leave or whatever during the entire stream. And it's like, that's not even fucking true. There are plenty of, there's like she's gone. You know what I mean? But again, you can straight up create a narrative like she's constantly back there and I'm like forcing her to sit on this fucking cot. Forcing her to sit on this fucking cot the entire goddamn day. Doors open. Can you try again? Thank you. Bro, are you fucking serious? Move on to something else? I am. I'm going to. People that don't own dogs don't know how lazy they can be. I know. Like, I can't believe this is even a thing that we're doing. You literally force her to watch Fox News. It's true. I do that. Thank you. Can I get a straw too? It's in the bag. They know they've gotten you with how much you defended this. Fuck them, bro. It's partially because like this is like the video that went viral initially does look fucking horrible. Like I feel terrible that I didn't like immediately run over to her. Fucking, you know. It does look bad. I was like pissed off about the internet. But once again, I went over after the clip ended, but it doesn't matter. People don't see that shit. And there are legitimately people in here that not every single person that's yelling at me over this, not every single person that's yelling at me over this is like a fucking rabid neo-Nazi or a fucking pro-Israel person, okay? You need to understand that. That's not the case. There are hella people in here that are legitimately confused or concerned or didn't know anything about me, and this is the first thing that they saw. This is the first thing that they saw, which is why I'm trying to address it to the best of my ability, but obviously we're going to move on. I'm not going to fucking make my entire stream responding to people. Anyway, we're going to get to where I'm going to blast off and we're getting to the Trump hostage prisoner exchange and all this stuff right now. There is this one funny meme, however. I have yet to encounter a normal person that hates Hassan. I don't even watch a stream, but all of his many haters were freaks. This is what I mean. It's actually crazy that God made my greatest enemy a Turkish man. My grandmother's Greek Cypriot brother literally died at the hands of a Turkish sniper. 60 years later, I fight from Australia against Turkish commie diasporoid in America. There is nothing new under the sun. I don't think about this person at all. I don't know why this person is constantly fucking tweeting about me. They need to get a checkup. Isn't he supposed to be in jail? Didn't he like go to jail or something? It's just like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. My large 2-year-old dog sleeps in the same spot all day. I take her on morning wonkies every day and she's a tired baby. I know. I know. All right. Well, wait, let me see if we have a big day today, obviously. We have a big day today. We have a lot of news to cover. We're going to talk about the Gaza ceasefire, whether it's actually happening or not. And also beyond that, is the dog allowed to move? Yes, dumb fuck. Yes, of course. Oh, God, I'm going to have to fucking... Yeah. It's mad fucking annoying how Hassan gets smeared as anti-Semitic when the medium person with that opinion is some douchebag like this. All the best things in life start with a G. Goyim. You ever notice how there's something wrong with Hassan's eyes? It's a performative kind of stare, vacant. I've watched hundreds of videos of Chinese torturing cats and dogs. I'm sorry, what? I've watched hundreds of videos of Chinese torturing cats and dogs? Bro, that's weird, man. It just seems like that's a thing that you it seems like that's a thing that you enjoy for your own personal consumption. You just made it seem like they all have this one thing in common with the Sonnet, and it's that they all share the psychopathic, hollow, and glassy look, someone who's learned to mimic emotions but never really felt them. Yeah, this brings me back to the previous tweet. I've never met a person that just like viciously hates Hasan that's a normal person. It rings true always and forever. Like there are people who hear about me in these sorts of like manufactured controversies, okay? And then they probably have like a level of distaste and it makes sense, right? Cuz they just hear the most insane negatively framed thing of all time. Okay. And that's just what sticks in their minds. But for the most part, if you make it your life's mission to like actively look at every little thing that's happening on this stream in an effort to try to find something I don't know. Your eyes do look different without your glasses, but I think it's probably because you can't fucking see. Yeah, am I too emotional like a woman, or am I not emotional at all? Like I don't show any emotions like a psychopath. It's got to be. It can't be both, right? If you read the rest of the post, it's because he works with animal rights groups. Yeah, I don't think that guy works with animal rights groups. I'm gonna be honest. Did you watch a critical video? No, and I will never fucking watch it. And I don't give a shit. And I'm sorry, I have to move on from this. They want to fucking keep this going for like 8 more days if they possibly can. I wouldn't even breathe in the direction of Moist if I were you, to be honest. I mean, he put his fucking flag on the, he put his stake on this, okay? He was like, oh, enough people shit on him. It's good enough. It's like obviously not a, it's obviously, no matter how fucking made up a narrative it is, if a clip looks bad enough, then he will go with it. And he will just use these guys, all these guys fucking do is basically farm Reddit for talking points. And Reddit can so easily be botted and manipulated. And I don't think we're ever going to get ahead of that. There's just nothing we can do. Bro, he said you're abusing Kyle. Like, no way, fuck him. Yeah, I mean, if he thinks that he can suck my dick. All right. Weird how quiet he was about literal pedophilia in certain communities. I mean, it took him 2 years to fucking come out and be like, yeah, the genocide is happening and it's really fucking bad, actually. So, Charlie's been on a good streak lately. He genuinely cares about dogs. He talks about how much he cares about dogs and pets all the time. So do I, dumb fuck. That's the reason why I'm fucking pissed off. That's the reason why I'm fucking annoyed. He could just like unironically reach out and be like, hey, what's going on here? Like, what was this about? This clip looks bad. You know what I mean? Hey, Hasan, I know we've been around one another before. We've actually been around one another, and a lot of the people that I know that I'm around all the time and do content with have not only been around you, but also been around Kaya. He could have just fucking hit up, not me, but any number of different people to be like, hey, do you think there's any veracity? Do you think there's any veracity to these claims Not just like, don't ask me directly. Do your due diligence. Why the fuck do you go to Reddit for talking points, dumbass? What kind of fucking moron are you? Ask the people around. It's fucking insane to me that like this is what goes for like doing commentary on the internet is just like, oh, these are the Reddit threads from some of the most like schizophrenic people you've ever actually encountered. This is all it takes for me. Anyway, let's blast off. Gaza ceasefire deal. Will it stick? Once again, I have David Adler coming on. Later today as well. And we are going to be talking about his apprehension and his kidnapping by the Israeli occupational forces. I'm not sure if Moss can boost it well, but I agree to some of the Samud participants who returned from Israeli captivity. One of them was Tommy Marcus, aka Quentin Quarantino, Free Palestine. Hell yeah. He said you hide the bad stuff from your friends? He said I hide. Okay, I'm going to DM him. That is psychotic. Gross. Fucking moron. All right, whatever. All right, Gaza ceasefire deal. Will it stick? Gaza ceasefire deal. Will it stick? We got the government shutdown is continuing. Government shutdown continues. I know, I haven't even fucking blasted off yet. Yeah, I guess he didn't appreciate being called the normie meter. Government shutdown continues as Republicans entertain not paying workers. David Adler on later to his experiences on the Gaza flotilla. As well as the Gaza flotilla and also being kidnapped by Israel. Okay. Can you do me a favor and replace all the foam on your Shure mics? No. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Okay. Get in now. 9/11 got replaced by Kirk. October 7 got replaced by Kaya. Yeah, it is pretty crazy that like most people on the internet, instead of talking about October 7 or instead of talking about Israel Palestine, they chose to spend October 7 as Dogtober 7, and that's the new meta for a lot of these like fucking disingenuous smear outrage farmers and slop tubers. It's Dogtober 7, baby. That's what it is. Kaya steamrolled the Twitch birth. I know. Anyway. This is the first cancellation of yours where I've had normie coworkers bring it up to me. It's insane. I know. I had like normies being like, dude, what the fuck are people saying? Like, people can't believe it. It's just so crazy because like the people that are closest to me that are around me and Kaya virtually every fucking day have the entire opposite perspective of every single other person out there, because, and even people in this community, because like, you know how much I take care of Kaya. Like, whereas all the people from the outside are like, wow, this guy's the fucking worst. Like, holy shit. Anyway. Israel's violating the ceasefire again? No, I know, but that's the normal process. That's Israel always gets to do it. Yeah. God forbid a white boy. Well, God forbid a Muslim boy, because if I was a white boy, people would still get mad, but not this mad, I think. There's definitely a little bit of Islamophobia around it too. But God forbid a white boy is jet lagged and is panicking as his fucking stream goes down. And, you know, the clip does look very bad, I'll be honest. Like, I do understand why people were, I do understand why people reacted the way that they did. God forbid a diva is a little overstimulated. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know why the fuck I'm still consistently circling back to this. I already fucking covered it extensively. Jesus Christ. People are going to be demanding every single day that I that I go back to this and stop covering everything. Anyway. Yeah, it is kind of wild that like Destiny in a court of law, in official court documents, was outed as procuring CSAM, child sexual abuse material, and it didn't even get a fucking fraction of the interest of people claiming falsely that I'm like fucking abusing my dog. I don't know why. I just have the tendency to basically bring out Pizzagate style conspiracies, even amongst normies in general. All right. We blasted off. Let's get into it. We have obviously the top news story of the day is the Gaza ceasefire deal that came out this morning, or not this morning, last night. They tried to turn around and make this into like a George W. Bush thing. a GWB thing where, you know, Marco Rubio came up to Donald Trump when he was doing his like Antifa press conference, and, you know, he whispered into his ear. But one of the things that was interesting about the whisper into ear was it wasn't actually about the Gaza ceasefire necessarily, but it turns out the whisper in the ear was actually for Donald Trump to be able to release a Truth Social statement, to okay a Truth Social post so he can be first to market. But after 2 years, of unlimited death and destruction, unlimited genocide with American weapons, with American political cover, it seems like this ceasefire deal is a little bit different than the previous ceasefire deals in the sense that both Hamas has agreed to it and also the Palestinians seemingly believe that the ceasefire is permanent. I don't know exactly what is the reason for this level of confidence, but I am actually excited at the prospect of this deal happening. I'm excited. I'm excited that people are. I'm excited that people believe it. I mean, this is more celebration, I think, than the previous iteration of the ceasefire. Breaking news from DropSite. The chief negotiator for the Palestinian resistance, Hamas's Dr. Khalil al-Hayya, says the resistance have received guarantees from U.S. and mediators that the war has ended permanently. But then again, I keep repeating myself over and over again. I hope Israelis nuke your house. I feel like if Israel nuked my house, that would be really bad for a lot of people. Like that would be, I live in West Hollywood. Like you're demanding that the entire city of West Hollywood and most of Los Angeles get fucking wiped out so that Israel can kill me. That's strange. Like that's a very, I'm sad two of my favorite creators are at odds. Yeah, whatever, dude. Like that's you. I understand why you want me to die. I think, like, I get it because I'm anti-Israel and you're pro-Israel and you're pro-genocide. But it is very strange how much you want me to die. That you are perfectly fine with like killing 1 million people as collateral damage. Anyway, let's continue.
2 years of devastating war. This morning, President Trump celebrating a historic step toward peace, telling Fox,
"This is more than Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East, and it's an incredible thing."
Trump announcing on social media what he describes as the first phase of the peace plan, saying Hamas will release all of the hostages very soon.
We think they'll all be coming back on Monday. So it looks like that's the thing. And that'll include the bodies of the dead.
In return, Israel will withdraw its troops to an agreed-upon line. It comes after months of tense negotiations and deadlock. At the White House yesterday, the president interrupted by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, seen handing him a note and then whispering in Trump's ear. Photographers catching the handwritten message. "We need you to approve a Truth Social post soon so you can announce deal first." Shortly after, the president doing just that, announcing to the world what he describes as the first step toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace, calling it a great day and thanking mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked to make it happen. The deal also negotiated by Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner. The families of the hostages welcoming the news. The White House sharing this video overnight of some of them speaking with the president and Commerce Secretary.
What do you guys have?
Bro, it's crazy. The Israeli hostage families wanted Donald Trump to address the nation when he visits the region, if he does end up visiting the region. The amount of play that Donald Trump is getting off of this, in spite of the fact that he literally did everything but pull the trigger on tens of thousands of Palestinians. Like, he did everything. He basically also pulled the trigger. You know what I mean? It's like, it's American bombs, it's American money, it's American political cover. And in many instances, it was straight up the Americans giving fake assurances to Hamas so that Israel could try and kill them. Like, if Donald Trump had done this in January, then fair is fair, right? Fair is fair. Like, that would have been even worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize look. But the fact that he continued this for another 8 months is so crazy. Why now? A few folks have asked me in the course of interviews today this question. Why? If the basic framework of this deal has been around for so long, did it take until now for us to get to this point? A combination of factors. Yusuf Munayer speculates. One, the continued costs of the Israeli military's genocidal campaign. The continued costs of the Israelis' military's genocidal campaign. These are underreported, but have been consistently growing. The Israeli economy took a major hit. The Israel reserve suffering as well. An unprecedented suicide crisis amongst the troops. Growing calls for sanctions in Europe and elsewhere, and growing diplomatic isolation. Despite these only growing costs, only negotiations, not the military operations, have led to the captives being released. The costs were adding up significantly, including in U.S. public opinion. The Israeli strike in Doha and Gaza military operation, these sent a clear message to all involved that the Israeli government is willing to throw away the lives of Israeli captives, meaning that the value of the captives in negotiations could quickly wane. The Trump card, for a variety of reasons, including engaging with global leaders, wanting to save Israel from itself and the captives from their own irrational extremist government, and wanting global recognition for peacemaking, Trump decided this was the best moment to lean in. Lastly, and importantly, just because this confluence of factors came together to produce this moment does not mean they will remain in place and continue to create incentives to make the deal sustain, especially past the initial exchange. I don't think that the genocide becoming far too costly for Israeli society at this stage was a significant enough factor for Israel to stop doing the genocide. I do think that fascism is a suicidal ideology, as we have talked about quite a bit. It is exterminationist and it is suicidal. And I think Israel would literally, I could totally see if left to its own devices, the Israeli government would burn through everything to continue its ethnic cleansing campaign, to continue its belligerent occupation, to continue its ridiculous incursions into all of the other regional actors, ally and foe alike. And I do think that it's more so a recognition that enough is enough coming from the American side. I think this is more so an American-led push to be like, it's done. I don't think Israel would stop. I don't even think Israel wants to stop. If this was left up to Israel, they would do the same thing that they did with Iran or tried to do with Iran. That to me shows that these guys are not all there, okay? That to me shows that these guys are fucking a little insane. How are you not banned, lol? I don't know. Why would I be banned? It doesn't work that way. Like, you assuming that I should be banned doesn't mean that I did something ban-worthy. Probably a lib take, but I'm believing that this timing is now more than Nobel Peace Prize than it ever deserves. Okay, I'm going to give you guys something even more suspicious. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee actually picked its nominees, not last week, obviously, but in January. And that was when there was the initial, that was when the nominees, like the top contenders were picked, which is suspicious timing, considering that that was when the fucking first ceasefire had been implemented. Not to get all fucking blue and on with this shit. Not to get all blue and on with this shit. But there is a situation here where they could have already nominated him and actually given him a fair shake because of the initial ceasefire implementation. And then they turned around and were like, oh my God, it's bullshit. Obviously that ceasefire fell apart. Then there was the famine. Then there's the global recognition of a genocide. But that means he could have still been in contention, right? He could have still been a part of the competition since that's when the first ceasefire was implemented, and he got a lot of props for it initially. So all I'm saying is giving Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize for this is basically like giving Hitler the Nobel Peace Prize for killing Hitler. Okay? It's so ridiculous. But the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize is supposed to award actions taken in 2024. They're not supposed to consider anything that happens in this year. I don't know if they'll follow that, but generally that's what happens. I don't know. But like I said, giving Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize for ending the genocide in Gaza would be akin to giving Hitler the Nobel Peace Prize for ending the Holocaust. Okay? Another clip up close, the Rafah border. Oh, this is disqualifying? Yeah. Give Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. He deserves it. Oh, God. So, yes. If we are living it up a little bit to assume that the timing of this is like dedicated to the Nobel Peace Prize, I can see that. I can entertain that. And I'm actually giving you additional information that potentially points to him being even up as a nominee because of the initial ceasefire that took place, which was right around the time the first ceasefire was taking place. But I digress.
To say to President Trump, thank you. They're all coming back on Monday.
In Israel, a similar scene of joy. The sister of one hostage popping champagne to celebrate her upcoming release. There are 48 remaining hostages, 28 of whom are confirmed dead. It was 2 years ago this week that Hamas attacked Israel, killing 1,200 people, taking 250 hostage. Since then, Israel's response, killing more than 67,000 Palestinians, including 20,000 children, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. Gaza decimated. These satellite images showing the stark difference from before the war to now. Nearly the entire population of Palestinians displaced and in desperate need of aid. But the war has raged on, efforts to solve the crisis going nowhere. Previous ceasefires failing after...
I mean, I do think that all of the people that are still running with the 67,000 number are going to look incredibly silly. I mean, it's a horrifying number in and of itself, but it is a dramatic undercount due to a multitude of factors that I've described over and over again. Israel completely eviscerating the healthcare infrastructure, Israel doing double tap strikes on areas that they strike first, and then when before the dust settles, when the recovery teams come in, they strike the ambulances and the people that are trying to recover people from the rubble. This has made it so that it is virtually impossible to actually figure out how many people are dying directly to rocket strikes, directly to Israeli strikes, Israeli munitions. Because remember, the 67,000 number is the number of Palestinians that are either directly shot or directly bombed, and then they're recovered and they go to the hospital, and those death tolls are calculated in the hospital, right? Those are numbers that are severe undercounts due to the fact that the healthcare infrastructure is completely destroyed there. Okay? That's part of the reason why the number hasn't really moved that much since like last year. And we know that Israel has killed thousands of people because we've seen Israel kill thousands of people, right? So that is a significant undercount.
Both sides accused the other.
Especially considering that we also have to factor in deaths due to famine or deaths due to lack of access to medicine, lack of access to proper health care. Like, there are going to be there are already so many other casualties in this process that are not directly calculated as like, preventable deaths, for example, are not calculated as direct deaths by the Gaza Health Ministry. The Gaza Health Ministry's undercount, and this is like something that they openly admit, is specifically if someone is shot or bombed by Israel and they make it to the hospital and they log the person at the hospital as a body count from Israel. So if there are no hospitals to actually log people, then there is no way to know what the true number is. And on top of that, it doesn't actually factor in the externalities, the external deaths. Okay? There's also a fuck ton of people who are still lying under the rubble. There are people who are lying in mass graves, for example. They recovered a bunch of mass graves in the aftermath of taking over the hospitals again, after Israel will like release the hospital after sieging it, and they'll find like mass graves and shit, and then they'll add that to the death count. So most estimates are far higher than the number that Israel's suggesting. The Lancet study suspects that it's I think it was like a couple months ago that the estimate right now is over 680,000. And this actually corresponds to Israel's own numbers as well. Israel's own numbers have dictated that the number of, if you look at the number of Palestinians that were in the Gaza Strip prior to October 7 versus what Israel thinks is the number of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip right now, there's like around 700,000 people that are no longer being counted as being in the Gaza Strip. Now, of course, there's probably a couple 100,000 that have been able to escape the siege and have been able to have gotten like medevac or went to like secondary refugee camps in like the UAE and places like that. But even then, there's still a severe undercount in comparison to the 67,000 number that everyone is still floating around.
Of violations. 10 days ago, the president, standing side by side with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, unveiling their 20-point peace plan to end the war. The president then warning Hamas to agree to the deal, or else saying all hell would break out. And while the president and the world this morning are celebrating this first phase and the upcoming release of the hostages, big questions remain about what comes next and whether it will lead to lasting peace. Now, President Trump says he will likely go to Israel in the coming days, where Prime Minister Netanyahu has invited him to address the Israeli government, and Trump even suggesting he could visit Gaza, too.
Martha, tell us about the role President Trump played in bringing all of this about.
Well, Robin, there's no question that if this goes as planned, if we see those remaining hostages freed and Israel begin its withdrawal, it is a remarkable achievement, and President Trump most certainly deserves credit for his role. He has done this through diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence. He dispatched diplomats again and again, made threats just in the last few days to Hamas, saying again if they did not sign the deal, all hell would break loose. And they had the bombing of Iran as an example of that. But perhaps most importantly, he pushed Benjamin Netanyahu in ways his predecessor and others have not, Robin.
And what finally got the two sides to this point? And will it be able to get phase 2 off the ground?
Well, you know, Robin, throughout this process, President Trump never wavered in his support for Israel. But when Netanyahu ignored much of what Trump was trying to accomplish by continuing to bomb over the last few months, Trump laid down the hammer with Netanyahu, essentially saying enough is enough. Trump had also told Netanyahu that he was opening indirect negotiations with the Iranians, which put even more pressure on the Israeli prime minister. Obviously, the coming days will prove whether the rest of the plan comes comes to fruition. But if those hostages are freed, which would leave Hamas without their major bargaining tool, this is a huge moment for Donald Trump.
It certainly is. All right, Martha, our thanks to you.
So I want to thank everybody for being here. As you know, last night we reached a momentous breakthrough in the Middle East, something that people said was never.
Yeah. Are you strangling Kaya? Yes. I'm strangling her. She's being strangled as we speak. It's really fucked up. Oh my God, Kai left the bed. Hassan quick shocker again on purpose in front of 30,000 viewers, as I'm known to do. Do you think there's anything to be said about the timing of this being so close to October 7th? Coincidence? I mean, I'm sure that played a role. I'm sure the Nobel Peace Prize was a part of it, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore, dude. I don't know anything anymore. I just like it's fucking crazy. It's a because the major thing here that is different than the previous iterations. The major thing here that's different than the previous like fake ceasefires and whatnot that Israel violated almost instantly after they got like a batch of hostages was that there is more confidence from the Hamas side. There's more confidence from the Palestinian side. There's more confidence from the resistance side that this deal will actually stick. And I don't know. I don't know if this will actually stick or not, especially considering that Israel is still fucking bombing the Strip. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm trying to make sense of this. But the only thing that gives me confidence about this, is not the motivations of the Trump side at all, but instead the confidence that I've seen from the leaders of the resistance and also the Palestinian people.
Interrupt you. We have Hamas's chief negotiator Khalil Al-Hayya speaking. This is one of the first times that a Hamas official has been commenting on this trucial ceasefire. Here he is.
Dear our Palestinian people, our Arab nation, our Muslim nations, our people of Gaza, Gaza of heroism and dignity and martyrdom, dear free people of the world. The whole world was impressed when they saw all the sacrifices that you've been showing and given and all the steadfastness. You engaged in a war that the world has never seen before, and also you were able to face and stood in the face of the violence and aggression and barbarism of the Israeli occupation of the enemy, and you stood there and your will has never been broken. You were able to continue to fight, and you were able to resist famine and the loss of your beloved ones and the losses of your homes and money. You've lived in tents, and also you've lived during under the stones of destroyed houses, and you stayed there. You were not disappointed. We are here living the second anniversary of October 7 fight and revolution, and we are here standing before all those who started this resistance, including the martyrdom al-Sinwar, Muhammad Haniya, and also Yahya al-Sinwar, and also the martyr Yahya Dif, and all his companions of the resistance, those who were chosen by God and they kept their promises to God. We are here in the face of all those who were fighting from point zero, and they stood there and they were able to face all the tanks of the army, and they were able to break and make all the plans of the enemy fail, including the famine and the anarchy that they started to provoke. you were aware and you were able to break all their and make all their objectives fail. Your brothers were sitting in the negotiations tables and keeping your priorities and your independence in their minds and hearts. Since day one of this war, the occupation and the enemy continued to commit genocides and try to abort all the initiatives and attempts of the mediators. And when we started a ceasefire on January 17, they quickly revoked and did not keep their promise, and they were faithful to their reputation of always creating lies. And despite all this, we continued the negotiations, the indirect negotiations that took a long time because of all the manipulation as they were trying to make all the negotiations fail. However, we've never spared any efforts in order to put an end to this aggression and genocidal war. We have behaved in a very responsible way towards the Trump plan.
Bro, this is the reason why I don't feel confident. I don't know where Hamas is getting this confidence that America will abide by the security guarantees. But Trump has asked what guarantees he can give that Israel won't resume bombardment once it gets its prisoners and captives back. And Trump says, we'll see. This doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me. If the U.S. is trying to speed run through the 2% global credibility it retains after the genocide, publicly agreeing to a ceasefire with extreme fanfare, and then breaking it immediately would be the best way to do it, I just don't think that America cares. Like, we're on our villain arc. Israel has been on its villain arc. And I think it's very dangerous when you have the hegemonic superpower under the guidance of Donald Trump openly lean into being the villain. Okay? Because when America recognizes, like, America's always been a villain if you're in the global south, but America has never recognized this villain status. Okay? Recognition of your villain status when you have unlimited power of global domination is very different than the way you behave if you are trying to present yourself as a force of good around the world. Okay? Make no mistake. When you say, oh no, I'm the bad guy, that's when you start bombing ships on the coastline of Venezuela, for example, and you say, what are you going to fucking do about it? America already has this unlimited power, and America has already used this unlimited power. Having said that, America has tried to at least abide by some kind of like international standard that they change around depending on what their goals are, right? Like they try to make it seem as though they're the world police and not entertain the notion that they're doing this because they're evil and there's not really anything you can do about it. I think that's definitely a change of attitude. That's definitely a change of attitude. It's a change of pace. And I think it's a bit scary to see where America would take it if they were to just be like, yeah, we're villains. Because America, like when a country is unrestrained and doesn't care about being like a global pariah, they behave like Israel. Imagine America, which has already done a lot of Israel-style things around the world, openly doing it in the same way that Israel is doing, where it's like, what are you going to fucking do about it? Yes, we're evil. What the fuck can you say about it? We're the United States of America. I feel as though that's a new level of villainy. That means that America would be even more unrestrained. As I have stated before, soft power initiatives are very important because in the absence of soft power, all you have that remains is hard power. Hard power is military intervention, boots on the ground warfare. Okay? So when you have 800 military bases, those only look like 800 different military, like, or, 100 plus different security cooperative agreements because of all the soft power initiatives. If you no longer do any soft power around the globe, people are going to look at that as 800 different invasions. Okay? That is very different. That is a logistical nightmare that even the United States of America and all of its like imperialist ambition can overcome. This is something that seemingly the Trump administration has just refused to reckon with. I mean, the U.S. aid stuff was a great example of this, right? In some ways, moving U.S. aid directly under the CIA once again, so there's no like separation between like the State Department and the CIA in that regard, and then cutting ties with a lot of like soft power initiatives that America had around the world in an effort to gain favor with the local population, so it makes it much easier when America wants to do any sort of intervention, like dropping that and then saying, no, we're just going to go gung-ho on the military side. Like that's a terrifying prospect. This is how empires fall. Okay? This is how empires have fallen over and over again. Anyway, here's Donald Trump talking to the Finnish in a bilateral meeting with the president of the Republic of Finland.
That the big guy doesn't win over the small guy, and vice versa. But I have to say that the track record of the president of the United States in the past 7 months, 8 months is rather impressive.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you.
When you say Trump is continuing the legacy of American empire, you're not correct. I say this as someone who has been unimaginably critical of the legacy of American imperialism. Okay, the way that America has always conducted itself up until this very moment, up until the Trump administration, was often hiding or never saying the quiet part out loud. Donald Trump says the quiet part out loud. He is mask off about his ambitions. There's never been a moment where an American president will be like, I'm just going to fucking annex Canada. I'm going to fucking annex Greenland. What can you do about it? You know? Was Kissinger or Reagan not inherently evil? They're just as bad as Trump? No, they are. They are. Bro, Trump is merely continuing the legacy of American empire. Kissinger, Reagan, and Nixon killed millions of people and brutalized countless others and said, deal with it. They are. But they always tried to masquerade it within the confine of like international legal standards. It was bullshit, and I say it's bullshit. Okay? I say it's bullshit too. But there was a difference between doing that while simultaneously continuing to abide by like certain international standards and doing soft power initiatives in general. Okay? Now we're just dropping that and we're saying we are the villains, we are the bad guys, and we're not even going to try to masquerade as the good guys while doing the bad guys. In the past, we were the villain, we were the bad guys, but at least we tried to keep the public both here at the domestic front and also around the globe, specifically in the periphery of Western empire, sedated and comfortable with American autonomy, comfortable with American domination and American control by engaging in these like soft power initiatives and like leaning into the optics of the whole endeavor, right? Even when the Iraq War is openly recognized as a complete massacre for no reason other than control of the natural resources, taking out a dangerous foreign adversary, dangerous to Israel in the region. Like all of those things are real, and it was fucking bullshit. Even then, they at least tried to entertain. Even then, they at least try to entertain some kind of like reason, right? They lied about it, but now, if we were to invade Iraq right now under the Trump administration, they would have just said, we're invading Iraq. What the fuck are you going to do about it? That's the difference. There's no like WMD. There's no fake WMD. There's no like lies. They just say, we're invading Iraq and there's nothing you can say or do about it because we're the United States of America. And some people like that, okay? Some people like that. But I think there is a little bit of a difference because you are even less restrained now. There is no cooler heads prevailing that could be managing this. Like even the excuses for blowing up the Venezuelan boats, as you pointed out, have been narco-terrorism, right? But even then, there is not really a lot of like there's no real interest in creating a pretense here at all. They're just saying like, they're fucking. I mean, Trump is literally saying, if I was a Venezuelan fisherman, I wouldn't go out to sea right now. Like, don't you think that's a little bit different than even trying to build a narrative as to why it's incredibly important to like invade Venezuela? He's just straight up saying, if you're a fisherman, we'll kill you. That's fucking insane. That's an insane thing to say. There is no more need to manufacture consent, both at the domestic front and also on the international agenda as well.
Member of NATO. I would, they're great people, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to do that. I think the chances of that are very, very small. But it's very interesting because you have a very big military relative to your size. You have a very powerful military, one of the best. And but certainly we will be there to help. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, please.
Mr. President, thank you. We have a bit order, as our president said. How would you exactly defend Finland? And yeah, thank you.
Say what?
How would you defend Finland?
Vigorously.
Can I just add on that? We're very pleased with the fact that we have so much training going on with American soldiers right now, so they're getting experience from Arctic conditions, and we're integrating our militaries together, working not only through the DCA agreement, but other ways as well. We see that day to day in the work that we do, and it's working well.
Okay. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland too.
Only Finns here.
You have a lot of
Finns.
It's very impressive.
So, Mr.
I like them better than our reporters.
They are allowed to travel. That's not that unique.
So how do you see the situation?
They are very impressive. Listen, the Finnish have been notorious.
Well, we will.
The Finnish have been notorious for their allegiance to, let's just say, not the best historical figures, okay? So, no disrespect to Finland. I do think what Finland has done at the domestic front has been quite ambitious as opposed to like the rest of, as opposed to like the United States of America, obviously, even though Finnish material conditions are also deteriorating at an alarming pace, as is the case with all social democracies around the globe, and specifically in Western liberal capitalist countries. Having said that, if you look at Finnish history, it's not the first time that they have aligned with, let's say, unsavory fellows because they were terrified of Russian invasion.
Spain, you have to call them and find why are they a laggard, and they're doing well too. You know, I think because of a lot of the things we've done, they're doing fine. They have no excuse not to do this, but that's all right. Maybe you should throw them out of NATO, frankly. Please, go ahead.
What are you planning to do?
Tall gentleman, nice tall gentleman, go ahead with the yellow shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to change gears really quickly and ask you, you're going to Walter Reed tomorrow? What are you having done, and how are you feeling?
I'm meeting with the troops, and I'm also going to do a sort of semi-annual physical, which I do, and I think I'm in great shape, but I'll let you know. But I have no difficulty thus far. Is there wood around here? I'm not going. No difficulty. Physically, I feel very good. Mentally, I feel very good. You know, I did about 6-7 months ago. I do physicals. I like to, when I'm around, I like to check always early. Always be early. It's a lesson for a lot of people.
Yeah, you can't have that, by the way. You can't have a GP because it's unimaginably expensive, but he can because he's the fucking president. Duh. You know, I like to get tested. I like to get tested often. I want to make sure that I'm healthy. It's a very difficult job. You can't do it, though. No preventative care for you because you're poor. And you're poor because you're immoral. You probably deserve your social and financial predicament because you are a bad guy. To be rich is glorious.
Right. No, Biden didn't do it. Biden should have done it. I'm actually a person that believes that if you're president, you should do a cognitive exam. But last time I took a cognitive exam, and it was a perfect score. The doctors announced it.
Also, like I said,
way,
at 1 p.m. I'm going to have
easiest
David
test.
Adler on.
The first few questions are pretty easy. Once you get into the middle, it gets a little trickier. And there aren't a lot of people in this room that would get every single question right, I can guarantee
You're
you.
putting me in a difficult spot. Next question.
To talk about being detained by Israel.
Peace Prize for way less than you did, and President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize
He
for
got a
way
prize
less.
for doing nothing.
Exactly.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. No, he was not a good president. The worst president was Sleepy Joe Biden, but Obama was not a good president.
Are you going to do something with the
They
Hezbollah?
gave him a prize. How many months after he won the election, then they gave him the Peace Prize, right?
It was right after he was elected.
My election was a much more important election.
Now that you're fixing the situation between Hamas and Israel, are you going to be taking care of the Hezbollah or the Lebanese armed forces to take
We're
care of the
looking at
Hezbollah?
that. Yeah, we'll be able to do that. That will be. It's a smaller part of the puzzle, but very important part. They have a great new ambassador that I appointed, Michelle. Great new ambassador. So yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said that the hostages will be released on Monday or Tuesday. What's your strict deadline? When do they have to get released?
Well,
and how do you make sure each party abides by it?
It's going to be around that time. Yeah, they're working on it very hard. They're in very diverse parts of the earth. Okay, they're very, very diverse. Actually, it's. I think they're going to come through. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think it'll happen.
Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. The 19th point of the 20-point plan said that in the future there could be conditions in which the Palestinians might eventually get a state. Under what conditions do you think the Palestinians could
Well,
ever
we'll
have a
look
state
at it
in the
at the
future?
time. We're going to see how it all goes. And, there's a point at which we may do something that would be a little bit different and may be very positive for everybody. But we'll be looking at that at the time.
Mr. President.
And I think we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that period, too. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Glasses.
Thank you. Mr. President, the United States has previously said that that Europe would have to take more responsibility for its own security. Are you or the U.S. planning to withdraw some of the U.S. forces from the European soil?
No, but we may move some around a little bit. I'd ask you that question, Pete. Go ahead.
I think that's right, Mr. President. We're very much heartened by your leadership to get NATO to rise up to 5%, which means they can take primary responsibility for defense of the continent. But that doesn't mean America is abandoning NATO in Europe. But we could look at where our troops are postured, what makes the most sense for America and our NATO allies.
We have a lot of troops in Europe, as you know, a lot. And we can move them around a little bit. But no, basically we'll be pretty much set. Go ahead, what's your second?
My second question would be, are you planning to impose more sanctions on Russia at this point?
I might, yeah, I might.
Mr. President, your 20-point plan says we will encourage people to stay. Can you confirm that as Gaza is rebuilt, that no one will be forced to leave?
Yeah, nobody's going to be forced to leave. No, it's just the opposite. This is a great plan. This is a great peace plan. This is a plan that was supported by everybody. I mean, as I said, they're dancing in the streets of many, many countries right now. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. No, we're not looking to do that at all.
Mr. President, do you think that we could see a full withdrawal?
Mr. President, can you cut through the politics on the shutdown? We had another failed vote today. Can you speak to our viewers from Orlando to Sacramento? What's your message to some of these families tonight facing missed paychecks, potential layoffs, and missed benefits due to the shutdown?
Yeah, I blame the Democrats. They ought to call their local Democrat representative, whether it's a senator or a congressman, and it's their fault. I mean, they admit it's their fault. They campaigned on the fact that they'd never shut down the country, but they wanted to shut it down. And, you know, we have the greatest economy. We're the hottest country in the world right now. I think you'd admit that. The hottest country. We went from a dead country a year ago to the hottest country in the world. So I think they probably don't like that. But we're doing great. I mean, we're doing great. I would say my message is call your local representative, congressman or senator, and tell them to get on the ball. The Democrats have caused this problem.
Can I ask one more question? Congressman
Yeah,
Brady,
please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland.
It's so nice. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here
So-
we go with a killer question.
I would like to circle back to the icebreaker deal. So Finland and the U.S. are strengthening their economic partnership through the deal. What other areas of cooperation with Finland do you see as possible for at this
Great
moment?
question. We're going to be talking about that in a little while. We're going into the next door room, commonly known as the cabinet room, beautiful room, and we're going to be discussing that. But we'll be doing other things. It's a wonderful country with wonderful people. We've had a long-term relationship, but it's never been as close as it is now. We'll be doing other things. Go ahead.
I mean, we've been talking about a lot with the president. I mean, the two specific fields where I think Finland has strength. One is quantum and quantum computing, and we know that that is basically what gives food for thought for artificial intelligence. That's very important. The second one is actually networks. And you know that there are two sort of safe and trustworthy Western networks right now. One of them is Nokia. And the other one is Ericsson. And actually 70% of all broadband in the United States is Nokia. So one of the things that we could work on together is creating the 6G space through networks. And we actually, Nokia has 7,000 people working here in the United States and an American CEO.
Okay, anybody else?
Man, Nokia used to go hard, dude. You Zoomers don't even fucking know about Nokia. 5110. That shit was a brick, dude.
I think there's going to be a large group of people.
I play Snake on that bad boy, black and white. Incredible. Damning indictment of the last administration from one of Israel's back channel negotiators who says this same agreement was on the table a year ago, but Biden and his advisors wouldn't take it. I hate to be vindicated every fucking day. Okay? I hate to be vindicated every fucking day, but once again, you know, everyone can suck my dick, okay?
With praise for the people that did this. And these are countries that did this. The whole world came together for this. Even Iran, and I really thank them for it. Iran came out and said this is a good thing. This is a very good thing. So it was terrific. It's been a terrific experience for me. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah. Damning indictment of the last administration from one of Israel's back channel negotiators who says this same agreement was on the table a year ago, but Biden and his advisors wouldn't take it. This is from Times of Israel, okay? Reported from Branko Marcetic, writer for Jacobin. But this is reporting coming from Times of Israel. What we should also know is that this deal could have been done a long time ago. As I've said over and over again, by the way, Hamas agreed to all the same terms in September 2024 as outlined in the 3 weeks deal that I had received in both written and voice messages in Arabic and English. But at that point, the Israeli negotiators responded that the prime minister did not agree to end the war, even though the 3-week deal proposal landed on the desk of President Biden. His person in charge, Brett McGurk, refused to stray from the bad deal that he was negotiating. Work in the back channel. I met with members of the American negotiating team in October 2024, and they were as frustrated as I was with their inability to convince Biden and Biden's people to look seriously at the deal on the table. The Qataris invited me to Doha in October 2024, and I presented to them the deal that Hamas agreed to, which they were fully aware of, but they said that without the American adoption of the plan, nothing could be done because the obstacle was Israel, not Hamas. That is the same message I received from the Egyptian intelligence. Hamas was ready for a deal to release all the hostages, not to govern Gaza any longer, and an end to the war. But Israel was not prepared to go ahead. Trump doesn't get off easy either. As Baskin says, he could have forced Netanyahu to take a deal at any point in the last 9 months. Once again, double vindication. As I told you, this would have been very different. My outlook on Donald Trump would have been very different. This is what I was talking to with Bradley Martin. This is what I was talking to Bradley Martin about, where it was like Trump is not actually interested. Wait, are we trusting Times of Israel now? Wait, what are you talking about? You have to look at what their biases are. This is one of the Israeli negotiators. And yes, the Israeli negotiators, as we've seen with like Daniel Levy, for example, are absolutely more honest about the terms and conditions. They're absolutely more honest about the terms and conditions that are being reported on. I cover Israeli news more than I cover Western media when it comes to issues that pertain to Israel and issues that pertain to Gaza. They don't have to do the propaganda that like the New York Times has to do, for example, which is precisely the reason why they can be more honest about all of these shortcomings or who's truly responsible for an inability to who's truly responsible for like setting up new hurdles. On September 19th in the late evening, Witkoff called me and said, "We have a plan. We had a long conversation and I supported what the Americans were planning, and I made few suggestions on how to get Hamas on board. I was asked to convince the Hamas leadership that Trump was serious and wanted the war to end. Throughout the last months, I have been in contact with 8 members of the Hamas leadership outside of Gaza. 3 of them engaged with me in discussions. I did not make suggestions regarding the Israeli side because for over a year, I believe that if President Trump decides the war has to end, Trump will force Netanyahu into the agreement." That is exactly what happened. Remember, it was always one fucking phone call. Always. So whenever people say, "Oh, what are you talking about? Like America doesn't have that kind of motion here. Israel's a sovereign nation." No, the fuck it's not. It was always one singular phone call. This is one of the closest you can get. And in terms of like foreign policy, this is the closest you can get to one singular phone call to end something, okay? Obviously, you can't do that with Russia. Russia's a foreign adversary. They have their own ambitions. Russia is not attached to the hip to unlimited support. Russia doesn't actually get to do whatever it's doing with unlimited support from the United States of America in the same way that Israel does. That is precisely the reason why it took one phone call. This is also very important. Hassan, do you think Kamala would have won if Biden took the deal? Oh my God. I'm not even kidding. If Joe Biden did not spend every fucking waking moment dreaming about murdering more children in Gaza and didn't like let his ultra-Zionist advisors basically run the fucking show at the behest of Israel, and they did stop Israel at any point, they would have won unimaginable amounts of favor. Unimaginable amounts of favor. They could have made it seem as though it was Kamala's pressure, for example, that convinced Biden to finally put an end to the genocide. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely. Think about how many people would have celebrated, even if they had like a real convincing ceasefire. Even if they had an extended ceasefire, the one that Donald Trump, when he came into office, pushed Israel to engage with. Even if the Democrats did something of that sort, at least leading up to the election, they probably would have eaten good off of that. Okay? Any sort of gesture in the affirmative, any sort of gesture in a positive direction against what... Any sort of gesture in the positive direction would have won a tremendous amount of favor, for the Democrats. Anyway, let's get back to the Hamas confirmation of the Gaza ceasefire, calling it a victory for resistance and steadfastness.
And we have provided an answer that guaranteed the rights of our people and to stop the bloodshed, and that would also guarantee our vision to put an end to this war. Our negotiating delegations arrived for the negotiations armed with goodwill, and that's why we were able, together with the resistance factions with whom we have discussed, in order to provide an agreement that we are able to give to our people, our heroes, and we are happy to announce that we have reached a deal for ceasefire to put an end to the aggression and also to proceed to a permanent ceasefire and the withdrawal of the army, and to allow the aid to enter to Gaza and to open the Rafah crossing from both sides. there will be also an exchange of prisoners, including 250 prisoners who will be released, those who were sentenced for life, and in addition to 1,700 of the children of Gaza who were arrested after October 7. Also, children and women, all children and women will be released. We have received guarantees from the mediators and also from the U.S. administration, confirming all of them that the war has ended permanently. And we will continue to work with the national force in order to resume and to make sure that we achieve all the other steps and to achieve all the aspirations of our people, and also until we are able to have our state with Jerusalem as its capital. In this context, we would like to hail our people wherever they are in the West Bank of 1948 and our diaspora, and also we would like to...
I know this deal was available during Biden's admin, but is this article just working to glaze Trump a bit, massaging his image for the Peace Prize? I think that there is obviously some fucking glaze taking place here with respect to... Wait, hold on. There is obviously some glaze taking place here with respect to like Donald Trump actually pushing, but I suspect that there is a reason for it, and that is because Donald Trump is actually pushing, it seems, so far. But once again, I don't know. I don't know if this is a real... I don't know if there's real assurances here. I don't know. Control of NSO is leaving Israeli hands and is expected to pass the Hollywood producer and financier Robert Simmons. The massive deal that would turn over the world's most prolific zero-click spyware to American ownership still has to be approved by the Israeli Defense Ministry. This is very grim when you consider the previous scandals regarding NSO, including the fact that Pegasus ostensibly cannot operate on American phone numbers, which is why the FBI experimented with their own version. This would presumably change that paradigm. NSO is the world's most successful cyber company, for those of you who don't know, responsible for the proliferation of their sophisticated spyware throughout the globe. They work on behalf of Israel to coerce third world governments into guaranteeing their votes at the United Nations in exchange for their tech. It's an incredibly, it is perhaps the most prolific spyware that exists out there. Pegasus allegedly was utilized by allegedly, Mohammed bin Salman against Jeff Bezos. If you recall, there's a reason why Jeff Bezos no longer is married to his wife, because there were some leaks off of his phone. There were some leaks that came from his phone at the time that showed that he was actually rizzing up ladies, and then that led to you know, their relationship falling apart. And anyway, this is used by the Indian government to spy and arrest every anti-government journalist. Yeah. Jeff Bezos basically had to hire the most comprehensive private security apparatus that existed on the planet at the time to force every journalist to stop them from covering the story about the MBS leaks. That's how they packed that shit up. And because he's a fucking billionaire, he gets to do that. You're kind of selling it by saying it catches cheaters. I mean, it was Mohammed bin Salman using it against Jeff Bezos after there was after their relationship soured because of Jamal Khashoggi being chopped up and assassinated and had a bone saw used on him in the Istanbul consulate. Why are you using the word Riz? You are 62, sir. Listen, even us old guys should be able to use the word Riz sometimes, okay? Let an old man have a little bit of fun. But in any case, these are even with all of the endless tools, understand, even with all of the capabilities that Israel has and Israel advocacy groups have on U.S. soil in all around the Western world, they still were incapable of overcoming the sea of negative coverage due to their grand ambition being so violent. Okay? Their ambition here was genocide. And it turns out, even with the limited amount of information that you could get from social media from Palestinians directly, that was enough for people to go, this is horrifying. I don't fuck with this at all. I don't like this at all. We need to put a stop to this. That paired up with the incredible audacity, the arrogance, the sheer entitlement that you heard, that you saw with your own two fucking eyes, with your own two ears from every Israeli envoy, made this unavoidable, made this reality unavoidable. And here we are, holy Toledo. For the first time in American history, voters sympathize more with Palestinians than they do with Israelis, which is crazy. It kind of shows how fucking insanely twisted the American public is in general. This is a story that is both good and bad. It's good because in spite of the unlimited media propaganda apparatus that consistently contextualized every single thing that fucking Israel was doing as something that they had to do. You know, every dead child was contextualized in real time by an Israeli occupational force rear admiral or whatever, right? In spite of that, in spite of the faucet of misinformation, the faucet of propaganda, Americans still recognized the truth. Americans still, slowly but surely, saw the truth. So that's one thing. That's the good part about this. But the bad part about this, of course, is that it's still a +1 sympathy. It's still a +1 sympathy for Palestinians after 2 years of Palestinians experiencing genocide. That means there's still a long way to fucking go. Americans are some of the most propagandized people on the planet, straight up.
Yeah, this war caused a historic shift in public opinion on how Americans view the Middle East conflict. What are we talking about here? Who voters sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Back in October of 2023, it was the Israelis by 48 points. Look at this shift. Now we're talking about the Palestinians by a point. I looked back at every single poll that I could possibly find since this question was first asked in the 1980s. This is the first time ever in which the Palestinians had any sort of lead on this particular question. It is very clear that this war caused a historic shift away from the Israeli position in the middle.
Like even now, when Mr. Holy Toledo himself says this war, that's propaganda. He might not even be aware that he's engaging in propaganda, but it is propaganda. The United Nations has openly declared this to be a genocide. Okay? That means that this liberal news outlet is actually outflanking the United Nations in terms of doing pro-Israel propaganda, calling this, after the United Nations fucking called it a genocide, still calling it a war, is propaganda. Now, sometimes Palestinians call it a war. Sometimes I even call it a war, right? But if you're not actually, if you have never at any point called this a genocide and you just have only called it a war, then it's propaganda. It's that simple. Okay? And also, here are the results for that. I am going to give you a media confidence metric. This is directly what I talked about on that panel that I participated in the other day. In 2 years, since October 7, agenda-setting Sunday shows, CNN's State of the Union, NBC's Meet the Press and ABC's This Week have not featured a single Palestinian guest. I wrote about how the U.S. media shuts out Palestinians while musing about the particulars of the genocide. And the only time they ever had someone who's ostensibly Palestinian was Jake Tapper having Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib on. And he works for the Atlantic Council. He works for the Atlantic Council, and he works literally as a part of the think tank apparatus of one of the two belligerents. America is a belligerent in this. Okay, America is a participant in this genocide. It is ridiculous. Does anyone have that media confidence report that I saw the other day? Like people's confidence diminishing in media since like nosediving since like the war in Iraq, the war on terror. Because I saw like trust in media is at an all-time low at 28% in the United States of America. Republicans' confidence in mass media report to news fully, accurately, and fairly now at 8%. Okay? And I want to show you this. Americans' trust in mass media from 1972 to 2025. Okay? There are a lot of complex reasons for this. Okay? There are some justifiable reasons for diminishing confidence in mainstream news. Okay? But there are also absolutely ridiculous reasons for why Americans have diminished confidence in mainstream news, like during COVID, for example. COVID was a major blow to media, and you can see it. You can see it happening in real time here. When you see a huge dip from 2019 all the way down to 2024. Part of that is the explosion of social media news. Okay? The explosion of social media news. But overall, a big part of the reason why people that say a great deal, a fair amount, okay, the reason why that has dipped to 28% is, if you noticed, post 2001, there are some significant dips here, okay? I've said this before, but I think the Iraq War and the illegal nature of the Iraq War and the justifications for the Iraq War from mainstream outlets shred their credibility in the eyes of a lot of Americans. Okay? Iraq War was a huge blow. People had a lot of questions post 9/11. Not a lot of those questions were left addressed. There was a lot of like conspiracy theories floating around that created some instability for mainstream news and mainstream resources. But think about it. Like we went from in 1999 at 55% to in 2000 to 51%, all the way down to now 28%. There were certainly good reasons in this process. I think like being skeptical of mainstream resources when they openly lie to the public, like with the Iraq War, that plays a role in this, right? That makes people lose confidence in mainstream resources. And I think, and this is something that I warned about quite a bit, the reason why this skyrocketed back in the first Trump administration was because they were very critical of Donald Trump, okay? They were unimaginably critical of Donald Trump. They kept heavily scrutinizing Donald Trump every fucking day. So they recovered from 32% all the way back up to 45% by 2018. But then COVID happened. And when COVID happened, that's when things took a nosedive turn. Okay? Obviously, a big part of the story is access to the internet and the internet access becoming way broader. Access to the internet becoming a more significant aspect of news consumption. Because, like, I would say that even in this era, from 2000 all the way to like 2013, 2014, You didn't actually have, you had the blogosphere, you had Air America, you had like some critical voices. Having said that, however, it wasn't like as, like people didn't actually get most of their news consumption from resources that were outside of mainstream and legacy publishers, right? I don't buy the Iraq angle on media distrust. Media in America knows Bush admin lied about Iraq, but they're not really aware of the media's role in selling it. I think that played a big role. I think that it's conspiracy theories and the Iraq war in general, like people's questions about 9/11 being left unaddressed, and also the media's advocacy, the consistent advocacy for the Iraq war certainly played a role. I think that people, when they say we've been lied to, the Iraq war was a lie, we've been lied to about the war on terror, they also are talking about fucking mainstream resources, mainstream news. Straight up. There is a reason why Jon Stewart blew the fuck up in this time period. I mean, I'm going to chalk this up to me being a fucking massive loser who was super invested in American news even back then. But I still recall Jon Stewart being one of the only fucking voices that was critical of both the Democrats and the Republicans, and also openly critical of the Iraq war and the war on terror. That was the peak of The Daily Show. So if a lot of people were tuning into Comedy Central and there were articles being written about, like, why is a comedian the voice of change in news? Like, why is it up to a comedian to actually be the only trusted resource in mainstream news? Like, when all those articles were written, that means that people were not trusting mainstream media. But I think ultimately, a big part of the diminished confidence comes from COVID. During COVID, independent media exploded in popularity, and there were a lot of grifters who basically took advantage of the information vacuum that existed in this novel virus that was ripping people apart, just murdering people, that ended up killing more than 1 million Americans, right? And all the lockdowns and all the restrictions that frustrated a lot of Americans as well. Like independent resources, independent media basically blew the fuck up in that time frame, partially because we were locked in to our phones and to our computers. That's when, you know, in 2020, people like myself also blew up and became voices comparable to you know, mainstream resources. But basically, I think it's a combination of people refusing to listen to mainstream resources when they were trying to actively abide by and actively push for whatever the epidemiologists were saying. Whatever the epidemiologists were saying at the time. And obviously that leaned on the side of caution, leaned on the side of restrictions, leaned on the side of like pushing for lockdowns and whatnot. And a lot of people wanted news resources to confirm their biases. So they sought out alternatives. And a lot of those alternatives were really fucking bad. So this is the part of the media confidence that I talk about when I say, like, the media was doing the appropriate thing this is supposed to do. Mainstream media, mainstream resources were doing the appropriate thing and pushing for the best possible measures, no matter how fucking restrictive those measures were, right? In an effort to save people's lives. And that frustrated a lot of people, and that confidence took a nosedive again. And then I think the final blow came from the coverage of Gaza. That's it. The Gaza coverage played a massive role, I think, in this nosedive, because people saw so much death and destruction on their social media. They saw so many murdered children on their social media. And yet, when they tuned into like Jake Tapper, CNN, when they tuned into MSNBC, when they read headlines on the New York Times, they couldn't believe it. Like the juxtaposition of what they saw on social media directly being reported by Palestinians versus what they were hearing from mainstream resources, I think deeply heightened this fissure. And for people saying like Yasha Levine was talking about saying it would be interesting if MAGA abandons Israel before liberals do law, but this is wrong. Liberals have already abandoned support for Israel. Support for Israel's military action in Gaza by party identification shows all the way back in July, Democrats at 8%. 8% of Democrats approve Israel's military action in Gaza. 8%. Okay, Israel's trying to hold on to the 71% like it's their lifeline. Okay? But Democrats have already fucking gone, and so have the independents, really. This is why I say it's fuck Israel o'clock. It's been fuck Israel o'clock. And the more the media actually frames it in a truthful manner, the more other people will also get on board with fuck Israel o'clock. And that will still continue to heighten the contradictions. And it will probably embed deep mistrust in mainstream resources if they don't fucking follow through on the way people are feeling about this and cover this crisis in the moral clarity that it fucking deserves. Okay?
Middle East conflict and towards the Palestinians when it comes to who Americans and voters sympathize with. This, of course, was led by Democrats, because what are we talking about? We went from Democrats favoring the Israelis by 26 points to the Palestinians by 46 points. That is a shift, John, quick math in my head, of over 70 percentage points. But overall, the first time ever in which more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians over the Israelis. Truly a historic shift.
It's a big shift overall, a big shift within the Democratic Party. What about Republicans?
Yeah, it's not just Democrats, though, in which we have seen a real shift of opinion. Even within the Republican ranks, this war has caused real division. What are we talking about? Well, we often talk about by age within the Democratic Party, but what about...
I swear you're paid by the RNC the way you disproportionately attack liberals in America. At least I hope you're getting paid because you're just a useful idiot. If not, you took all the good streams, says. My friend, I call balls and strikes. This week is probably the worst time that you could say this about someone like myself, because I've even glazed Hakeem Jeffries, which is something that I never thought I would ever say. So you're absolutely wrong. When the Democrats actually do right by their constituents, like, for example, pushing for a shutdown and really centering the conversation around the Republicans taking away people's subsidies for healthcare, I'm on board. I'm invested. I'm honest. If you see me criticizing the Democrats, let me remind you, it's probably because they're doing something worthy of criticism. Anyway, on that note, we have David Adler, who's coming on right now. David, can you see me?
I can see you perfectly. I can hear you perfectly. All right,
and I can hear you perfectly, and I can see you perfectly as well. Let's pop this out real quick. Let me hide my show non-video participants. Let's black that. Okay. David Adler is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. David, how would you introduce yourself to my audience? We've been in contact over other issues in the past, but I'm very excited to have you here, and I'm glad that you are safe. David was a participant in the Gaza Sumud flotilla, and he was kidnapped and detained, apprehended, and tortured by the Israeli occupational forces. But now David is a free man once again.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Hassan. It's been a harrowing few days, and I'm happy to walk through the whole tale of what happened after the cameras stopped rolling and after the flotillas were intercepted at sea 1 week ago, and we were disappeared into the middle of the Negev desert. So pleasure to be with you, and apologies for looking haggard from
No, you don't look haggard at all. You look handsome as hell. So David, before we get into all that stuff, one of the questions that I have for you is because I was doing some coverage on the American perspectives on sympathizing with Palestinians or Israelis more. It seems as though there is a notable market tide shift here, and Americans are now sympathizing with Palestinians more than Israelis for the first time in U.S. history. It seems. Do you have any statements or any opinion on that?
Yeah, I think it's part of a global shift. I mean, I think it's important to situate the genocide in Gaza and the global response as being not just a humanitarian crisis and not just a crisis of conscience, but also a democratic crisis. I mean, it's not just happening in the US. You have the peoples of the world who are revolting in the name of the most fundamental principles of humanity and decency and international law. And you have these complicit governments all across the world, you know, everyone from the Emiratis to the French to the Canadians in the United States, who continue to act in ways that are entirely beholden to, of course, Zionist lobbies, but, you know, Israeli security interests and, you know, holding the line on a genocide. And the flotilla in that way is an act of, you know, beautiful act of humanitarian direct action, but an act of frustration as well, to just be like, if the governments of the world won't act, well, then the peoples will, to try to rescue humanity before it's too late. And of course, you know, the narrow goal is to provide humanitarian aid to the starving people of Gaza suffering from what the UN has declared to be a famine, which will continue on even through this so-called ceasefire agreement, you know, as Israel, not exactly a trusted ally, not exactly a trusted guarantor, as my tale will reveal, of, you know, any standard of international law, but also in trying to mobilize the, you know, the 45 countries that were represented on that flotilla to say, we're going to activate these communities to say, you know, like, if this can happen to us in broad daylight, and if we as the citizens of these countries can be treated in this way, just imagine what's happening in the darkness of the torture and detention camps, where so many thousands of Palestinians are systematically and routinely rounded up and tortured, raped, and sexually and otherwise physically assaulted, without any cameras or journalists or anyone to even report on their names and their conditions and their prospects.
And it's very clear that there's this term I like to call it collateralization. Like, it's very clear that even amongst people who are upset with Israel, the life, the dignity, the worth of a Palestinian is significantly lower, even amongst like people who would consider themselves to be allies, as opposed to the life of someone living in the Western world. So it seems like this is another part of the reason why you guys put your bodies on the line and put your life at stake. I mean, and before people mention anything about like, oh, well, Israel's not going to do anything to these humanitarian flotillas. I'm Turkish. I saw this firsthand. I watched it unfold in 2010, I believe, when Mavi Marmara tried to break through the illegal Israeli blockade in an effort to bring in by sea humanitarian aid, and Israel dropshipped commandos into that humanitarian aid ship and massacred the humanitarian aid workers, and used some of the exact same lies that they have actually not really updated since then, you know, claiming that these guys were actually being anti-Semitic on the ship, or claiming that they were actually Hamas, or claiming that they had some serious weapons on the ship. So Israel has killed and has attacked even these humanitarian aid flotillas as well, like off the coastline of Tunisia. So
yeah, I think it's important to tell the story of our flotilla forwards rather than backwards, because both because it gives a sense of kind of how the politics of this kind of direct action work, which I think might be interesting to your viewers and listeners, but also because it helps to break through that myth that somehow humanitarian workers are protected. We know they're not protected, because we know that, you know, those, you know, kitchen workers, for example, were targeted and airstruck by Israel. And of course, it took the international community days and days to try to piece together, was this an accident? You know, the art press is so embarrassing that they can never get ahead of the Zionist lie. They're always trying to catch up with the doublespeak of the Israeli media. And by the time they catch up with the lie, we're on to something we're onto a new kind of war crime that Israel has committed. But I think it's helpful to tell the story of the Samud flotilla, forward because it's so scandalous, and I think it's so important to strip back like an onion the layers of through which we've kind of normalized Zionist violence. Like we've gotten to a place where we've come to accept such rogue behavior, and it's fucking crazy. So we started in Barcelona and sailed onward, and by the time we were in Tunis, which was the first stop where we were going to pick up the Maghreb fleet, this is like the unprecedented, beautiful nature of this Samud flotilla, which brought together, as I said, 45 countries, delegations from around the world, 500 participants, bigger than the sum of all previous missions, right? So just an honor and a privilege to be part of this mission. We land in Tunis, and my boat, I was having dinner with Francesca Albanese, and we get a call from Thiago Avila, who's one of the lead organizers of the flotilla, who's like, you got to get down to the port right now. There's been a drone strike. So we hop in the car, we get down to the port. 4 of our crew are on that boat when they hear a quadricopter overhead and an explosive device is dropped on the boat. At that point, we're like, what the fuck? Not only are we a humanitarian mission full of teachers and nurses and ordinary people from around the world doing perfectly legal humanitarian work, we are 400 meters from the presidential palace of Tunisia. So this is not just an attack on us, it's an attack on the sovereign nation of Tunisia, which for all of its faults had given safe harbor to our flotilla, which is not a small thing in the Arab world, as you well know. A lot of the client states were very beholden to Zionist interests. So we go out condemning this immediately, like, what the hell is going on? The Tunisian authorities, 20 minutes after we're first drone struck, were like, must have been a cigarette or a technical failure.
Yeah, that was insane. They just ran cover for Israel, even though it was like filmed.
Right. So the CCTV starts to come out as we start to, we're engaged in like basically hourly informational warfare back and forth with the state of Israel. And then the next night in the same port, the second largest vessel has a quadricopter come drop an even bigger explosive device, also caught on CCTV, at which point Tunisian authorities backtrack and say, okay, this was a premeditated attack. We can now kind of see that's clear, but still we're getting the New York Times classic, activists allege drone attacks on the flotilla, right? Which now days and days later, after we've been disappeared, detained, abused, and beaten in the middle of the fucking desert, Netanyahu comes out and goes, yeah, that was us. We ordered that attack on the flotilla. So that's like 2 weeks before we're even in the so-called red zone of where Israel maintains this illegal siege that has been starving and incarcerating the population of Gaza for not just 2 but 20 years. And so onward we sail, and then we're off the coast of Crete when a fleet of drones, a fleet of quadricopters comes and bombs 13 of the boats, dropping these big C4 explosive devices that are clearly intended to damage the boats beyond repair. Again, putting out an alert to the international community. Again, we're struggling to get traction for this like total act of piracy on the high seas. I mean, what other state can you imagine just some normal people traveling through the Mediterranean Sea on a sailing mission and they're just getting bombed by an ally of the United States? And this all, Hassan, is happening before we're even in what's considered to be like the core of the mission, which is the point at which we're supposed to be delivering the humanitarian aid. So this is like the longer story of the flotilla before we even get to the Ben Gvir nightmare of what was the past week of our lives, without any access to food, medicine, and let alone communication with our lawyers and families. So yeah, I mean, I can get into kind of the last chapter, but I thought I would just pause there to really take in how far we've come to like accept, how far we've moved the line of what is acceptable. Obviously, our government's doing the same thing, just like bombing fishermen boats off the coast of Colombia. It's very much the Pete Hegseth School of International Law, which is like, oops, sorry you're there. We're just going to kill you now.
Yeah. And Trump has been rather shameless about it too, where he has openly flaunted openly made a joke, a mockery of like, oh, if I was a Venezuelan fisherman, I would be very careful, talking about the violation of sovereignty of other nations. It's so ridiculous.
And we got the same thing. So, my mentions while I still had internet were all like, hope you can swim. And then, Ziobots that would like post like, GIFs of the Titanic sinking. And we were just like,
Yeah.
how have we gotten to a place where you're menacing again, not, the lives of like grandfathers? And what made this mission so beautiful is it was composed of, truly like courageous, a retiree doctor from Menorca and like a school teacher from South Africa who were just brought together by that simple moral conviction that something had to be done to stop this genocide. And so by the time, we were really fighting this informational warfare because as we were traveling across the Mediterranean to justify those attacks, very similar, as you say, to what happened in 2010, Israel had a very difficult decision to make about our flotilla. They couldn't decide between two incompatible narratives. Either we were, as they tried to say about Greta's first mission on the Madeleine a few months ago, selfie yacht, celebrity cruise, activists just doing this to self-promote, or we were, some menace to their national security. And this, of course, was the narrative they ultimately went with. We were the Hamas flotilla. And it's good to get into the politics because we had to like work on these boats. We weren't just sailing, we were doing real political work to be like, okay, how do we win back like this narrative, to save our lives, but also to protect the nature of humanitarian work in general, because that lie is repeated all the time. We attacked Al-Shifa Hospital because red lines point to Hamas HQ. You have to fight these things in real time because you can't rely on the CNNs and the New York Times, the MSNBCs to do it for you. So we were really confident about, and we were working our asses off, but we were winning, I think, this informational war. We were getting a lot of attention to the flotilla. People were starting to, really switch on to the fact that like this unprecedented action was, 40 boats with 500 participants really had a chance to kind of overwhelm the quite pathetic Israeli naval forces and get through this siege. And we were drawing a lot of attention to the fact that this siege is not just illegal and criminal, but it's also deeply inhumane and starves Gazans of the basic rights they have to like fish on their shores, let alone sail off of them to see the rest of the world, right? This is the same shore that they share with all the nice places in the Mediterranean that people like to go on vacation. It's the same Mediterranean Sea that we're traversing. And so at that point, we're dragging in some of the states. We've got a big boat from Italy that's supposed to be protecting us, a big boat from Spain that's supposed to be protecting us, trying to draw in the states to a more serious conflict, a more serious confrontation with the state of Israel that, as I was saying before, they've been trying to avoid for 2 years. And that was a big victory in of itself to try to say this wasn't just about a bunch of brave activists throwing up a fist in the air. We were trying to force the kind of diplomatic confrontation that at the level of the UN, despite the walkouts from, in Netanyahu's speech, were just really not happening at the scale and speed that Israel deserves, for having committed such grave crimes against humanity in front of the world's attention. So that brings us to, the red zone, the night of interception, which is, when everyone is really kind of switching on to our CCTVs. And that night was obviously like a night to be remembered because we were like, you maybe saw this CCTV footage, but like, they came out and immediately at 9 p.m. just boarded with S-13, their special commandos, like the first 3 big boats that we had, the largest boats that had between 30 and 40 people on them. But then there were 38 boats left that were still sailing. And we all had a pact that we were not going to turn our engines off, even though the Israeli Navy was coming to us and saying, turn off your engines. This is the Israeli Navy, turn off your engines. We just kept sailing and sailing and sailing and sailing. In the case of the Owaila, the boat that I was on, with a bunch of decorated U.S. veterans, who themselves put their lives on the line, not just for Gaza, but also in his previous life for the United States of America, we're just sailing on, smoking cigarettes, trying to deliver this humanitarian aid. So, it wasn't until the early hours in the morning that we started to see, some naval ships approaching us and the sniper lasers on our chests, like, okay, this is over. And at that point, Hassan, I had been made aware because I was doing a lot of the diplomatic coordination for the flotilla. And my job is as general coordinator of the Progressive International, which is this global coalition of parties and unions and movements. So that's a big global network of kind of political actors where we were trying to coordinate and manage and a lot of these actions. At that point, I had been made aware of an agreement, like a secret agreement from between, I think, the Italians really principally and the state of Israel, which is that they weren't going to kill us. This was the kind of gift that we were given. They weren't going to kill us that night.
Wonderful.
And that was hard because we were being chased by a giant naval barge that was trying to like crush our ship and kill us at sea. But we felt some degree of protection because of the work that we put in to try to fight this informational warfare, to humanize ourselves, talk about how we were humanitarian workers and the like. But unfortunately, that was really just like the end of chapter 1 in a longer saga of what became the nightmare of our disappearance and detention in Ketziot, because what came after that, after the cameras stopped rolling, after the CCTVs were crushed and smashed by the IOF, was so much worse than we could have ever expected. And the behavior of the US government was so much more revealingly awful than I think even the veterans could have anticipated.
So this is where I want to ask you a question. For those of you who don't know, David, you're a Jewish American citizen. You now, I believe, live in Europe, right? But you're originally from where I'm from, or where I live now, Los Angeles. And obviously that is supposed to have some kind of weight in the calculation here, both your Jewish background, but also certainly the fact that you're an American citizen. And did you feel as though there was any of that in the calculation at all, in the way that like Israel treated you and everyone else that they had apprehended and kidnapped and detained?
Yeah, I think, growing up in LA in a Jewish community, we were taught that, Israel, the state of Israel, the project of Zionism was sort of contiguous with the United States in terms of our identity, that we had one homeland that was the United States, and it was Dodger Dogs, and it was the Pledge of Allegiance and whatever, but we also had this second homeland that was ours. That was our birthright, as the famous program that used to bring young Jewish Americans over to the state of Israel. And over the course of the recent years, of course, that relationship has frayed, that as more U.S. Jewish Americans of our generation have spoken out against the crimes that have been committed, with our symbols and within our name and singing the songs that we used to sing in synagogues, that as that rupture has begun, so there's been a kind of fraying of that, contiguity, that there's the good Jews and the bad Jews. There's the loyal Jews and the disloyal ones. There's the kapos, as they call me, the self-haters, and then there's the Zionists on the other side.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, why I felt it was so important to go on the flotilla as both a U.S. American whose tax dollars are funding this genocide, but also as a Jewish person whose heritage has been robbed from me in the service of that genocide. So it was both shocking and not surprising that when we got there to the port of Ashdod, where we were stripped of our belongings and our boats were stolen, that, they picked up my passport and read my name, which is David Rashi Kremen Adler, and were like, "You Jewish?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm Jewish." And then like ripped me and the other Jewish American by the ear and like sat us, terror style, like this, on our knees and heads down in front of the flag of the state of Israel for a fancy photo op with Ben-Gvir, who of course was very thrilled to bring his goons down to Ashdod port to like taunt us and call us terrorists and yell at us to our faces. And I think the mistreatment of the Jews on the flotilla, definitely didn't stop there. The other Jewish U.S. American that I was with in the internment camp was undergoing severe medical withdrawals in the cell and begging for medical attention. And they just were like, you're the wrong kind of Jew, and just deprived him even as he was like fainting.
Is that Quentin Quarantino, the other Jewish American?
Yeah, I'll let him speak for himself, but yeah.
No, he's a member of this community as well. He's a
good friend now.
He's the man,
a brother in arms. But and he put up a good fight. I will say, love that guy. But they, and I don't want to like center our identities, because for sure the North Africans and the Muslims were treated the worst of anybody. I mean, they were the ones who were the quickest to be beaten and cuffed and ankle chained and blindfolded and sent into solitary for the day. When they would pray, they would come and with German shepherds and shotguns and beat the shit out of people. Again, these are humanitarian workers, like this is just happening to us, like disappeared into the middle of nowhere with no information that was coming to our families about our condition. But I think it's notable. I think it's very important to explode this myth that there is that contiguity, or that the state of Israel exists to provide something to the Jewish diaspora, when fundamentally the state of Israel is an anti-Semitic endeavor. Fundamentally, it is about robbing Jews of their, I think, most beautiful traditions, of their most literary and learned traditions, of the things that I learned, which were tikkun olam, healing the world and acting in social justice. And it's trying to, it's so critical that we mobilize now to recover those traditions, because those things made me proud as a young person. My grandfather was part of the Parisian resistance against the Nazis, proud anti-Zionists, proud communists. These are rich traditions of which, Marx and many others are part. And that's what the state of Israel wants to erase. And if you really start digging in there and you start thinking about what happened in the battle between the Yiddish culture that I come from and the modern Hebrew culture of the state of Israel, you start to see that this has always been how the state of Israel has behaved. They've never wanted these untermenschen, Yiddish Jews. They've wanted to build a new Volk, in the state of Israel that could flourish to lead this project of colonial expansion. And so, that's why I say, like, it was both not surprising that we were targeted, it was so, on the second day, I remember I was just so happy to be out of the cell, because we were, just like basically just chucked in there and said, rot in here for as long as we wish you to. But I was brought in for this interrogation with like a Mossad agent guy, and I was giving him a hard time because I was just like, fuck you doing over here. And he just couldn't wrap his mind around my profile. He was just like, what is a Jewish American? Like, haven't we given you everything? Like, they can't wrap their mind around solidarity with the people of Palestine. They can't wrap their mind around why so many peoples of the world would have combined and collaborated and coordinated to be part of this beautiful mission. Because for them, as he told me in this interrogation, it's all about Israelism, the great nation, the great people. Don't think about class divisions. Don't think about your career, as he told me straight to my face while I was sitting in front of him, like being interrogated. Like, we just think about the project. And I was like, truly, Goebbels couldn't have said it better himself. Like, you are just reading me the book here about what you guys truly think and feel. And of course, all of this happening under like the great shroud of darkness that was Getziot prison, 400,000 square meters of concentration camp where political prisoners from Palestine have long been held. And I'm pretty sure we were sharing it on the other side of the camp with many of them. And all we could hear at night was the howling of German Shepherds and F-16s and F-35s, flying overhead to bomb Gaza. It was harrowing. And at the same time, we knew that we were getting it light, that even as bad as it was to be stripped and zip tied and blindfolded and disappeared, that it was just nothing compared to what, our brothers and sisters on the other side of that camp and the other side of that border were suffering at the same time.
So you were basically face to face with Zionism at its maximalist position as a fascist enterprise. You got to experience a fraction of that, even as a Jewish American. Was there anything that shocked you in this process? Because like, you were an anti-Zionist before this, obviously, but is there anything that you even thought they went above and beyond on?
Yeah, I would say there are three things that shocked me in the course of our, I don't want to say detention, I'll say like disappearance and detention. The first really important thing is that this was the Ben Gvir show. So one important myth to explode, I think, in the popular understanding of the political conjuncture in Israel, especially now, is like, yeah, there are clowns in the cabinet, but like they're marginal and they don't represent this government, and like they don't represent Zionism even. And that's something that we hear all the time from apologists for this project. But like, we were truly handed over to the fucking psychopaths. And okay, maybe they don't run the whole show, but they run enough of it where 500 people from 45 countries were basically treated like as terrorists for the crime of like humanitarian. And so So part one was just like, being handed over. Part two was the extent, the second thing that really shocked me, Hassan, was like the extent to which they systematically and serially violated our rights. And the anecdotes are myriad. You had a woman who had such a severe kidney infection with no medical attention for 2 days that she was passing out. You had, I mentioned, severe withdrawals. You had cases of diabetics who could not get insulin, and we had to try to like shout our lungs off until someone gave medical attention to cell 16 and cell 17, where you had diabetics who were on the verge of dying from absence of insulin provision from the medics. I mean, there was a moment, after like we had all of our stuff thrown away and we were not allowed to see our lawyers, and we weren't even given, any shred of due process before we were chucked on these police vans and driven out into the middle of fucking nowhere, where we were just like, oh shit, they do not care about any part of this laws, norms, and institutions that supposedly govern civil society. Like, this is just a state gone so rogue that we are all at their whims. And that brings me to the third most shocking thing, which was the behavior of the United States government. A lot of the states or nations that were represented in this flotilla, their governments were knocking down the door of that prison, demanding to see our conditions, demanding to see their citizens, demanding to represent them legally. The US government was like, let them rot in these dungeons.
Yeah.
They showed up 4 days into our detention like a JV coach. Like, listen up, fucks. Like, you're on your own. Nothing we can do for you. Your fate is exclusively decided by the state of Israel. We were like, in a cage, like being talked to by 3 consular people from Tel Aviv, being like, you can't do anything to help secure our freedom. We haven't committed a crime. We were kidnapped and taken here. All of our stuff was stolen from us. There's nothing you can do. They're like, there's nothing you can do. You can check this box on a privacy form, and we can tell your families that you're alive, but that's the maximum that we can do to help you. And that was not even as bad as we got it on the other side of the border. So for very conjunctural reasons, and for this, like, God bless Trump's vainglorious pursuit of the Nobel Peace Prize, we were liberated in the last group of 130 abductees who were taken to Jordan.
Yeah.
But on the other side of the border, when we got to Jordan, as you can imagine, the Mexicans and the Brazilians and the South Africans were hugging and delighted to see their citizens. They were providing them with food and shelter and tickets home. And we're just so happy to be able to communicate, cell phones, calling their families. Our consul was there like this, Sharon. We are not your babysitters. You will not be getting food or water or tickets home or clothes or a cell phone or anything. You are on your own. You were not your babysitters. And did I mention this before? We're not your babysitters. We're not your babysitters, and there's nothing we can do for you. So you're lucky that your government has comped you of a transit visa. So the Jordanians are going to drive you out of the airport, or we're going to drop you there with no cell phone and no money and in your prison clothes, unshowered, because of course we had no access to showers and never were allowed to leave our cells. And good fucking luck. And that was how the U.S. government behaved. And of course, again, it's shocking and not surprising. It speaks to another big myth, which is that the State Department, I mean, in the kind of like zero dark 30 imagination, is like here to like save, rescue, find you, where are U.S. citizens? This is as far as I know, and I haven't been online to like fact check this on any serious way, but the largest scale abduction of U.S. citizens, certainly by an ally in modern history, and no response. Our families were calling the embassy, like getting hung up on, getting audio played back to them. And this is, in my mind, when we were sitting and rotting in this jail, I was having these fever dreams, Hassan, where I was like...
How did you feel about your senators' inaction, which
Right.
is something I want to talk about as someone from California as well, because we were like, there were a lot of people actively in the United States of America, specifically in Los Angeles, specifically in California, that were trying to get our senators to make a fuss about the extraction of U.S. citizens from California.
Yeah. So, when I'm sitting there, like totally unable to sleep because they were so committed to sleep deprivation, they were like blaring sounds and doing counts and switching cells all night to keep us kind of sleep deprived. So I had a lot of hours to just stare and think. And in my mind, so foolish and so naive, and it's so embarrassing to admit because I am a clear-eyed political thinker. I like to think by day when I'm less sleep deprived. In my mind, I'm thinking some senator from the Democratic Party is picking up the ball that we dropped and is on a plane to Tel Aviv and is on his way here now and is bringing his comms guy, and they're going to go, we want to see our citizens like they did in El Salvador. And we put a ball on a tee for them. We understand it's hard to criticize the state of Israel and the United States. We understand that AIPAC has exercised structural leverage. That's why little Jewish boy David from the San Fernando Valley got on a fucking boat and went to Gaza and did this whole thing because we were prepared to endure some degree of suffering or some smaller or greater degree of suffering. Obviously nothing in comparison to what Palestinians, like for us it was an experience, for them it's fucking reality. But we were like not happy, but we were prepared and clear-eyed about what was likely to be coming our way without trying to apologize or normalize the illegality of our abduction, so that these Democrats could pick up the ball, so that they could score the easiest points against the state of Israel. You know, like, we just handed you a political grenade with, and forget me, like US veterans, people who like, you know, were prepared to give their lives in service of the country. You know, I left the country after university because I have lots of qualms with the cruelty and inequalities of our society. And my political energies have been inverted mostly in places like Latin America and in Europe. But still, like, of course, I was having these dreams like, oh, well, we're going to set off some reaction that will be salubrious for the solidarity movement for Palestine. And I got out and I did, like, in the first hours, like, unshowered and unkempt, got a phone and just Googled like flotilla NYT and was just like, oh shit, nothing has happened. Well, except for Mike Huckabee calling me a Hamas lover, like, to my, you know, quote tweeting me and calling me a Hamas, tool. And I think that's the thing that I'm still not over, is just the ways in which, like, we did our best to set up, and in many ways, the flotilla was a success on its own terms. You know, we were seeing these videos of Gazan fishermen being able to fish for the first time in months and months because we had just successfully distracted these naval forces. And that's all that we need to feel good about the success of the mission, that some Gazans could literally survive and have food for a few days while we were in detention, of course. But in terms of, going back to your first question about evolving public opinion, like, we also wanted to activate these communities. And it was, you know, I came back and it's so beautiful to see so many Angelinos and Californians, and, you know, big up to Ro Khanna for like leading on this process and talking to my family. I just can't believe it fell to the families themselves to do this kind of advocacy work, because this was not a hard case to make, that this was criminal, illegal, cruel, and inhumane. And I just, I'm still grappling with that failure and what it means. And I'm trying to update my priors on what it tells us about US American politics today. But but that's
from the outside looking in, it felt like the American government wanted to punish you. Like, they were not shy about letting Israel do that. Like, they saw,
and I think you
guys as like spoilers.
And I think we would still be there if it weren't for this Peace Prize little campaign that he's on, you know? Like, I think it was clear, and this is such an important point for your audience, like, there is a conception of the US passport that it is a golden one, that we have this passport privilege because we have certain protections, and that covenant, like, is broken. And I think it's not a coincidence that we were treated by our own governments worse than basically any other delegation on this flotilla when we were in this prison, at the same time as the Trump administration is deploying the army to Portland and Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
It's about this fundamental division that the Trump administration is installing in very, like, textbook fascist ways between what they consider to be good, righteous, and protected U.S. citizens, and bad, perverted, Antifa, whatever you want to call them, the citizens that basically deserve to be legally stripped of passports, and obviously stripped of the rights that are attendant to them, those passports. And so it was deeply revealing in that way, like, oh, it's come this far that you don't even want to protect your reputation as a global guarantor of U.S. American rights. That used to be such a point of pride for so many years. You know, you think back to a hostage crisis and all the propaganda, all the movies that get made about how we are always protecting our own, and, you know, all the shows and Narcos and, you know, all this stuff that's all about, like, we'll go to any length to get our own. And, you know, it's just, we don't live in that world anymore. We don't live in that country anymore. And it's important that we reclassify U.S. passports as being a high-risk passport when you're in the outside world. This is, you know, you're not from that lovely first world country that's going to help you. You know, you're from the United States of America, and they don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. I feel like the liberal international order is a sham. I mean, it's been a sham, but now it's falling apart for everyone to see. Do you feel as though because you also brought up the fact that the genocide in Gaza, the genocide of the Palestinians, has had reverberations that not only have been consequential for a lot of people mobilizing against their own governments, but also has made people start to recognize that the liberal democratic order may be a lie. And in an effort to appease the masses and the mass discontent, it seems like a lot of these liberal countries in Europe have tried to create a pressure valve in an effort to make it seem as though they are actually, they're in an effort to basically make it seem as though democracy is still real and they're still looking at mass mobilization and they're reacting in some way. One of those ways was the symbolic recognition, state recognition for Palestine, which was conditional recognition to begin with. But do you feel, or even the Samud flotilla getting protection, not all the way, but at least like getting protection a certain up to a certain point was, I think, both unexpected and also done to abide by the discontent that was happening in places like Italy with general strikes and whatnot. Yeah. Do you feel like right now with this Gaza ceasefire and this Gaza peace plan that is being negotiated on, do you feel like that is going to lead to some kind of long-lasting, guaranteed cessation of hostilities, or what is your assessment on that?
I think it's way too early to tell how this thing will unfold, and I don't want to be fatalistic about a moment of reprieve, a potential moment for reprieve that could provide so much an opportunity for Gazans to eat and to sleep and to stay in their homes and not have to flee or rebuild from scratch, you know, from day to day. But you know, if the past is any ledger to the future, I think that, you know, we need to be very clear-eyed about the integrity of the state of Israel in respecting ceasefire agreements and, you know, respecting these types of exchanges and the fundamental rules that are supposed to accompany any type of peace process arrangement. And, you know, with Trump as a guarantor of that process, it's obviously, you have to wonder, like, it seems pretty dubious because it's so short-sighted and so, you know, vainglorious in terms of his pursuit of recognition as some kind of deal-making peacemaker. But, you know, I think to your point about these liberal countries in the West trying to find a way to accommodate both their, you know, Zionist loyalties or institutional kind of imbrications and some, if rhetorical, you know, recognition of the state of Palestine, even as people are being exterminated and communities are being destroyed and, you know, people are being evicted from their ancestral territories. I think it's not a coincidence that it's the peoples of the global South that are the first to recognize those inequities, the farcical nature of what you call the liberal international order. one of the things that we do at the Progressive International is help to coordinate a group. It's called the Hague Group. The Hague Group is a group of a global bloc of nations that are committed to taking concrete actions to stop the genocide and to defend international law. You know, it's countries like South Africa that have taken the state of Israel to the ICJ. It's countries like Colombia, whose president has been a very vocal advocate at tremendous personal and political cost for the state of Israel, as well as countries like Cuba, who've been steadfast allies of the Palestinian cause, and Malaysia, who have also stood up and in the Samud flotilla, you know, as an ally there, but also more generally. You know, these are countries that recognize that the existential risk to, you know, I think when it comes to the international order, I'm reminded of like the title of my friend Astor Taylor's book about democracy. But I think, you know, my sense is like the international order never existed, but we'll miss it when it's gone. There is a sense in which we never really had the famous protections and institutions that were going to provide, you know, unbridled prosperity and promote democracy around the world. And still there's systematic erosion and the indulgence of Western powers of the rogue behavior of the state of Israel that erodes them is leading us towards a fundamentally more dangerous global conjuncture, which is one of a coercive and unilateralist vision where basically might makes right, of course, but like we make jokes, as you say, about, you know, don't get on that boat. We're just going to kill you for sport. And, you know, that's obviously where, you know, our new, what's it called? The Secretary of War, you know, that's his view of the world. Just fuck it. We'll do whatever we want. Yeah. And I think we have to take stock of that because I would never apologize for the crimes of George W. Bush, but they were, you know, all of that was framed, you know, the Iraq War and these horrible crimes that were committed when we were youngsters. Those were all framed in terms of that international law, international order, and that there
was a permission structure that they tried to design and justify the unjust and illegal occupation of Iraq, even the lies, the you know, WMD's lie and whatnot. Like that was carefully and meticulously crafted in an effort to at least like gain the support of the world, as opposed to what is happening now, where they don't even try anymore. Trump just says, "Oh, these guys are actually narco terrorists, and even if they're not, even if they're fishermen, they can die because we want to do regime change in Venezuela."
Yeah, and we always granted ourselves the exception to whatever rules we were enshrining, but I think it's very difficult to foresee the truly apocalyptic consequences of this centrifugal force that Israel has unleashed in the world, which is just to basically erode any kind of international norms or institutions or international humanitarian law or any protections for citizens. It's giving cover for autocrats everywhere, aligned as they are in this kind of reactionary international, to move ahead with this common agenda that's basically just kill, destroy, maim, dispossess. And I think, you know, underlying all that, I would be remiss not to say this as a Marxist, like there is a political economic structure of, you know, how do we continue with the process of accumulation by dispossession? How do we continue to, you know, brutalize in order to enrich? Like it's not a coincidence that all of this is happening at the same time as we have this massive explosion of inequality. It's not a coincidence that our biggest tech firms are so complicit in this genocide. It's not a coincidence that, you know, we have these billionaires kneeling at the altar of Trump at the same time as he's repressing, you know, a dissent in the country. It's of a piece and at a global scale. And so the way that global capitalism now can function is basically through these new capital securitized, droney, this nexus of security technologies, which includes surveillance, of course, and hyper extraction, that are fun. That are still, of course, there are struggles over land and there are struggles over ancestry and identity, but there are also struggles over like fucking making money, and lots of people are making a lot of money, and we just live in this mobster state, and that's the kind of thing that they want to export to the world. It's just,
I wouldn't even say lots of people are making money. I feel like it's a handful of people making money, and that number of people making money is like getting smaller and smaller. If you look at the stock market gains or the gains of the GDP over this past year, the overwhelming majority came from you know, a hand of a select few AI companies as opposed to everything else. So it's just like being propped up by this false confidence in the stock market.
Yeah.
And
they're not productive companies. I mean, these companies aren't making anything, you know. It's this swarms of speculative capital. And so I just think that we have to, you know, we can't look at the security thing in isolation, just as we can't look at the economic thing in isolation. I think we need to take stock of like really how scary the conjuncture is now. I think as leftists, one thing we really are not good at thinking about is what new security technologies mean for us. I think we still, in our imaginations of resistance, we harken back to previous political junctures, be they like, you know, the Cuban Revolution or the Russian Revolution or whatever it is, where you could have a fake passport or you could, you know, run the underground. I mean, we don't live in that world. We live in a world where every message we write is being read. We live in a world where a quadricopter could arrive at my window here and just shoot me dead and fly away, and no one would ever be held accountable for that. I worry that we're behind the conjuncture, and part of the flotilla and part of the Hague Group and part of these vanguard initiatives is like, how do we catch up with the bad guys who are leading the conjuncture, who are recognizing this opportunity, both inside the Trump camp, but also opportunists far outside of it, who are like, something is really changing, and you know, we have to get ours right now. And I think that we're slow to organize, I think, around I'm not saying this just for the US left, but I think globally, and this is obviously a challenge to myself and my colleagues at the Progressive International, who task ourselves with trying to coordinate the international left, is like, how do we catch up with where, you know, the Ukraine war has led us, which, whatever the merits or demerits of that conflict, has been a laboratory for drone technologies that are not just going to boomerang back to the United States, but will be sold to every dictator around the world. I mean, you know, tomorrow, Daniel Noboa, who basically, you know, stole an election in Ecuador and became a US client overnight and made his country into the most like murderous capital in Latin America, will be importing drones that he will use domestically to like kill his opponent. I mean, I don't mean to sound apocalyptic in this way, but we have to start analyzing this conjuncture and trying to predict these scenarios and how we're going to organize to prevent some of the more apocalyptic scenarios that are staring us in the face now, because I'm just incredibly worried. And there's a reason why I didn't come back straight to the United States. I know obviously it was like as I came out of prison, was made aware that I had been one of the more kind of visible detainees as part of this flotilla. And I was given no guarantee in my conversation with the consul that, you know, we were going to be not detained again in the United States. And I wanted some time to get my head straight and come to a country, France, where I'm also a citizen, where I could get my head straight and think about like how, you know, what's going to happen when I come home and or back to Los Angeles or wherever, you know, like I just think we need to do some thinking. I mean, obviously my head's not screwed on totally straight after this experience, but I just need to think a little bit more about together with you and friends and comrades and whatever, about like, how do we grapple with the hypertrophy of this swelling apparatus that is pitted against us, and amid myriad problems of disorganization, fragmentation, and, you know, like, you know, struggles to get organized as leftists. Like, how do we think about survival and response to that apparatus as it continues to grow in scale, scope, and strength against us?
Yeah, and I do feel like mass mobilization is necessary at this moment, and yet Americans, by and large, even when it comes to domestic endeavors, like the creeping, I wouldn't even say the fascist creep that is imminent. I would say that we are already in the treacherous waters of fascism, for sure, with like military deployments at the domestic front, and obviously like a swelling ICE budget that is even less accountable than local police in this regard. Basically Trump having his own Gestapo force, and in the absence of any sort of like countermeasure or any sort of like labor militancy, any sort of organizing, it feels like a lot of Americans are completely oblivious to everything that's going on. And when you talk to like normies, they'll just like laugh about Trump saying Hakeem Jeffries is Mexican in an AI video, and they think that's funny. And even if their pockets are hurting, I think that they're not steered in the appropriate direction to understand exactly how that's happening, exactly how much this is a byproduct of the system that was designed to be this way, and it does terrify me for sure. So
I think
to leave it on a positive note, what gives you hope in this entire endeavor?
Yeah, I think, part of my job as co-general coordinator of the Progressive International is to be in conversation with and in coordination with unions and parties and movements all around the world. And what gives me hope is seeing the creative, determined, committed responses by a lot of those left forces around the world in places where the left is organized and is in power to try to devise ways to kind of US proof the world. And that can start small and go large. So it starts small with revising trade agreements that would allow corporations to sue states for billions of dollars for the simple crime of like raising wages or protecting the environment. It can go all the way to building continental blocks with their own security arrangements to try to like excise Israeli technology and US American technological influence to reduce dependencies that they have on the United States so they can make sovereign decisions about their future, as we're seeing in other, parts of the global South. So I think, looking south for me has been a way to transcend that well of desolation, desperation, or depression and try to find sorts of.
I'm sorry, David, we got someone who wants to say hello to you, it seems.
I think, your dog was feeling deeply inspired as well by the global Southern insurgency.
Yeah. Oh God.
And so
she's trying to get on top of me.
I can imagine.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm trying to find the words to sort of leave on that positive note. I just think we have to keep, from the US, we have to keep looking for sources of inspiration, past, present, and building to the future that come from other country cases. We have to be more curious about the rest of the world. We have to be more engaged and collaborative and seeking ways to basically understand how, in the process of this sort of decline of our empire, violent centrifugal forces that are building the United States, we can be allies of that process of US proofing the world. We can be allies of a process that many countries are taking really seriously about how to, build out an agenda of sovereignty, economic, social, and political, as you say, the international order kind of crumbles underneath our feet.
Sorry. Yeah.
I know it's my inspirational rhetoric.
Sorry. Okay. No. You can't. Okay. No. You can't get on my lap. Okay. I apologize.
That's all right.
David, thank you so much for the inspirational words. That was, there are a lot of people who ask this question, and that's why I wanted to ask you this question in particular, because you've put a lot of time and effort into this with Progressive International. And also, obviously, you have put your in some ways, you put your security on the line, your body, your life on the line with the participation in the Samud flotilla. So thank you so much for continuing to be an inspiring figure in a time where we desperately need more of those. People are asking, how can we get involved in Progressive International? Before I let you go, can you give an answer to that?
Yeah, sure. So, we are an organization, we are an international that sort of is designed for the 21st century. So we want to work with all types of political organizations. So it's not with individuals. Unfortunately, we don't have like individual membership. But the basic idea is, we believe that it's going to take a village to defeat that great reactionary international that's built into the name that Noam Chomsky gave us at our founding 5 years ago. This great contrast between a galloping reactionary international and a slightly slower, but we're growing Progressive International that's now reaching its 5-year mark. So we want to work with everyone from centers of research who have been, like, for example, the foundry for our investigations on the arms trade and the weapons shipments to Israel that's led to new arms embargoes in Spain, for example. We want to work with publications to try to disseminate critical perspectives from grassroots and frontline struggles. We want to work with, of course, political parties and trade unions that are trying to do their part. And I think the point to your audience is a very simple one, that like it's going to take all of us. If you're good at being in formal politics, go into formal politics. If you're good at organizing your workplace, organize your workplace. If you're good at writing, then write. And like it's going to take all of these political resources to try to mount a response at the scale scale that that the present conjuncture requires. And so, you know, if you're part of one of those organizations and you want to be part of an international that's trying to take on our reactionary adversaries, then yeah, get in touch and we should talk.
I think they might have broken the site for the application, but thank you, David Adler, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, David, for coming on. Hopefully we'll get to have you, if you come back to Los Angeles at any point, we'll have you on the stream physically as well.
Thanks, brother. It's a pleasure. Yeah.
All right,
Take
bye.
care.
All right. That was David Adler, a participant in the we DDoS them accidentally. Yeah. Someone who participated in the Samud Flotilla, an inspirational figure, and, you know, someone who I have the honor of calling a comrade. Abusing Kaya by not letting her sit on your lap and lick your face. I know. Classic. In any case, we're going to move on, or not move on necessarily, but we're going to move back to the issue at hand. We were talking about the American perspectives shifting on Israel.
Out by age within the Republican ranks, who Republicans sympathize more with. You see a massive, huge age divide. Those 50 and over, what we see amongst Republicans is they sympathize more with the Israelis by 66 points. But look at the voters under the age of 50. They do sympathize with the Israelis, but just by 25 points. We're talking about a 40-point difference, with the youngest Republicans being far more sympathetic to the Palestinian position than older Republicans are.
That's a huge gap right there. Let's just say that.
That is a huge gap, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the Republican Party adjusts going forward.
All right, the news of the ceasefire deal, the possible return of all Israeli hostages, what's likely to be the reaction to that?
Yeah, I think Americans are really going to like it. And why do I say that? Because just look at the polling. A permanent Israeli-Hamas ceasefire, that is negotiating one. Highly important, that is extremely or very important, 51% of Americans. And then you see somewhat important, 31%. Over 80.
The new Hasbara talking point is that the pro-Palestinian movement delayed the ceasefire for a year. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it was all of the sympathetic voices that were actually getting more Americans on board with Israel's cruelty that made Israel, that forced Israel's hand to being even more cruel to the Palestinians. Classic. A new Isaac Chodener has hit the timeline. Why Hamas agreed to release the hostages, and why it might not matter much for Gaza's future or for Palestinian statehood. Who is this interview with? An interview by Isaac Chodener for who? Bro, why are your haters so hungry? Like, damn, I've never seen you talk about any of the guys that make daily videos about you. There is a concerted effort in trying to undermine what I do and what I seek to do, and they will stop at nothing. And it's also beneficial. People make money off of it. It is what it is. You just gotta keep pushing. You just have to keep putting your head down and doing what you've been doing. There's not really much else you can do. It's incredible that there was a fucking faucet of people just like tuning in while we're in the process of talking about a person who was just recently held captive by the Israeli state to be like, dude, you're abusing your dog. And then simultaneously asking like not even knowing what my dog's name is, not even caring about the dog at all. It's just more so about, you know. Wait, is this even an interview? Who is this Q&A with? I don't understand. Late night, I spoke with the phone with Khalid El-Gindi, visiting scholar at Georgetown University Center for Contemporary Arab Studies, an expert on the Middle East, but the contours of the deal and what will come next. El-Gindi is also the author of the book Blind Spot, America and the Palestinians, From Balfour to Trump. Huh. Yeah, the new Hasbara talking point was the silence from the ceasefire now crowd is deafening. That's what they're saying, which is crazy because, like, while there are people who have, like, I've seen some people talk about how, like, oh, this is the end of the resistance, like, how dare they, or some shit. I'm not one of those people, and many people are not those people at all. Like, many in the pro-Palestinian crowd have obviously been excited, elated at the prospect. Like, how can you not feel a sense of joy when you see Palestinians out in the streets celebrating what they perceive to be a permanent end to this genocide, right? I'm obviously still skeptical about whether or not this ceasefire will hold. Having said that, however, of course I'm going to celebrate the ceasefire. I don't understand why these guys are trying to push this notion that, like, people who have been demanding a ceasefire are actually now saying, "Oh no, we wanted this to continue. We wanted the genocide to continue." It's fucking ridiculous, and I think it just, like, showcases how cynical they are. Notice the near identical wording, bots. No, these are people who behave like bots. Israel does have a deep well of finances to apply in this direction. And it is very clear. It is very clear that they are, I mean, they're doing a horrible job at it, but they're still trying. Some telling Israeli analysis that makes it clear that they don't see this as much of a ceasefire, but rather a tactical pause through which to secure the release of hostages before retaining control of most of Gaza and implementing the Lebanon model of continued bombings. This is from Amit Segal saying, my initial thoughts on the deal, there's no phase 2. That's clear to everyone, right? Phase 2 might happen someday, but it's unrelated to what has just been signed. The deal signed now is a hostage release deal. It doesn't imply anything about the future. Theoretically, fantasies can come true. Emiratis and allies dismantling tunnels, an international body formed, Tony Blair governing Gaza. All this could happen in theory, but it's not a part of the current tactical negotiations. What we have now is a hostage deal and a ceasefire while talks continue in good faith. There's the question, of course, who decides if talks are happening in good faith? Under Trump, Israel has previously said talks aren't genuine or productive and resumed fighting. But this time, I don't think we'll see IDF tanks rushing back into Gaza like what happened when the last two ceasefires ended. The big question is, are we moving towards the Lebanese model Israel mentioned? In other words, the IDF stays beyond the international border and strikes targets from the air when it detects buildups or threats. This is Netanyahu's mouthpiece irrelevant? No. I think that's precisely the reason why he is relevant. Yes. No, that is why this is more relevant in understanding what, like, Netanyahu's position, understanding what, like, the next steps that Netanyahu might take. Okay? Attempts to harm Israel are obvious, but what we're talking about is buildup efforts like digging more tunnels or building more arms-producing lathes. This is what Israel is aiming for. The reasonable assumption in Jerusalem is that President Trump will approve it. That's one point. The IDF will withdraw to the 53% line. It was 57% initially and dropped to 53% when the hostages will be freed. The talks afterward are based on the principle of Israeli withdrawal in return for demilitarization and dismantling. Of course, we all assume that Hamas won't disarm willingly, and the Emiratis and the other international forces won't achieve this quickly either. Now, regarding the hostage issue, remember when I talked about this, by the way? I brought this up yesterday. There will be two things that Israel could use potentially to not abide by a full-blown withdrawal or not abide by a permanent ceasefire. And those two things are, number one, disarmament, complete disarmament. They'll say, oh, they haven't done a complete disarmament. And number two, they'll claim that Hamas is incapable of bringing all of the dead hostages that they took and recover their bodies. And those are the two avenues that I think Israel could potentially use to just basically continue bombing Gaza and ruin the the ceasefire conditions and then have America play ball and act as though Hamas is the real spoiler here. So that's something to consider. I do think that the same motivation for keeping the journalists out and the same motivation for not abiding by a real ceasefire initially all the way back in January still remains. And that, of course, is that if Israel allows the dust to settle and you have international human rights organizations, Western journalists flood Gaza, okay? If that were to happen, then Israel's true cruelty would be impossible to avoid. Okay, what is this? CNN and Fox News Nightmare just dropped. This guy really wants me to condemn Pakistan, and I don't know why. Condemn Pakistan, sir. Condemn Pakistan, sir. Please condemn Pakistan, sir, is what they keep saying in the chat. Oh, by the way, while I was conducting my interview with David Adler, Trump's handpicked U.S. Attorney Lindsey Halligan indicted another one of Trump's political enemies, this time Letitia James. This guy says, don't abuse your dog, please, or I'ma fucking kill you. First of all, thank you for being kind and saying please. Secondly, I guess there is no reason for you to kill me because I don't abuse my dog. So I'm sure this was, I'm sure if you were allowed to speak right now, you would say, oh, my mistake. Sorry about that. Also, speaking of the Pam Bondi conversation, the Wall Street Journal did actually report, that Trump was trying to message Pam Bondi privately. That weird fucking Truth Social message that Trump sent out that looked like a DM, that looked like a fucking DM. Yeah, and everybody was yelling at me when I said this looks like a DM. People were like, the trumpets in the chat, the maggots were like, you're so stupid, dude. Obviously, Trump would not DM someone like that. It turns out sevgili Hasan, köpeğini şoklayan bir orospu çocuğu olmak nasıl bir köpeğini şoklayan orospu çocuğu. Türkler, oğlum bu kadar salak olamazsınız değil mi? Gerçi şaşırmıyorum. Gerçekten bu kadar salaksanız inanamıyorum yani. Hani İngilizce konuşmayı pek anlamıyorsunuz belki ama ben gösterdim yani bunun doğru olmadığını. İnanılmaz. Anyway. Obama made a statement on Gaza as well. He says, after 2 years of unimaginable loss and suffering for Israeli families and the people of Gaza, oh my God. Beyaz Kurt diye milliyetçi bir YouTuber video yaptı hakkında, oradan geliyor bu mallar. Oh, Beyaz Kurt, JJJ. It turns out there's a nationalist, ultra nationalist Turkish YouTuber who made a video as well. I like that the International Fascist Consortium is up my asshole at any given moment, which is not limited to Americans. It turns out there's like Turkish ultra-nationalists and fascists as well that are running amok, you know? Chris Hayes, the new reporting from the Wall Street Journal tonight, that message that Trump posted to Pam Bondi online was meant to be basically a DM that he accidentally posted publicly. Pam was surprised to learn that it was public. Bondi, upset, called the White House aides. It turns out Trump is that stupid, by the way. It turns out Trump is actually that stupid.
New reporting at the Wall Street Journal tonight that message that Trump posted to Pam Bondi online was meant to be basically a DM that he accidentally posted publicly. He meant to send a private message urging her prosecution of FBI Director James Comey and his other favorite targets. We can't.
I like that people are so unrestrained with their racism. Like there was a chatter that said, speaks like a terrorist in English and speaks even more like a terrorist in Turkish. Cool, man. Speaks like a terrorist in English and sounds even more like a terrorist when speaking Sand People. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck. Sand People is insane, brother. It's not. It's not. Very, very, very common thing that I have been hearing a lot more, as a matter of fact, since October 7. They brought back the OG. They're trying to farm a Hassan crashes out at his chat clip. Don't fall for it. No, I'm not falling for it. I haven't been, at least. But I know. Yeah, Sand People is better than the other option, which is, yeah, the N-word. Sand N-word is what I hear as well. Who signs their text messages with President DJT? Turns out, President DJT does that.
Delaying no longer, it's killing a reputation. He believed he had sent Bondi the message directly, addressing it to Pam, was surprised to learn it was public. Bondi grew upset, called the White House aides Trump, who then agreed to send a second post praising her as doing a great job. 5 days after the Saturday evening message, Comey was indicted. It strikes me that that's materially irrelevant to the filings that Pat Fitzgerald is going to make on Comey's behalf, Joyce.
I do think it's fucking awesome that this administration is so unimaginably incompetent that they are basically giving the courts, they're giving any kind of legal counsel, any kind of defense attorney, the biggest layups of all time, okay? Because this is so clearly biased, directional, like completely unacceptable. It's just like any defense attorney that's like remotely competent could just look at that and be like, do you see this? Look at this. The fucking president is demanding, after firing the previous prosecutor for not finding enough indictable evidence for his political enemies, has now gotten this new attorney general to forcibly indict his political enemies. It is so clear cut. It is so transparent. Anyway, let's see what Obama had to say about Palestine now that the GOAT, Donald John Trump, actually facilitated a ceasefire that that the Biden administration never could. After 2 years of unimaginable loss and suffering for Israeli families and the people of Gaza, we should all be encouraged and relieved that an end to the conflict is within sight, that those hostages still being held will be reunited with their families, and that vital aid can start reaching those inside of Gaza whose lives have been shattered. More than that, though, it now falls on the Israelis and Palestinians, with the support of the U.S. and the entire world community, to begin the hard task of rebuilding Gaza and commit to a process that, by recognizing the common humanity and basic rights of both peoples, can achieve a lasting peace. Incredible stuff. Wait, what? Finnish journalist arrested after asking Finnish President Stubb about Israeli arms deals?
Is it appropriate for Finland to continue arms purchases from Israel, a country that has been accused of genocide by the UN and ICJ? You have a comment, Mr. President. No comment. That's our president, ladies and gentlemen.
I wasn't protesting. Police said I couldn't do that. What was it then? What the fuck? Hey, yo. What the fuck is going on in Finland, bro? Yeah. Where is Ursula von der Leyen to be like, in Russia, you would get arrested for that while he's in the process of being arrested. Be careful. Why are you surprised this is happening everywhere? Honestly, the reason, I mean, I'm not that surprised. This is like an international issue, okay? Well, I wouldn't say it's an international issue, but it's certainly an issue in like Western liberal democracies, okay? For sure. For sure. It has gotten significantly worse. It has gotten significantly worse. And I think not only has it gotten significantly worse, but people seemingly do not see this as a major crisis. Like a lot of people are oblivious to it. The camera got away despite being threatened with arrest. Thomas, our journalist, went to jail. He now faces a charge of disobeying the police.
President Stu!
That is crazy. Elsewhere, journalists are already in prison or being executed. No, I mean that happens all the time. It's completely unacceptable. But like that is ridiculous cope to say like, oh well, at least he's not being killed. Like, do you understand that we've lost everything? Like liberalism has completely and utterly failed. If you are saying that in countries where this kind of backsliding is supposed to be met with tremendous force and tremendous resistance and tremendous discontent, are now basically saying, well, it is what it is. In other countries, people get shot and killed. That means it's over. Like this is a real danger. And obviously, everyone here is very familiar with the protests that have taken place in Germany, where the German police are just like beating the fuck out of people. Like I've never seen a more Americanized police force, dude. It's pretty crazy. It makes me feel very sad and somewhat scared when I see these images. I see these images of fascism coming from, historic fascist countries. Speaking of Germany and also its endless support for fascist movements and fascist mobilization, Germany is expected to lift its arms embargo on Israel following the ceasefire agreement. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I hope that the mass mobilization of the police and mass state-mandated suppression and repression will wake people up, wake more and more people up to the realities that this is completely unacceptable, that our voices must be heard, because if we don't do it now, this is the most peaceful time and the most peaceful methods of change. Okay? These are the most peaceful ways that we can actually enact some sort of change and turn around before it's too late, even though sometimes I do feel like it is too late. Hakeem Jeffries released a statement on Middle East peace agreement. The peace agreement that has been reached is extremely welcome development, freeing the remaining hostages and bringing an end to years of pain, suffering, and destruction. It is my hope that phase 1 will be fully implemented. The hostages reunited with loved ones, sustained humanitarian relief surge into Gaza, Hamas completely disarmed, and the path toward a just and lasting peace in the region firmly established. The world will be a better place with a safe and secure Israel living side by side in peace and prosperity with the Palestinian people able to achieve the dignity and self-determination they deserve. We must all recommit to achieve that outcome. I mean, this seems like a blanket bot-ass statement. Obviously, not even a fraction of the criticism for Israel for conducting a genocide over the past 2 years, but that is expected. He is an AIPAC stooge. But what's actually somewhat shocking is that, like, for all intents and purposes, when Obama did have power, even though he was, obviously, as every president is expected to be, very pro-Israel, he did do a bunch of stuff that enforced American sovereignty or American decisions over what the Israelis wanted, right? That is true. Like the JCPOA is a great example of this. Israel did not want that to happen. Obama still secured it, and Israel never let that go and punished him quite a bit. But what's fucking crazy is that now that Barack Obama is no longer the president, when he should be completely unrestrained in the way that he speaks about Israel, he's gotten seemingly worse. I know a lot of people talk about the $30 billion package that Obama gave on the way out to Israel, and that is, once again, expected. But it is fucking crazy how little this, talks about the humanity and dignity of Palestinians. Israelis have families, says Zachary Foster, but Palestinians apparently don't. Israelis are named Israelis, but Palestinians are just people. It's apparently a conflict, not an occupation, siege, or genocide. Israeli soldiers enforcing a murderous siege on Gaza are apparently hostages, not prisoners of war. Both sides being the perpetrators and victims of a genocide. You are toxic, Mr. Obama, one of the greatest disappointments of our generation. Like, this guy sat at a table with Edward Said and Rashid Khalidi, okay? That is fucking crazy to me. That is crazy. It's not as big of a complete 180 as, like, Maoist Van Jones talking about how 54 years of occupation, of course, is going to bear fruits of resistance, right? Because that's what he was doing 54 years into Israel's occupation. That's what Van Jones was saying. And now he's running around going to Zionist parties at the DNC. And one of the 16 members of the media and academics that are supposed to be training people to be more pro-Israel in the appropriate ways. But, these are the photos of Obama at a Palestinian community dinner in Chicago, seated at a table with Edward Said, Ali Abu Nima. I didn't know Ali was there, too. Electronic Intifada's very own Ali Abu Nima and Rashid Khalidi. The latter have both attested to his betrayal and how Obama used to always attend events in their community. In 1999, Abu Nima introduced him at a fundraiser for a community center in Dahisha refugee camp in the West Bank. Imagine that. He used to be that comfortable speaking up for and being associated with Palestinians. While teaching at the University of Chicago, Khalidi lived in Hyde Park close to the Obamas. They became close friends and would have dinner together. They even held a fundraiser for Obama. Wow. He is the great, he is the great disappointment. He really is. I mean, all of this was just aesthetics for him, which I'm not even so certain how you could get this is seen as, if you have grander ambitions of becoming the president, for example, that's actually putting your chances on the line pretty much. Right? You're actually putting yourself in harm's way to a certain degree, or your chances of winning the presidency when you associate that much and that openly with Palestinians. It's still very evil, but it is shocking. Very shocking. Israel's America's most crucial colonial outpost. I really don't understand how people can't seem to comprehend what the presidency means. It's like what Tariq Ali once said of Obama: when you don Caesar's robes, you have to behave like Caesar. You assume that role, and you assume the role of upholding the vast array of mechanized violence. You have a responsibility to consolidate that imperial apparatus. Kamala, Biden, or Trump, or even Bernie Sanders. If it's not the genocide and massacring of people in one place, it'll be the massacring of people elsewhere. The leak of the actual agreement, by the way. Oh, wow, they fucking leaked it. That's crazy. It's like the fact that now 6 consecutive American presidents have bombed Iraq as if that's their rite of passage. Or Yemen. Trump famously only got respect in liberal media when he initiated airstrikes in Syria. They lauded him for finally looking / being presidential. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that moment when every single liberal media anchor was like, look at the glories of our weapons being put to good use. Bombing Syria. When Trump did that, they said, this is the moment that he became president. man. The beauties of our Hellfire missiles. Channel 12 publishes a picture of the document that was signed by all parties. Point 2 clarifies that the war will immediately end upon the approval of the Israeli government, which I presume would be after the conclusion of tonight's meetings. It raises a lot of questions, notably what happens after the 72-hour period. Yeah, I think we will see. In the end of the 72-hour period, when all of the hostages have, the prisoners of war have been released, we will see if Israel is going to continue its bombing campaign and fuck up the permanence of the ceasefire, or we will see if they abide by this. And we'll see if America is actually holding them to account. Do you think Israel will purposely screw up the deal by not releasing Barghouti like agreed? Israel has said that they are not agreeing to releasing Marwan Barghouti, by the way, which is interesting because if you truly want to dismantle the influence of Hamas, you would be totally on board with releasing Marwan Barghouti, except because Marwan Barghouti is not Hamas. And not only is he not Hamas, but he's also a figure that is much more popular than Hamas is. The problem here, of course, is that Israel does not want a uniting figure such as Marwan Barghouti to be released because their goal here is very obvious. It's not the dismantling of Hamas or removing Hamas from power. It is specifically, and it's certainly not moving in the direction of two states either, by the way, because Marwan Barghouti is a two-stater. It is specifically designed to destroy any kind of unification initiative. It is specifically designed to put hurdles in the direction of statehood and sovereignty for the Palestinians. Yeah, Barghouti is a two-stater and moderate compared to the alternatives like Ahmed Sadat, who is a communist and doesn't believe in the two-state solution. Refusing to release Marwan Barghouti, who embraces nonviolence and a two-state solution, is blindingly clear evidence that the Israeli government, despite their protestations, genuinely prefers Hamas in power if there must be Palestinians at all. If you are not pushing for Barghouti's release, you do not want an end to the conflict. You want a permanent war and occupation. Now, what's interesting about this, of course, is that Hamas itself is so openly committed to emancipation as the higher purpose here, rather than clawing back their grip on power over the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, that they are the ones who have actively tried to get Marwan Barghouti, a much more popular figure, to be released, right? Because as you can see here, according to the PCPSR poll from the 26th of May to the June 2024, and this is the most comprehensive polling on Palestinian attitudes, right? You have obviously Abbas with the lowest approval. Mahmoud Abbas is basically seen as like the second least popular figure in the region in the eyes of the Palestinians, closely after Israel, obviously. But Marwan Barghouti is even more popular than Ismail Haniyeh at the time, before he was assassinated. And Marwan Barghouti himself is also a Fatah person as well. And if he was released, and if he were to sit on top of the, if he was to be released, and there was like any sort of like democratic, any sort of democracy to take place, he would be seen as a uniting figure for both the Gaza Strip and also the West Bank as well, and would most likely be able to bring Fatah back as like a political movement and a party that is not seen as a firmly committed to what do you call it? Israel's security ambitions.
To disagree with the Israeli and US governments on when it comes to Palestine is that the Palestinians...
Here is Mehdi Hassan talking about Marwan Barghouti on Zateo.
Palestinians do have awful leadership.
He's also very much a lib.
I mean, President Mahmoud Abbas is 89 years old, and his original 4-year presidential term ran out 15 years ago. Abbas presides over a deeply corrupt administration and leads security forces that basically do Israel's bidding. According to a poll taken last June, about 90% of Palestinians want Abbas to step down. But who'd replace him? If only Palestinians could find a unifying, younger leader with charisma, credibility.
Come on, man, don't do Mehdi dirty. No, I love Mehdi Hassan. I talk to him all the time. I really respect him. I think that he is an incredibly important figure in media. I do not attack him as much as like some of the other Palestinian activists do. I do not criticize him nearly as much as other pro-Palestinian activists do. I'm just, giving you a forewarning that he has a more tempered approach, and I think he is anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Okay?
Support and the ability to negotiate peace with Israel and end the illegal occupation. Oh wait, they don't have to find him. We know where he is and where he has been for nearly 23 years now, Israel's Megiddo prison. Yes, he's the man The Economist magazine describes as the world's most important prisoner, who The Guardian describes as the most popular Palestinian leader alive, and who multiple writers and commentators have referred to as the Palestinian Mandela. Marwan Barghouti is his name. He's the 65-year-old former leader of Tanzania.
This dude is getting more dangerous every stream he does. Is this the ICE protesters need to be shot take that he had? I'm surprised that liberals, like Twitter liberals, are finally starting to realize that, Asmongold is a right-wing operative. It's surprising.
A Palestinian militant organization and an offshoot of the Fatah party that President Abbas also belongs to. And Marwan Barghouti is currently serving 5 consecutive life sentences behind bars in Israel for murder. Now, you might be wondering, how can you compare a conviction?
Oh, the prop is missing. How weird. I don't appreciate that these people who are supposedly pro animal safety and security are calling my dog a prop. You're basically giving the game away that you don't actually give a fuck about anything. You're just in here to talk shit. Okay? Because what I don't understand is Kaya gets to walk freely in and around the house. If you look at my stream, there are certain moments where I don't want her to obviously lay on the ground, as I've described many times over, but she gets to free roam. And when she's sleeping, at least in the room, I want her to sleep on the cot. The reason for why I want her to sleep on the cot is because I don't want her to actually hurt her joints. Okay? Because, as you have seen, don't acknowledge these freaks. You're covering way more important stuff. That's true. They want to get you where it hurts, the bastards, for sure. Your haters make you look like an absolute saint, bro. Did you never do anything wrong in life? Why do they keep making these BS stories about you? It is what it is. Thank you. How did you perfectly have her come back to the frame while talking? Yeah, I did move my arm as well. Did you guys notice? I moved my arm and then she moved over there. I must have shocked her, electrocuted her again. Watch out. Or maybe what I was pressing, a button that I do have on my table, the only button that I have on my table actually, is opening the door so my food delivery comes in. But notice how you can actually make insane theories off of that with unfortunate timing. Kai. Watch out. Kind of funny you have hogs around again. Yeah, I was excited. I was excited for the hogs to come back. But I realized that maybe I was I spoke too soon. Because a lot of these guys are not the types of hogs that I like, who come in here and they're like, I love Donald Trump. You're a piece of shit for hating on him. Because those guys make for good content, you know? These aren't hogs. What do you think they are then, if they're not hogs? Totally joking, but what if she accidentally nicked her claw again, getting up just then? Totally happenstance, but you would be Jover? Oh my God, I know. That is something that I've thought about. I do legitimately think that, like, if Kai were to accidentally, like, clip her fucking claw or some shit again, oh my God, I'd be so cooked. I think they would just, like, come to my house and kill me. Which they think would be much better for Kaya's future. Killing her dad. Anyway.
Murderer to Nelson Mandela. How can he be the leader? And I'll come to those murder convictions in a moment. But let's just start with this. In that poll I mentioned from last summer, in which 90% of Palestinians said they wanted to see the back of President Abbas, a majority also said they wanted the imprisoned Barghouti as their elected leader. Being popular and being in prison, by the way, isn't the only thing Barghouti has in common with the late Nelson Mandela. Like him, Barghouti has spent decades working towards uniting his people under one banner, even agreeing to a two-state solution in order to end the occupation and the conflict with Israel. As an analysis by Al Jazeera last year noted, it may well be Barghouti's commitment to a two-state solution that presents the most significant threat to an Israeli government seemingly determined to backtrack upon the agreements it undertook in Oslo in the 1990s. That commitment comes despite Barghouti being subjected to Israeli violence and terror for most of his life. And yet, in 1996, that same Barghouti was leading a pro-peace march alongside Israeli peace activists and denouncing a string of suicide bombings inside of Israel by Hamas. To be clear, Barghouti isn't a pacifist and has never claimed to be one. In the Second Intifada, he did lead a militant group in the fight against Israel, Tanzim. As he wrote in the Washington Post in 2002, during that Second Intifada, while I and the Fatah movement to which I belong strongly oppose attacks and the targeting of civilians inside Israel, our future neighbor, I reserve the right to protect myself, to resist the Israeli occupation of my country, and to fight for my freedom. While Barghouti is seen as a hero by many Palestinians, he's seen as a terrorist by most Israelis and was convicted of multiple murders in an Israeli court. But the murder convictions, on the face of it, are bad. On the face of it, that is, because there are so many things wrong with the conviction and with the imprisonment of Marwan Barghouti, so many red flags that suggest his imprisonment by Israel may very well have been about taking him out of the political arena and eliminating the chance of having that elusive partner for peace. In August of 2001, for example, he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt on the Fatah party headquarters that, according to Israel, he was not the target of, which I would say is red flag number one. They were already trying to kill him long before they'd convicted him of any crimes. Then, in April of 2002, he was captured by Israeli forces in Ramallah, where he was kept incommunicado for a month. Red flag number two. During his interrogation, Barghouti has said several methods of torture were used against him, including sleep deprivation, hours spent sitting in painful positions on a chair with nails protruding from its back, and even false information leaks that claimed he confessed to the crimes he's accused of and that they implicate the former Palestinian president Yasser Arafat too. That's red flag number three. After his arrest, Israel decided to hold Barghouti's trial in Tel Aviv, red flag number 4. And here's why that's a huge red flag. Because he was arrested in the occupied West Bank, but tried in Tel Aviv, inside occupier Israel. And yet, according to Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, individual or mass forcible transfers, as well as deportations of protected persons from occupied territory to the territory of the occupying power or to that of any other country, occupied or not, are prohibited, regardless of their motive. But Mehdi, why didn't they use that argument for his defense? Oh, but they did. Barghouti presented 5 different arguments as to why he should not be tried in an Israeli court. Number 1, the unlawful abduction from his home in Ramallah. Number 2, his illegal transfer to Israel. Number 3, the ability for the Palestinian government to try its own citizens, according to the Oslo Accords. Number 4, that he should enjoy prisoner of war status pursuant to the Third Geneva Convention. And finally, number 5, the violation of his parliamentary immunity deriving from his status as an elected member of the Palestinian Legislative Council. All 5 objections, surprise, were rejected by the Israeli judge. Red flags number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Barghouti, by the way, was accused of being involved in 37 attacks or attempted attacks on Israel between December 2000 and April 2002, the period often referred to as the Second Intifada, which is Arabic for shaking off. His speeches in court were far from those of a violent criminal, though, who funds or recruits terrorists. Nor were they Hamas-style calls for the end, for the destruction of Israel either. Here's one of those speeches from the courtroom.
You know, everybody in this world knows that Marwan Barghouti is fighting for peace. I am a peace man. I was trying to do everything for the peace between the two peoples. I do believe that the best solution for the two peoples, 2 states, for the 2 peoples, there is no any solution except this solution.
But it never mattered what Barghouti said in court, nor what defense he presented, because his verdict was decided before the trial even began. He knew it, which is why he was silent for the majority of the trial and refused to recognize the authority of Israel's courts. In his first appearance in court, for example, Barghouti described himself as a fighter for peace for both peoples, but was then interrupted by Judge Sarah Zarota, the presiding judge in his case, who said, quote, "One who fights for peace doesn't turn people into bombs and kill children." Red flag number 10, folks. Look, I'm no lawyer, but that sounds like a pretty outrageous thing to say to the man whose trial you're presiding over and who hasn't yet been convicted of any crimes. Super impartial judge there. Marwan Barghouti did not get a fair trial. Don't take my word for it. An observer sent to his 2004 trial in Israel by the Governing Council of the Interparliamentary Union said in his official report, quote, "The numerous breaches of international law recalled in this report make it impossible to conclude that Mr. Barghouti was given a fair trial." In fact, during the proceedings, around 100 witnesses were called to testify against Barghouti, but only 21 of them were actually in a position to testify directly regarding his role in the alleged attacks. That's red flag number 11. Of those 21 witnesses, and get ready for this, none of them actually accused him of being involved in the attacks. Another red flag. And 12 of them explicitly told the court he was not involved. Red flag number 13. Again, I'm no lawyer, but that sounds like he was innocent, not guilty. When the dust settled, Barghouti was acquitted of 21 counts of murder in 33 attacks by the court due to a lack of evidence. Red flag number 14. But nevertheless, they managed to convict him on 5 separate counts of murder, and he was handed 5 life sentences in Israeli prison. Will he ever get out? In the past, some Israeli peace advocates have suggested a pardon for Barghouti. But listen to this. In the wake of October the 7th, Hamas added Marwan Barghouti's release to its terms for a Gaza ceasefire deal with Israel. And yet, last May, Middle East Eye reported that senior officials in the Palestinian Authority, not just the Israeli government, the PA, insisted Barghouti not be released from Israeli prison, not be part of the ceasefire negotiations because they believe, wait for it, quote, Barghouti's release would threaten the leadership of PA President Mahmoud Abbas. The PA apparently said to Israel, keep him, we don't want him back. Now, they've since denied those reports, but it is obvious that Barghouti threatens Abbas's decrepit, weak, and corrupt leadership, and also threatens Israel's far-right, pro-occupation and anti-peace government.
This is why I say regardless of the tactics being used, regardless of what Hamas has done, regardless of their domestic affairs, they are, unlike the PA, Hamas is placing Palestinian sovereignty at a higher priority. Because if they were as corrupt and as invested in simply presenting themselves as like the only power players in Gaza, they would never demand the release of Marwan Barghouti. They would do the same thing that the PA is doing. They'd be perfectly fine with Marwan Barghouti staying in prison because Marwan actually threatens Hamas's grip on power. That's it.
October the 7th, he's been held in solitary confinement in conditions that even one Israeli human rights group has described as torture. Barghouti's family and Palestinian human rights groups say he's been repeatedly assaulted by Israeli prison guards, which the Israeli authorities, of course, deny. And so, with each passing day, with each stretch in solitary confinement, and with each human rights infringement, the chances of Marwan Barghouti ever getting out of prison and leading his people in a peace process with Israel continue to decline. Palestine's Mandela has not yet had his long walk to freedom, and nor, of course, had the Palestinian people.
To be fair, people say he's the Palestinian Mandela, but it's actually, given that the Israeli apartheid is worse than the South African one, and this is not my assessment, this is the assessment of people who actually successfully fought and ended the South African apartheid, ironically enough, including, but not limited to, Nelson fucking Mandela. Because the circumstances are far worse, and the conflict and the apartheid regime has gone on for much longer than the South African one, the person that we're talking about, Marwan Barghouti, as a matter of fact, is actually significantly more conciliatory to Israeli sovereignty than Nelson Mandela was to the apartheid regime. Nelson Mandela was placed in prison for going and training with the FLN in Algeria so that his forces could mobilize and engage in acts of direct violence. Nelson Mandela refused to condemn violence. And it's interesting because while Nelson Mandela refused to condemn violence when he was imprisoned, Marwan Barghouti always had a pro-peace, no fucking violent resistance against the Israeli apartheid position. And yet, he has still been imprisoned with 5 consecutive life sentences. Because Israel does not want any Palestinian sovereignty or statehood whatsoever. It goes against their Eretz Israel project. Their Greater Israel project is the higher priority. So figures like Marwan Barghouti are seen as a hurdle against the implementation of a Greater Israel project. Now let's take a look at what our Nazi government is doing.
Going to be done. We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace. Peace in the Middle East. We secured the release of all of the remaining hostages, and they should be released on Monday or Tuesday. Getting them is a complicated process. I'd rather not tell you what they have to do to get them. There are places you don't want to be, but we are getting the hostages back on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. and that'll be a day of joy. I'm going to try and make a trip over. We're going to try and get over there, and we're working on the timing, the exact timing. We're going to go to Egypt, where we'll have a signing, an additional signing. We've already had a signing representing me, but we're going to have an official signing. And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE to all of them, I mean, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually. They've all come together for this, and they're really probably the best relationships they've ever had. So it's been really something.
It's pretty funny that while Kaya was away from the camera, people were like, "Where's your hostage? Where's Kaya?" Now that she's back sleeping on her cot, they're like, "Oh, I see. She's still a hostage." It's so funny. When she's away, they're like, "Oh, you released her from her prison." Or maybe because she just gets to do whatever the fuck she wants, dummies. As has always been the fucking case. And you guys got duped by some of the dumbest, most schizophrenic content creators on the internet. You should move her bed out of the frame. We've been bad. I know. She went to her bed on her own. Everyone saw it. So much for being uncomfortable there. No, you see, one, that will never get clipped, obviously. And two, no, I actually secretly zapped her with an electrocuted collar. I secretly zapped her to put her to sleep. I actually zapped her so hard that she literally fell asleep. It's devastating. I'm trusting you in this circumstance where the memes are fire at least. Yeah, the memes are pretty funny, but it doesn't matter. Kai thing makes no sense. The dog's been on camera for years. Why only one incident? I think it's because the video itself, like the video of that incident, was heavily brigaded very quickly, and it does look very bad. So this was a great opportunity for the hate watchers to instantly fucking blow this shit up. It's also taking place at a time when, like, there's not a lot of other news going on. No, from the perspective of slop tubers, chatters, they're not going to talk about the fucking ceasefire. It's actually really interesting, though, because, like, Ostonox saw it. When we uploaded the video, he sent me a message, and apparently apparently as soon as the video, my latest video talking about the Kaya Gate came out, which is now sitting at 597,000 views, you were lied to. Apparently, there were comments with 600 upvotes 4 minutes in. The video had just been released 4 minutes prior to this, with only 3 replies. Why does her dog have to stay in that small space for hours on end. 676 upvotes for a comment that came out 4 minutes prior. At the time, the video itself had like 9,000 views or something. The video would have been up for 4 minutes. How is that possible? How is that possible, you might be asking yourself? Well, that's because they're fucking botting comments. Like, they're botting comments early on in order to drive discourse. And then they turn around, and then they will turn around and say, look, a lot of people are very mad. A lot of people are obviously very mad at him, even his own audience. Even other people were aware of this. Look at this. 4 minutes ago, Dub City. For those of you who want the short answer, yes, he did it. 678 upvotes. Has this guy never owned a dog? They sleep a lot. I think a lot of people have actually unironically never owned a dog. Yeah, that is a real issue that I've noticed as well. And the people that do have dogs don't actually train their dogs at all. And they just like let whatever the fuck they want. They let their dogs do whatever the fuck they want. And they think like that is actually, they think that that is actually the best possible way to like, that's the best possible way to be a dog parent. And it's like the exact opposite. Now, one must ask the question though, why is the Kaya Gate a national story in the nation state of Israel? So strange. Interesting. How could this 10-second incident that betrays thousands and thousands of hours of Kaya growing up in front of the camera, getting trained in front of the camera, having fun in front of the camera, including having a birthday party. How could this brief moment that people heavily brigaded turn into such a giant issue? How could that have happened? So much so that they were covering it in Israel.
Incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done. And very importantly, the hostages are coming back. As you know, they consider them hostages. They talk about them as hostages, but there are approximately 28 dead people, mostly young, mostly men, but and boys. I mean, boys. The one woman talked about her baby. Her baby's 25 years old, but you know, to her it's her baby, and we're bringing them home. We're getting everything, and to those parents, the dead young man is just as important as though this person were alive. It's amazing. I've never seen anything quite like it. I've been very much involved. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Bro does not understand how human beings work.
It's really peace in the Middle East. And you remember October 7th was terrible, but also from the Hamas standpoint, they probably lost 70,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. But at some point, that whole thing has to stop. and we're going to see to it. Gaza is going to be slowly redone. You have tremendous wealth in that part of the world by certain countries, and just a small part of that, what they make will do wonders for Gaza. And I think you're going to see some tremendous countries stepping up and putting up a lot of money and taking care of things. But there's tremendous spirit like I haven't seen. And even the news, I won't call it fake news for this purpose, because they really were very fair today, I must tell you, in all cases. But they covered it very well. They covered it very fairly. Everybody loves it, everybody. People that were never giving us a fair shake, frankly, they can't even believe it. They're so, they're amazed by it. A lot of people are. But it was just everything came together. I think the attack was very important on Iran, because let's say that didn't happen, they'd probably by now have a nuclear weapon, numerous nuclear weapons, and therefore, even if we signed a deal, there'd be a big dark cloud over it, and it wouldn't be the same thing. So Iran's different, but Iran wants to work on peace now. They've informed us, and they've acknowledged that they're totally in favor of this deal. They think it's a great thing. So we appreciate that, and we'll work with Iran. As you know, we have major sanctions on Iran and lots of other things. We would like to see them be able to rebuild their country too, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for helping us reach this incredible day.
Turkey mission, Turkey mission, Turkey mission, Turkey mission. Bro. It's never not funny that these motherfuckers will look at straight up passed out Kaya in the background and go, free that dog. She's sleeping, brother. She's sleeping. What do you think's going on there? She has no choice but to sleep there? Yeah, that's what you would think if you were a dumbass. But you quite literally, if you were in here like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, you would have seen her walk over to the cot and go to sleep on the cot on her own volition. It's obvious that you have a sleep collar on her. I think that's what it is. I want you to understand, I saw a drawn comic about Kai getting shocked fucking deranged. Oh no, there's mad art that came out of it. I gave her Tylenol.
And for being there, they were there with us all the way. And of course, as you know, Saudi Arabia and Jordan and so many. I will tell you, President Erdogan was personally involved in dealing with Hamas and some of the others. He's been great. They've all been really amazing. Indonesia's been amazing. Indonesia's been fantastic. The whole world has come together for this. People that didn't get along.
I just realized this is a new chair meme. People will clip long ass moments where Kai's just laying down on her bed saying that she's being abused. Yeah. It's pretty funny because it's like people will be like, oh, she's being abused. Hassan, when the chud dog does anything. Okay, there's a lot of funnier memes than this one. This one is like the ass, bro. This was drawn by a fucking child. I've seen way better. I've seen way funnier memes. If these people could only see what it takes to train a service dog, they would be horrified. Yeah. The Raiden ones are pretty funny. I think the Raiden ones are funny. This is just ass. But at least it's not AI. This one was hilarious. This one is AI. Haters will say it's AI. No, it's real. This is a thing that happened. I am Pikachu. One of my favorite moments among Kai compilations is when she starts wagging her tail only when Hassan looks at her. How did you do that? What a menace this girl is. What a menace. Ray was like, oh, here, this is a toy that she hasn't been able to break. Little did she know, Kaya, of course, is capable of breaking all toys. Look at her. Look at her. What'd you do to your toy? You broke it. Wag your tail at me like that. Little cutie pie. Oh my God. Yeah, little do you know, I actually have an electrocution collar that forcibly makes her wag her tail. Little do people know. Yeah, it specifically shocks her tail. She's using the only language that she can out of fear. I feel so bad for those of you who come in here strictly for the news. I know. You look so young back then. What happened? Oh, I fucking existed on the internet. Look at this. It's crazy. Look, watch when I turn around. Tail wag stops. Tail wag stops when I look away. Oh, she's so fucking cute. Oh my God. Oh my God. Also, rejoice. You get to see a brief moment of solace, and it's a cute Kaya video. Dog enjoyer here. Kai is clearly exhibiting comfort behavior that is very clearly very secure, comforting environment for her. This behavior is not normal, but instead a display of being cared for and loved extremely. In before people say the dog has Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. Yeah. The haters are in here right now. I wonder how they're feeling about this, because I know they haven't stopped. They must be white knuckling through this, trying to figure out a way to say that, like, no, you controlled her. They won't post this stuff. Yeah, of course they won't. What a cutie patootie. Quiet. Don't even. She got bored of eating the chew stick, or she got bored of eating the lamb horn, or ram horn, sorry. And now she's like, come on, let me get out of this bed. The crazy part is all the professional dog trainers on TikTok are saying, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I know. I know. It's because there are obviously far more people who don't not only train their dogs or don't understand how like dog training works in general, than there are people who are dog enjoyers from afar who don't know what it takes, or dog enjoyers. Dog trainer here yesterday, when you took off the collar to show everybody when you put it back on, she came right over to you. If she was worried about getting shocked, wouldn't she avoid the collar? She clearly has no issues putting on that collar. I know, but that's, once again, you are a dog trainer, so you obviously know that that is not the case. Most people, unfortunately, are not only not dog trainers, but they don't even fucking train their dogs if they have any dogs to begin with. It's just fucking idiotic. Why is she always on the bed? Again, okay, I'm done responding to this. It's because I love torturing her. It's my torture technique. Are you happy? Or maybe because I don't want her to get fucking hip dysplasia by sleeping on the hardwood floor. But then again, it doesn't even matter because she gets to free roam regardless. And she also voluntarily goes to her cot to sleep, as she is doing currently. Unless you think I've perfected some kind of mind control electrocution technique. Such a liar. You get frustrated when she attempts to leave her bed. Oh my fucking Lord. Yes. I don't want her to break her place command. That is a normal part of, I'm again talking to a person who doesn't know what reinforcing training looks like. Okay? When a dog is trained, that doesn't mean when a dog is trained, that doesn't mean you just go, all right, well, she's educated. Okay, you need to still reinforce training. This doesn't mean that she is not free to leave or that she is consistently trapped. What's one of the funniest, by the way, one of the funniest aspects of this is that like there are probably dog owners that are really pissed off about this who unironically, one, never take their dog out as much as I do, and two, don't actually fucking get to see their dog for the entire day. They just like crate their fucking dog for 8 hours. Meanwhile, Kai gets to free roam in the house, gets to lay on the cot as long as she's in this room, okay? And literally is by her owner every single fucking moment of the day, and also gets to go on another hour-long walk at night. And the motherfuckers who like abuse the fuck out of their own dogs, unironically are, I think, personally, a little bit upset about the way that they don't have the level of freedom that I do. That they just have to like invent. They just have to invent different ways of claiming that I'm actually being very, very bad.
I actually have authority to speak on this as someone who has a dog that looks almost identical to Kaya. Hi, big boy. His name's Odin. He needs a bath, but Odin. There is not a shock collar in the world. In the world. Also, Hassan is absolutely...
Oh, I didn't even realize I wasn't even showing the screen. Hold on.
I actually have authority to speak on this as someone who has a dog that looks almost identical to Kaya. Hi, big boy. His name's Odin. He needs a bath, but Odin. There is not a shock collar in the world. In the world. Also, Hassan is absolutely right about their joints. My big guy's already had to have surgeries on both of his elbows. Now, I let my big boy roam around, but I have rugs up and carpets in every room because hard floors are harder on their joints. Hip dysplasia is a real thing in these types of breeds. It's not abuse. He is not abusing his dog.
She's also much larger than this little chonker too. The haters have no object permanence, thinking that when Kaya isn't in the room, she's disappeared. Yeah. Another point, many dog owners don't professionally train their dogs, which is sad because training teaches a shared language that improves the connection they have with their owner. Oh, 100%. There's nothing cooler than being able to, there is nothing cooler than being able to go out and fucking free roam. Like going to an event, because sometimes I'll take Kaya to like literally events where there's like other human beings. It's like a party or whatever, as you guys have seen. And like, and I can just like recall her if I need to. Like, it's awesome. Or being able to go out even at night. And, you know, I've brought her to meet and greets. I've brought her to like big events. I go out at the park and let her fucking run around. Okay. Let her roam around. And I can just like easily be like, I can tell her to come back and boom. Because she's petrified, you're going to shock her if she doesn't return? Yeah, exactly. No, definitely. Or because I have a dog that is not a working dog, but can work in that capacity. Perhaps the truth is different than what you think is going on. You know?
So she's part Chow, and Chows are lazy as hell. They just are.
Yeah. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
have a.
I'll hit that with a repost. Boom. Can we get to the news? All right, come on, man. Let me fucking... PBM defended you. I saw that.
Man, these niggas trying to do me like Hasanabi, nigga. Hey, free Hassan. They going crazy on that boy. I seen the dog shit. Hassan, bro. Niggas on your nuts right now. Shit cooked.
I saw that. I've never met a dog that's scared of their owner that's able to rest like Kaya. This is bullshit and you're still a go-to dog dad. Bro, if she was scared, I don't think she'd be jumping on me while I'm doing a fucking interview and demanding uppies while I'm in the process of doing a fucking interview. Unless you think that I also taught her a different technique. Unless you think I taught her a different technique to also jump on my lap while I'm doing an interview and I activated the secret electrocution. Like, it's just so fucking... It's just so fucking stupid. I've joined like 3 times. They're still talking about the collar. Look at this. The fixation on discrediting you rather than engaging with ideas feels almost like a subconscious admission that our politics hold moral weight. If you can't argue against leftist principles on their merits, you attack the character of the person embodying them. It's less a refutation of leftism than an inadvertent endorsement of how persuasive it's become. No, that's always been the case. Because I think deep down inside, everyone has like a secret, hidden, underlying leftist moral code. Straight up. Unless they're like truly villainous, okay? Most people obviously abide by, you know, basic first principles like sharing is caring, things of that nature. And when left into, when expanded on in the form of legislation, it turns into maybe a little too close to a socialist understanding of the world. And therefore, a lot of people, I think, are afraid of recognizing that they might be wrong. And instead, they just lash out. Yeah, if you're elderly and 36 and wondering why the entire timeline is flooded with posts about Hassan and his dog, let me explain. There are people doing a massive far-right coordinated hit on him based on nothing, and then there are gullible and cynical idiots helping them. Yeah. How Hitler with dogs versus Hassan with dogs. How Hitler treats his dogs, how Hassan treats his dogs. This person is obviously pro-Hitler, by the way. I'm just really impressed on how organized they were in spreading this bullshit. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to the news.
All people that didn't like each other, neighboring countries that frankly
The
didn't.
issue is gaslighting viewers like we didn't see you press something. I didn't. I did not. I know you want me to. I know you want me to. I know it makes it easier for you to believe that I did something like that. But that's not what happened.
Like each other, but now it's just this moment in time. So we look forward to welcoming the hostages, like you can't believe, home to their families, and that'll take place early next week. We hope Monday or Tuesday. And all Americans should be proud of the role that our country has played in bringing this terrible conflict to an end. And I want to thank, some of the people, JD, you were fantastic, and Pete, you were great. Marco was fantastic. Some of you were very much involved. I'm looking around. So indirectly, I think almost everybody in this room was involved. Susie, I want to thank you very much. You were incredible. You've done an incredible job. So, and yes, John, what you've done was invaluable. CIA, John Ratcliffe, and he's done an incredible job. So I want to thank you all, and if I'm missing anybody, I apologize, but you've been amazing. And then you have Steve Witkoff, who worked so hard. And you remember we settled 7, this is number 8, we settled 7 wars, or major conflicts, but wars. And this is number 8. And the one that I thought would be maybe the quickest of all would be Russia-Ukraine, and I think that's going to happen too. But in the meantime, they're losing about 7,000 people a week, and that seems pretty bad. They're losing mostly soldiers, young soldiers. They go out to war, and they're getting killed. And while it doesn't affect us in a lot of ways, we've got a big ocean in between, you don't want to see that happen. It was a big mistake. That war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president.
And I think what's important to understand is that yesterday what happened was really a human story. There's a geopolitical aspect to it. There's no doubt about it. It creates the condition.
The Israeli government has approved the deal. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's office, Hebrew account, says the government has now approved the plan of the release of all hostages, the living and the fallen. To be fair, it was the first. To be fair, this was the first video I saw that actually made me question you for a short while. It does look really bad in the video, but then I asked myself if Maya and all the others could have missed such a huge thing, and the answer was no. Yeah, that's also the reason why they're fucking actively hounding and going after all of my friends aggressively. So much so that there's like initiatives to try to like fucking take away Alveus's like accreditation and shit. It's so fucking crazy. Maya hasn't even said anything. And she's like, and just because she's been around Kaya, that people are like attacking her. It is fucking insane. Milo Yiannopoulos is like leading the charge. I really hate you for how much you're feeding into this. You're making this bigger every time you talk about it. That's true. I was in a 50 viewer Hearthstone stream last night and some dude came in trying to bring up the drama. It's nutty. I know. I think it's also a state of, it's also a state of how things are on the internet. Like the only thing that gears people up is just like negativity, like participating in witch hunts, no matter how silly it looks. I'm also terrified of what the future holds with AI. I think if people can go off of one fucking clip like that and go this crazy, there's going to be an AI video of me eventually. There's going to eventually be an AI video of me and people are just going to believe it because this is the first instance that I have. No, they're using AI for this, but they're like fucking memeing. The AI they're using is to just meme. Like, I'm saying like, if people if people are this primed to believe such a fucking incredible claim, okay? If people are this primed to believe such an incredible claim, then they're gonna believe fucking AI slop too. Straight up. You were always streaming, so they would not matter? No, I'm saying like a stream clip, like a fake AI stream clip or something. If it looks even like remotely credible, you think these fucking boomers? You think these fucking boomers know the distinction? And do you think these fucking Zoomers who are just angry and frustrated and want to take it out on someone like myself, you think they're gonna not use this? There's also a major unemployment crisis too, obviously. But yeah, I think we're just like an incredibly fucking ruthless. We have become very, very ruthless on the internet.
For Gaza to one day be a normal place again and people to have a better life and Israelis to be safe. But yesterday was a human story. And because of the work you put in, and honestly, not only is there no other leader in the world that could have put this together, Mr. President, but frankly, I don't know of any American president in the modern era that could have made this possible. Because of the actions you have taken unrelated to this and because of who you are and what you've done and how you're viewed. And this weekend, because of that, at some point very soon, we are going to...
It did certainly become much larger than anything else. This is the biggest cancellation attempt of your career I've seen in the last 5 years. Every single Twitch stream for the last 2 days I've been in, people come in and try to say how horrible you are unprompted. Half the streamers I watch have never spoken about you and are not political in any way, for sure. And it doesn't even end there. They like go after my friends too, like people that have been around Kaya, that have been around Kaya, and they're like, dude, why are you guys hiding the truth that like Kaya is fucking abused? Like Kaya is an abused dog. Like, I can't believe you guys are all party to like dog abuse and shit. Mike from PA mentioned that we do low-key suck at defensive talking points when fake stuff happens to you, while the psychos, on the other hand, are very organized. Do we push through or do we try to become more clear? Anything can be done. I mean, the problem is, the problem is like, we don't have the same network of influence. We don't have the same network of influence at all on the left. And leftists are also easily duped in this situation too, because like, there is this understandable notion of like moral purity that requires that is at the heart of being a leftist to begin with. And sometimes that can be weaponized against leftists in general. But not only that, all of the other people that exhibit the same values that I have, for example, all my friends, all my other content creator friends, they don't want to be on the receiving end of what they see happens to me with regular frequency. That's part of the reason why a lot of my haters will actively not only brigade myself, but also flood the zone with everybody else. Will actively threaten and cyber stalk all of the friends and associates that I have as well in an effort to maintain their silence. And it's very difficult for me to tell them like, hey guys, it's going to be all right. You just fucking don't pay attention to it. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. That's a big part of it because like no one on our end of the political spectrum is ever going to fucking entertain like mass brigades and mass doxing initiatives and cyber stalking people, you know? And I'm never going to be like, we should counter brigade shit. And it hasn't worked so far. Like they want to make me radioactive. They want to make me a toxic person. And it obviously has not worked, but it doesn't matter. They still, they still try. Smear campaign. I have evidence. I have screenshots of people being paid to spread the narrative to give you a negative image. Yeah, well. Bro, it gets much worse. I saw 500 to 100 AI videos in the last day on TikTok. If you go to the comments, there are at least 60% of people who comment in belief of what the video is. So people do unironically think I'm like, people think I'm like Raiden. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on from this. Oh, you meant general dog videos with like dogs saving like little kids and stuff. Is it comparable to Porsche New House days? Yes. Yes. The GP stream was so fun. I really hate how quickly that moment passed because of this bullshit. No, that was the reason. This kind of stuff happens anytime I'm in the spotlight in a positive way. It's not an accident. Think about it. Anytime I do some shit that gets me like media attention or whatever, you'll often notice like that immediately is followed by like a sea of negative articles written by Hasbara papers, usually like New York Post, Daily Mail. They'll be like, how dare this like Hamas militant get a positive coverage from the New York Times, stuff like that. And it's I think done specifically to like tweak the algo to make sure that there isn't like it's done specifically to tweak the algo to ensure that the SEO doesn't show me in a positive light at all. There is no other person that's been this heavily scrutinized on the internet though. Like, and if this is all they got, you know, I think that's proof that I'm not doing anything fucking insane. Yeah, apparently Democrat influencers on Chorus were also joining in on the chorus of fake criticism, disingenuous attempts at manufacturing outrage.
See 20 living human beings emerge from the darkness into the light for the first time in 2 years. And that is because not only were you used the credibility and the power and the prestige of this office and the relationships you created, and you committed yourself to making it happen. And I think it will go down as a historic moment in the history of our country, and something our country should be very proud of, that we have a president that's committed to the, not just peace, but to the human aspect of reuniting these families.
Man of common sense. Okay, any other questions?
I'd like to comment on the workforce. Please. Mr. President, a lot of people are calling to give you the Nobel Peace Prize after this peace deal that you managed to achieve in the Middle East. First of all, your opinion on that, and I was wondering about your trip to the Middle East, if you can tell us if you're...
You are also not resolved and decisive enough when shit happens. You wasted a day, and maybe you weren't as thorough. It wouldn't matter. They would have said you change the collar instead. Yeah, because I didn't realize it was like this much of an explosive story. I thought it was just like another random, like, idiotic attempt to smear me, which it is. But I didn't dude, I don't think anyone would have. First of all, they would have found some other fucking reason as to why this is bullshit regardless, right? And they would have been like, oh no, it did happen, but you like swapped it out or something. You're like, you had a fake collar or whatever the fuck, right? Because like ultimately the goal there was not necessarily animal welfare. That much is clear. I don't think any of these people give a shit. It wasn't necessarily animal welfare at all. It was an attempt to smear me. So it's creating an impossible scenario. But also the reason why I didn't like the reason why I didn't like take any thorough approach is because why the fuck would I have thought that this was like a serious thing? It fucking absolutely caught me by surprise. I never in a million years would have thought that this would be like as consequential, especially because like it's just completely fucking made up bullshit. But then again, it doesn't matter, clearly.
Considering to speak at the Knesset, at the Israeli parliament?
Well, they asked me to speak at the Knesset, and I've agreed to. If they would like me to, I will do it. It's the first time a president has ever done that, so that makes it very interesting, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I.
Uh-oh. Did I move weirdly? Did I move weirdly just now? I don't know. Because Kaya went back to her cot. Oh no. My hands are here. I promise. Oh my God. I saw her hand move slightly.
I will do it if they want me to. They have asked me to do that. Thank you.
Families of hostages are out in the streets in Israel dancing and crying tears of
They're all
joy.
dancing in the streets. Right now, they're dancing in the streets. They're so happy. Everybody's happy. They're dancing in the streets of Arab countries, Muslim countries. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is happy. It's been really amazing. Thank you.
President Trump, on the international peacekeeping force that's going to deploy to Gaza soon, do you expect that Pakistan, Turkey, other countries to contribute forces? Has that become firmed up? And also on the shutdown, it seems like in the House there's a majority support for a temporary extension of the Obamacare subsidies, perhaps minus the funds for illegal immigrants. Is that how you see the deal to end the shutdown happening?
Well, I see the deal just getting extended as we continue to talk. But we're willing to pay because we're paying. You know, it's very simple. We're paying. The Democrats are the ones that caused this problem, and it's a big problem for them. And they have a lot of break in their ranks. But so I see that. You know, I think that'll get worked out. But we want to get back before we do this. We don't want to have a gun held to our head. We don't like that. And the public doesn't like it either. So we want to get back. And I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to work out very well. It's something that shouldn't have happened. This was supposed to take place before the election. You know, this was supposed to take place on September 28th before the election. We shouldn't even be talking about this right now. This is actually something that shouldn't have even happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, looking ahead, what guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once the hostages
Well,
are
the first
released?
thing we're doing is getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and I think it's going to move along pretty well.
But what is phase two? When does it
I'm not
begin?
going to talk about that because you sort of know what phase two is, but there will be disarming, there will be pullbacks, there will be a lot of things that are happening. You know, I gave you a whole list of 22 different things that will take place. And I think it'll take place, and I think you're going to end up with peace in the Middle East. But we have to get our hostages back.
What do you mean our hostages, bro? What are you talking about? You're the president of the United States of America. Like there are no Americans remaining. I mean, I guess he's just like, he's just embodied like the notion that Israel is the 51st state, I guess. Might as well. He's an empath, yeah. Because like, if you're talking about our hostages, Israel had our hostages. Israel literally had American citizens. I just interviewed one today. And these guys did not even take the initiative to release them on purpose, mind you. They were like, yeah, let fucking God sort it out. Let Israel show you a lesson.
And we weren't going to do it at the end. We're going to do it at the beginning. We said we want them at the beginning. We're not doing it. You know, we got the hostages back. We did. As a group with Steve.
You know what? Fuck us on this community. I'll give my views in support of the clip channels. Wait, what's going on, man? Why are you so fucking mad? This community makes me feel like I don't belong. I'm done giving my support. Are you on cannabis right now? Is that what it is? Is it the ganja speaking? He might be just on the. He might be on the cannabis.
And Jared and Marco and me and all of us, we got the hostages back. We got many of them back. Many, unfortunately, were dead, but we got many back that are now living with their families, with their parents in many cases, and with their husbands, families, wives. Many of them, they celebrate all over. They're the ones that are celebrating the loudest. They're all over. There are a lot of them that we got out. But the last 20, and I always said the last ones are going to be the most difficult, but it's been a very big deal getting the hostages out, but the rest is going to take place too.
And can you promise Palestinians they will be able to stay?
Well, they know exactly what we're doing. We're going to create something where people can live. You can't live right now in Gaza. The place is it's a horrible situation. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So yeah, we're going to create better conditions for people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, excuse me, what kind of security guarantees is the United States going to make for Gaza?
Well, we're going to work with very wealthy countries that love people, frankly. I know them very well. They love people, but they love Arab people, and they love Muslims, and they love, I think right now they love everybody, and they're immensely wealthy, and they're going to be involved in putting up money, and for them, it's a small amount of money. For somebody else, it's a large amount of money. But, these are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they'll be very much involved in making it as good as possible.
And what's your take now on a two-state solution, sir? Just to follow up on that. What is your view now on a
What's that? I don't know what that is. What are you? You're now just telling me there's two states? I thought there was only one state, this beautiful nation state of Israel. The beautiful nation state of Israel. There's not even an American state. Omaha, Nebraska, North Carolina, South Carolina. We should give them to Israel as well. That's the only state that I care about.
State solution for the...
I don't have a view. I'm going to go with what they agree to.
Mr. President, given that there are some tough provisions for Israel in this agreement, are you at all concerned that Bibi Netanyahu may not?
He said, I don't have a view on the two states. See, I'm telling you. He just straight up listens to the last handler. Like, this man does not retain information. Yesterday, they asked him, Mr. President, do you want to revoke habeas corpus when dealing with these mass deportation initiatives? And he straight up was like, no, I don't. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Who? He said, who? What's that? I want the Homeland Secretary, Kristi Noem, to answer that question. This man is incapable of fucking retaining information, okay? He doesn't need to retain anything when we're winning so hard, brother. That's true. I don't know habeas or corpus. I know Corpus Christi. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Continuing his post, he may be deposed.
That Bibi may go a little bit out of whack.
That he may no longer be prime minister when this is over.
Look, that's politics. It could be. I don't know. I think he's very popular right now. He's much more popular today than he was 5 days ago.
How you Americans allow this moron to be your president will always amaze me. Brother, I can't explain this to you, but just look at the internet. Look at the American internet, and you will immediately understand why motherfuckers voted for this man and still like this man. His approval rating is still at 40%. Okay? Just look at the American internet. I think people are even dumber than this. I think we could straight up have an even worse and dumber president. And also, for the Europeans tuning in, this is your future. I hope you understand that. I have been warning about this for a decade now. Like, Europeans used to make jokes when Trump was president the last time, and I was like, brother, you don't know what is about to happen. If Americans want to see their future, we can look to Israel. Okay? Israel is America's near future. Europe's near future is the United States of America. And then, of course, Israel afterwards. Every country that is in the periphery, every country that is under the banner of Western imperialism is basically accelerating towards fascism, and the stupidest version of fascism too. Like, not only is it fascist and it's violent and it's brutal, it's oppressive, it's repressive, but it's also like this incredibly childish version. And I don't know if like previous iterations, when adjusted to their timeline, were also just as childish. I don't know. I don't know that. I haven't studied like fascist movements that deeply to know if like people at the time were like, yo, this Hitler guy is gay as hell, you know? Maybe they were like, bro, this Hitler guy is being so childish. What the fuck is this? Maybe they were saying that, you know, at the time. But like, this modern iteration of fascism is unimaginably childlike. It actually is alarming. I don't know if that version of like the OG version of fascism was also like this incompetent as well, and they just like basically strung it together somehow. Wait, what? Have you studied this in college? I did, but I mean, there's a limit to like my knowledge on the overall environment at the time, and like how they reflected on Hitler in his rise to power, how they reflected on Mussolini in his rise to power as like, you know, this cartoonish figure that was first laughed at, who consistently got in his own way. Like, was it just as petty? Because I think this is an even dumber version of fascism. Like, they're not as organized. They're not as organized. And the things that they care about are so stupid. Every time I hear Stephen Miller or Donald Trump or any of these fucking losers talk, I can't help but notice that in many circumstances, what they're actually complaining about is that they're just not liked. Like, it's a bunch of unfuckable losers who have not let go of their deep unpopularity in high school. It feels like they're not prosecuting in a grand fascist vision. They're not prosecuting a grand fascist vision, but instead they're prosecuting unpopularity, where they're just like, how dare you? How dare you not say how fucking cool I am? I feel like if you gave these guys culture, like even for a little bit, they would just like pipe down. All they want is to be admired. All they want is to be adored. All they want is for people to both fear them and respect them at the same time, and want to demonstrate fealty, demonstrate loyalty, demonstrate reverence. That's what it feels like to me, where what they are trying to prosecute is how big of a fucking loser they are, and how they are not beloved by Hollywood and all these other cultural institutions, right? Where it's like, how dare you? I'm going to prosecute you for saying that like I'm bad. You can't say that I'm bad. I don't know where this goes, but it does feel like their vision is stunted. Their like broad fascist takeover plan is completely stunted by their immediate concerns with being liked. Nazi fascism was about control and domination. Modern Western fascism is about controlling politics so that billionaires can make more money. That's where it complicates because they still need enough people happy to drive consumerism. You act like this is new. Both Hitler and Mussolini were scorned by what you would construe as the pop culture of their day. Lamau fascists are always cringe. Their incompetence might be new, though. Yeah. I guess maybe in the way that I approach Hitler, like when I think about what he did in terms of stamping out art, like dissent in art, it always felt as though they were trying to prosecute, like I believe them when they say they think this is degenerate, right? They want a streamlined approach. They want to go back to like a different artistic vision, a different aesthetic, right? And that's the reason why they were, tackling what they consider to be Jewish art, degenerate art, right? That's what they said. Whereas like this administration, on the other hand, is basically saying, why aren't you making art that makes me look hot and cool? Like there is no, sometimes they bring up the degeneracy, but it almost feels like the express purpose for why they want to stamp out dissent in every aspect is way less organized, where it's like the only art that's readily available that you can make is AI fan cams of me, Donald Trump, and I have to look hot. Like there is not even seemingly a higher purpose as to why they're like systematically trying to target culture, like the cultural output. Please finish the thought on how it's coming to Europe. I mean, Europe is already shaken by the same exact right-wing reactionary forces. If you look at every European liberal democracy, there are very illiberal elements now that are gaining prominence, gaining momentum. Reform in the UK, AfD in Germany, the nationalists in France, Geert Wilders. Like, there are so many different figures. Maloney already is a proto-fascist or a fascist. So, like, they're just basically existing within the confines of international liberal order, but it won't take much for these guys to very openly say, like, no, we're just a straightforward fascist governance now. OG fascists had an idea, at least, of what they should target. These people have no coherence in what they do. They're petulant children being enabled by oligarchs. Yeah. We're comparing the Nazis to Western politicians, not the Prussian absolutist nobles who are all highly educated. There is also, I think there's also something to be said about, like, there is a major difference with how organized the previous fascist movements were, and there was like a grand vision. I feel like these guys don't really have that, which I feel like is a good thing. But more importantly than that, there was also a very militant apparatus of counter messaging and people that were engaging in like paramilitary activities. Like the KPD was straight up popping Nazis. You know what I mean? And the Nazis and the Social Democrats sometimes and the liberals were also united against the socialists and the trade unionists and the communists, for the record, if we're talking about Germany. So like there isn't any sort of significant pushback in some ways because there is no real organized body that is actively trying to move the country in a different direction either.
Right now, I think maybe people shouldn't run against him. 5 days ago, it might not have been a bad idea. No, Bibi's become, this has been a very good thing. I don't think he did it for that reason, okay? But I think just looking as an analyst would look at this, I think Bibi should be very popular right now. Yeah, please.
What will happen if Hamas says that it cannot locate or was not able to find all of the deceased hostages' bodies within the time
Well, we'll
frame?
have to see. I think that's going to be, it's largely been answered. We know where most of them are. Actually, the bodies are a bigger problem because some of the bodies are going to be a little bit hard to find. It's a terrible thing to discuss even, but you understand, we're all people, we're grown-ups, we understand life. Nobody can understand this stuff because this could have taken place, but we have the hostages for the most part, and so I don't think it's going to be overly big. The situation with the bodies, you know, they say 28. Some are going to be a little bit hard to find, but we're going to do the best we can. Yeah, please.
If they don't find them within the time frame.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Jared Kushner's role in the negotiations, can you explain a little bit about why he came on at the last minute? And then in regards to the WIC program that the Vice President mentioned, do you know when the funding that you promised through the tariff revenue will actually go through to communities? Because there's reports that WIC providers are actually starting to close down today.
Well, okay, let me just answer the Jared. So Jared's a very smart guy. He did the Abraham Accords. Some people say the Abraham, which I love the way that sounds, but he did the Abraham Accords. It was a great thing. 4 big countries joined. If I were president, if the election would have been a correct election, which it wasn't, you'd have every country in there. Maybe even Iran would have been in there, frankly. But you'd have every country. And now, by the way, that's going to be filled up rather quickly. People want to join the Abraham Accords. And I put Jared there because he's a very smart person, and he knows the region, knows the people, knows a lot of the players, and the combination of him and Steve Witkoff and Mark.
Nationalist Sanae Takaichi is said to be Japan's prime minister. This is a global shift, not just European or American. No, Japan is also within the security umbrella of the West. So when I talk about like Western liberal capitalist nations, I absolutely consider Japan to be a part of that as well. Come on, man. We wrote their constitution. We fucking caused irreparable harm to the Japanese collective consciousness. Countries that are under the nuclear umbrella of the West are absolutely experiencing the same shock and the move towards illiberalism, if you want to call it, post-liberalism, if you want to call it, or just like, as I like to say, reactionary fascist politics. You know, from the kennel to the tree. Oh God, that's the only thing that I actually fucking hate about people making jokes about, like, they're so very clearly fucking grossly bringing like the Palestinian plight into this. I don't know. Like, that's not a funny joke.
Marco and Cooper, who is, as I hear, has been fantastic, and others that were involved. JD was very much involved. I mean, we had a very smart group of people working. We had a lot of different players, different countries, and very diverse countries, very different from each other. They had certain things in common, but they had a lot of things, mostly things that were not at all common to their countries. So we had a very smart group of people. These are high IQ people. Okay, you know, I talk about how many low IQ people we have in our government. We got some real low ones, but some shockingly low. But these are very high IQ people, and that's what we want.
No, I didn't you use that as a blast off meme yesterday? No, I used a blast off meme today that's I think is also funny. I think the I'm zapping Kaya memes are funny. They're so stupid, even though some people genuinely believe it. I'm saying that when people also like compare it to, or people who are pro-Israel are fucking saying, also Trump talking about high IQ people is hilarious. Well, people people who are saying like, oh, I'm mistreating Kaya or abusing Kaya because I'm a Muslim and that's how Muslims are, that's gross. Or people who fucking, people who like make comparisons to Israel, Palestine, who are coming from like a very clear pro-Israel position. That's a little bit gross to me.
That was a long process as well, and in many respects has connected some of the ethnic studies questions, and both are subject to appropriation and support in the legislature in the next few years, and both are nuanced, and both have their supporters and their detractors, and both are works in progress. And I thought it important to sign that bill on the second anniversary of that terrorist act by Hamas on October 7th. By the way, let me applaud Jared Kushner and Witkoff and others for what appears to be a job well done on phase one of a peace deal agreement. Long overdue, and that's not, there's no partisanship in this respect. We are here to promote peace and just address these lives torn asunder. So I thought it was appropriate to put it out on that date, but it's a work in progress, meaning we're setting up the standards for deal with hate, discrimination across the spectrum, and we have work to do to set up that off.
We got a 1-year extension. Why don't we sign on?
This was actually an alpha dog moment from Hakeem Jeffries. Gotta mention that. We like it. We need to see more. What is this RFK Jr. thing, dude? People are fucking... What did he actually say? RFK Jr. Children who are circumcised early have double the rate of... Oh my God. Are you for fucking real, bro? Ain't no way.
There's also there's many other confirmation studies.
Bro, I've never seen a man... What is this? This is an anti-Semitic remark. Oh, come on. Don't do it. Don't say that. Don't. Like, don't. You don't know what you are awakening in the minds of the dumbest people, okay? Don't do that. Don't do that. Representative Nadler, why would you say that? Ay. Okay, well, let's hear what fucking this dumbass said first.
There's also there's many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. It's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is positive.
Even in that room, there was like, no.
It's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is positive, but all of it is stuff that we should be paying attention to.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Are they going to do a check for turtlenecks before they send Chad the RFK Jr. autism concentration camps? Is that anti-Semitic? No, it's not. And I think that the reason why Representative Jerry Nadler should have never said that is because, please explain how this is not anti-Semitic, because there is this fucking anti-Semitic conspiracy that the reason why Americans get circed up broadly is because of Jews. Okay? There you go. As is the case with every conspiracy, intactivists believe, some intactivists, not all. Okay? I will maintain the integrity of the intactivist movement, as I am also a brave intactivist soldier. Remember what they stole from us. But there is a conspiracy that is the Jews that made it so that every American has to... Yeah, it's a low-key common anti-Semitic trope, but saying it out loud kind of shines a light on it too much. Exactly. It's like, if you're a prominent Jewish politician, you coming out and saying that is a little bad. It's not even a little bad. It's actually going to fucking really rile up people. Stop it. You're not actually one of those fucking weirdos, right? No, I'm an intactivist, bro. I'm Cirque gang. They stole from us. Also, the additional reason why I wouldn't say that this is, I wouldn't just like come out and say this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy is partially because like he didn't even mention that, and RFK Jr. is notoriously anti-Semitic. And if he wanted to say something anti-Semitic, he would have been like, Jewish doctors are very famously the reason why Ashkenazi Jews are the reason why everyone gets circumcised. Like he would have said it. Okay, and then it's valid if you say it's then it would have been fucking valid if you were like, yeah, that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy. Okay, it's just when you say as Jerry Nadler that this is anti-Semitic when he's not like alluding to that at all, you're kind of taking ownership over. For no reason, ownership over circumcision being like a Jewish thing, especially considering that Muslims also get circumcised, you know? If autism is caused by circumcision, explain why Europe has trains. Checkmate. I know. Yumurtanın sarısı gitti çükün yarısı. Yeah. Yes. For those of you who didn't know, yes. I think America's the only like majority Christian nation that actually practices circumcision at birth. In other countries, it's like seen as a religious practice, and it's the Jews and the Muslims that get circumcised. But in the United, like Christians broadly don't. And why don't we have the sickest trains if we're so autistic? Yeah, good question. Yeah, I think it's has nothing to do with Tylenol. I kind of feel like this RFK guy is talking out of his ass. Okay? Kind of makes me feel like he doesn't know what the fuck he's saying, okay? It's because Kellogg wanted to stop masturbation, so he lobbied on circumcision. Big foreskin is making millions every year undetected. Where are they going? Where is Big Foreskin going with this? Where are the foreskins going? What do they do with the foreskins? I must know. They just don't want us to engage in the beautiful practice that only two men can engage in called docking. I mean, you still can dock, for the record. You still absolutely can dock. It's just that it's not as fun if you don't have foreskin. It's a lot more difficult. Oh, dogs, stop.
Yeah. But, you know, there's a tremendous amount of proof or evidence, I would say, as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time ago. You know what I mean?
I'm glad that Trump chimed in and said there's a tremendous amount of proof I studied as a non-doctor. Oh, this is the other thing I was going to say. Nazi crackhead is trying to manufacture this fake dog abuse storyline to try and ding him. Like, how dumb do you have to believe this or care? And then it's like Kiwi Farms pushing it. There are Nazis who know what they're taking part in and why. And then there are people who are exceptionally dumb. But one of the things I wanted to mention is apparently Asmongold in the past quite literally said like that he doesn't give a shit about animal abuse. Nyara says, right-wingers don't care about animal abuse. The right never holds anyone on the right accountable, but they know that they can weaponize leftist causes to go after those on the left. They just twist things in order to create this outrage while clutching their pearls. And here is one of the main advocates, one of the major players here, apparently openly admitting he doesn't give a fuck about dogs at all.
Dogs are important? Okay. That's up to you. Fuck you saying that?
I mean, this was also evidenced by the fact that Kirsty Noem is the Department of Homeland Security secretary, and she just straight up fucking domed her dog, her puppy, and then dropped the puppy into a fucking pit in front of a bunch of construction workers.
Bro, people get their feelings hurt, right? Damn, like that's crazy. Why y'all? How y'all get your feelings hurt over that shit? It's a fucking dog, man. Oh my god. This is so sad. Some people are so emotional over shit. It's just embarrassing. Empathy for life? I was not born with that. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I'm not programmed that way. And I'm not sorry. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I gotta run these ads. Okay, the ads are good. I have.
Yeah. Also, the other part of this saga that was kind of funny is Gila Klein just posted art made by the same neo-Nazi who made the animation of Gila killing children in the IDF. Apparently. On her Instagram story, fuck these authoritarian fascist dictators, silence, okay? In case you're wondering, this is the Gila Klein IDF tune. Sven Stoffels made it, and I like it a lot. What do you think Gila's score is? Remember, this was like a big point of contention, and the mere mention of this video was seen as like automatically anti-Semitic, and Ethan was very, very mad about this at the time, and it turns out they weren't so mad. That dude is, by the way, that dude that made not only this, but also numerous other works, is a open, straightforward Nazi. The post was incorrect. The guy who made the Gila animation just reposted the other artist. He's obviously still a Nazi. Okay, so it's not the guy who made this, but the guy who made this, I saw other works. I saw other works from the guy who made this, and he's like a literal fucking Nazi. Yeah, it's yeah. Ethan and Gila Klein's Zionist crusade against anti-Zionists like Hassan Piker under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism inevitably led them to promoting literal anti-Semitic neo-Nazis. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client is legally R-wordy as an IQ of 70. Someone help me. You know, Muslims doing rapes. And then, of course, why are they always in such a hurry? Sir, you dropped your phone. Whatever you do, do not go in there today. Go in where? Skaboom. Once again, it doesn't matter if they're bad people. The important thing is that they try to deplatform you. Please, let's move on. No, Sven Stoffels made the Gila animation. Chatter's fake. No, this is AmericaMan_hero that made the art, not Sven Stoffels. That's what they're saying. The fake news is that the person who made this is also the person who's... Dude, it does actually hurt my soul when I see people who are genuinely talented artists, by the way. Like, because this guy has like a unique vision, and it's just he's using it for evil. It's just such a fucking waste of talent. I'm not just saying that because he made my head large, okay? I'm not saying that because he made my head large, which is the appropriate size. That is the size of my head. You guys are fucking pieces of shit. I do like the guy, I always think about that guy who made the Joe Biden comic where it's like, you ain't black, and then the woman is like, no, and then like she becomes white, and Joe Biden like steals her blackness. Like that dude is actually good. No, not Stone Toss or whatever. Stone Toss fucking sucks. But like there are some of these guys who are actually talented animators, who are actually talented artists. Like their artistry. What do you want? Oh God, here we go. Here we go. She wants uppies again. Okay, you're gonna pull. Get out of there, Kaya. No, not that way. No, you're gonna pull. Get out of there. She's so fucking big, dude. Back to more pet torture. Yeah. She almost pulled my mic cord. What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Hello. Okay. She just wants to put her head on my lap. That's what we wanted. That's all we wanted. What? What? What? What? What? What do you want? I know. The most mistreated, most tortured dog in... This is... I gave Kaya the drug that makes you dab me up. That's why she always dabs me up. Okay. You can't sit here. You can't sit here. This is daddy's space. This is daddy's chair space. What? Hassan choking dog off screen? Yes. But what was I saying? Stop lecturing it and shock it into obedience instead. I know. Well, famously. You know what else is apparent that these people about drama farming this? They don't know what love looks like. I know. That art is made by Sven Stavels and neo-Nazi. No, this guy is a different guy. This art that she posted is a different guy. Anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. He's also anti-Semitic. There's two different Nazi artists. Kaya, watch out. Up. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. No, it's the same guy. Wait, really? Sven Stavels is the same fucking... Why am I looking at this neo-Nazi artist? Oh, wait. You're right. It is the same fucking dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Almost didn't recognize it as Hassan because he wasn't slurring and eating food. This Sam Hyde 19, this Limbrisit beta preaches violence against those who disagree, cowers out of regulated boxing match, and horribly mistreats an animal dependent on him. We don't hate him and his supporters enough. He posted on his story laughing at her? No fucking way. Lol. Hila Klein reposting my comic. What can you say? I'm so glad. Not the first example of a prominent pro-Israel person siding with neo-Nazis or even historic Nazi figures. I saw... Where is the fucking... Neo-Nazi on Insta no ban, Palestinian supporter banned. He made art of you too, which she posted on her story. That's literally what we're looking at right now. He's making fun of... Now he has a clip of you reacting to it, Lemafal, like the story. Yeah, probably. Okay. But I know that he's a fucking neo-Nazi. And that's the difference. I'm not like reposting that shit. God damn, she really, really hates you, dude. No, I know. The other one was the Maya Poet one. Can you imagine how H3 would react to you reposting art about them from a Nazi? Yeah, this guy fucking seemingly hates Hila and Ethan and is an anti-Semite, right? Can you imagine if I posted that fucking Gila kills babies meme? Can you fucking imagine? Oh my God. How many fucking days of coverage would that be? How many fucking days of coverage would that be? Ethan would be eating so good. He'd be like, finally, we got him, boys. We fucking got him. Yeah, this is the funniest version of that Maya Peace Poet, the one that detransitioned because of Hamas. The Hamas detransitioner has decided Hassan Piker actually makes Hitler look like a good guy. You have to be a special kind of evil to make that happen. For this person who used to be an anti-Zionist and now is like ultra pro-Israel and a detransitioner, I'm worse than Adolf Hitler. Also, given the fucking ear positioning of this dog, it kind of feels like Hitler abused the fuck out of this dog, which once again is not really that high in the magnitude's worst crimes that he has committed. That's just kind of how evil he is. He shot it and killed that dog. Meanwhile, you got fucking neo-Nazis on the internet. Hitler with dogs versus Hassan with dogs. The idea that if you can find a video of someone being nice to an animal absolves them in any way is insane. This doesn't even matter. This is like, like, that's not, I don't think this is absolving Hitler. I think this person just hates anti-Zionists that much and is just truly, truly fucking brain broken. So much so that as a Zionist Jew, they are saying that someone they suspect of abusing their dog is worse than Adolf Hitler. Not someone who actually has abused their dog, of course. It's fucking awesome. It's just so bad form you that you can't admit you did something wrong. No, that's not true. I did admit that I did something wrong. I should have immediately checked on her instead of checking on her after the fact. I did. As far as like the thing that I recognize, I should have the thing that I recognize in terms of my wrongdoing is like I should have checked in on her. But if you're like a parent or a dog parent, you know that there are instances where your attention is elsewhere. There's also, ironically enough, there's also something that I did admit. Anyway, we're also talking about a Photoshop picture about an event that didn't happen. Yeah, I know. Wait, this dog abusing terror supporting person hasn't been banned? Yeah, I wonder why, dude. Possibly because I control the media. Yes, I did see the Gila Klein clip where she insinuates that I'm blaming the Jews. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that this is a manufactured outrage news cycle that was definitely concocted by pro-Israel elements, which is precisely the reason why it made the news in Israel. Like, why else would this be a news story? Are you fucking kidding me? Also, you literally said right wingers first. Yeah. It made the news in Israel. Link. Yeah, it did. If only he knew that his biggest op is currently the most famous dog on the internet.
I know. You're pissed. I know. You're pissed.
She is goofy as fuck. How's Kai's conversion therapy going? She's no longer gay. I electrocuted the gay out of her. Yeah. Oh my God. I feel like if I just said that instead, many people who are attacking me would be on board. They'd be like, oh, he was doing the godly thing. Anyway. Yes. New York Attorney General Letitia James is now indicted on federal court as Trump's Justice Department continues to pursue charges against his political enemies. Behaving like a fucking mob boss. How is Trump serious with this nomination? Holy fuck. Ingram, U.S. Treasury finalized $20 billion currency swap framework with Argentina. What do we get out of it?
Treasury. Explain to our viewers what is going on with Argentina, because the U.S. Treasury today directly purchased Argentine pesos and finalized this $20 billion currency swap framework with Argentina's central bank.
Can you do me
so
also?
The intent, I guess,
no.
is to provide assistance from the Latin American country's economic turmoil. It's clear how Argentina benefits from this deal.
Any validity about the situation was thrown out when they did that obvious jump cut of you and people bought it? Insane. Yeah, it doesn't matter. People did buy it, though. People unironically were like, oh, no, he fucking 7 years ago said he bought a shock collar and loves using it or some shit. When the part that they fucking clipped out was me saying, I wouldn't use it. I would never use it. They literally just clipped it out and people just still went with it. And I don't even expect people to know the full context. I don't even remember talking about that because it was fucking 7 years ago. What is more shocking is that there was a dude out there who was like, now is my time to fucking shine. Here's a clip from 7 years ago that I have clip chimped. How do you deal with something like that? At least you stop using your dog as a prop, Mr. Palpatine. Yeah, I know. Wait, she's on a walk right now, but when she comes back, I'll keep forcing her to stand in that one area as a prop. Yeah. You must not have a dog if you think that a fucking dog doesn't want to be around their owner. Anyway, let's continue with this Argentina thing.
We get a lot out of it. Argentina is a beacon in Latin America. President Milei has done the right thing. He is trying to break 100 years of a bad cycle in Argentina. He is also a great ally for the U.S. He'll be coming to the Oval Office next Tuesday, and he is committed to getting China out of Argentina. They're all over the place in Latin America. And when people say to me, how is this not America first? I'll tell you why it's not. Do you want to be shooting at more gunboats like in Venezuela? We do not want a failed state.
So this isn't a bailout?
Sorry, it's not a bailout at all. There's no money being transferred. The ESF has never lost money. It's not going to lose money here. I was in the investment business, mostly currencies, for 40 years. You're supposed to buy low, sell high, and the Argentine peso is undervalued. We're going to have an election in Argentina the 26th of this month, we think President Milei will do quite well. And you know, he is putting the Peronist path behind them. And people in the U.S., especially on the left, you know, they are willing to, you know, Senator Warren tried to put a bill in front of the Senate that the Exchange Stabilization Fund could not bail out.
What is this? Shock collars on level 1 to 5 are fine. 8 to 10 kind of not okay unless a violent dog. Get normal friends. I don't know who you're talking to.
Argentina, which I think is rich because she's an American Peronist. You know, don't cry for me, Massachusetts. And when Joe Biden was in office, what was their idea of foreign aid? It was circumcision.
This is what we got out of the aid. Argentine President Javier Milei took on a rock star role during his book launch, performing several hits to a packed audience.
Espero que alguna vez al ver sus ojos venir alguna noche de
Wow. Incredible stuff happening in Argentina. We have our Minister of Economy in the USA for 2 weeks now. We are kowtowing hard. Yeah, from what I understand, this is a deal that I think Scott Bessent is what I was going to say. Like I'm fucking Sam Cedar. Scott Bessent's like bestie demanded, like openly. Like Scott Bessent's bestie straight up was like, hey, you need to bail out Argentina. I hold too much Argentinian debt, and I cannot let a default happen. And Scott was like, you got it, King. I got you. Yeah. So the Argentine bailout wasn't for Argentina as much as it was for hedge fund friend of Scott Bessent. Rob Citron, a billionaire hedge fund guy who owns Discovery Capital, purchased Argentine debt and equity in numerous companies closely tied to the country's overall economy. He made a bet that the economic policies would revitalize the economy. He was wrong and stood to lose his ass. This was nothing more than crony capitalism at taxpayers' expense. Straight up, bro. Here's the Mother Jones article on it. Bessent's announcement had massive economic benefits for one American, billionaire hedge fund manager Rob Citron, who has placed large bets on the future of the Argentine economy. Citron, the co-founder of Discovery Capital Management, is also a friend and former colleague of Bessent, a fact that has not been previously reported in U.S. media outlets. Citron, by his own account, helped make Bessent very wealthy. Since Javier Milei, a right-wing populist, became president of Argentina in December 2023, Citron has invested heavily in Argentina. Yeah. Exclusive. Rob Citron says Argentina will lead golden decade for Latin America. Oops. Citron has bought Argentine debt and purchased equity in numerous Argentine companies that are closely tied to the performance of the overall economy. Due to Argentina's massive debt load and chaotic economic history in 2023, Argentina's inflation rate was over 200%. Citron purchased Argentine bonds with an interest rate of nearly 20%. Citron has declined to detail exactly how much of the $2.8 billion he manages is invested in Argentina. Citron, who is also a minority owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is effectively betting on Milei's right-wing economic program, which emphasizes deregulation and sharply reduced government spending. Citron viewed the probability of default as minuscule, even though Argentina has defaulted on its debts many times in the past. In the short term, this appeared to be a savvy investment. After taking office, Milei fired tens of thousands of government workers, cut spending on welfare and research, and achieved fiscal balance. Inflation was reduced to around 40%, which spurred economic growth and foreign investment. Argentina's economy rebound contributed to Discover Capital's 52% return in 2024. Then it all came crashing down. The austerity measures slowed economic growth. Oh my God. How shocking. Who could have foreseen that? And unemployment spiked to nearly 8%. Millions had a harder time making ends meet after Milei reduced or eliminated subsidies for transportation, medicine, and other necessities. Milei's popularity slumped, leading to speculation that his party could be routed in the 2025 midterm elections, which would hamstring Milei's ability to implement his agenda. This created an economic panic with investors dumping the peso and liquidating other Argentine assets. Milei has desperately attempted to keep inflation in check. Last week, Argentina's central bank spent more than $1 billion to shore up the peso, but Argentina was running out of foreign currency. That spelled trouble for Citron. The best end of the Trump administration came to the rescue, floating a $20 billion economic package that helped stabilize the Argentine peso and function as a political lifeline for Milei. But wait, there is more. In the process of China pulling out from purchasing soy from American soybean farmers, China then redirected those soybean purchases to Argentina. So we're getting double fucked by the Trump administration's actions because it's not America first, it's Donald Trump's butt buddies first and America last. Okay? That's it. So just remember that. Just fucking remember that. What is this? I really can't get over them buying pesos low. The swaps are bad, but buying the Argentine peso outright at this moment is like buying an entire city block of houses that are actively on fire. And the fact that they're not disclosing how much they bought is fucking bone chilling. We have a lot of fun on here, and I like to make a lot of jokes, but in all seriousness, take all your money out of the bank right now. They're trying to molest your money. Don't let them. We are giving Argentina money to grow soybean to sell to China, which is the soybean that we used to sell to China until Donald Trump decided to say, fuck China and also fuck the soybean farmers. I'm going to get my money up. I don't even know still to this day why he did this. Okay? I do not know why. I still have not heard any sort of reasonable proposition as to why Donald Trump implemented the fucking tariffs regime. I guess it's because we're winning. We're winning so much that you will be saying to me, Mr. President, please, sir, please, we have won too much. Please, sir, no more winning. And I will say, we are going to keep winning. Fucking awesome. Okay? Yeah. In early September, days before Bessent's announcement, Citron, no way. Wow, this guy's a real future seer, huh? Citron bought even more Argentine bonds days before Scott Bessent's announcement of a $20 billion bailout. Wow. That's some real Nancy Pelosi, Paul Pelosi style scheming right there, huh? Future foresight. Incredible. I'm glad that this one specific billionaire who is besties with Scott Bessent is just making out like a fucking bandit. Bessent's personal and professional relationship with Citron has spanned decades. Okay? It's not me, I swear, says Sick-Tron. Interesting. Gift some subs right now to prove that you're not him. Or I guess that would kind of prove that you are him. No, he wouldn't have any money to give subs right now. So this way you can actually prove that you're not him. If you have enough walking around money in your pocket. It's a stick up. Noticias Financieras, a leading Latin American economic publication, describes Citron as a friend of the Secretary of the Treasury. El Cronista, citing government sources, reported that Citron has a personal relationship as well as a past working relationship with Bessent. Citron has also reportedly leveraged his relationship with Bessent to gain access to Trump. According to Noticias Financieras, in November, Citron gave a case of 4 red wines to Javier Milei during his visit to Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach in his first meeting with Donald Trump. Oh, there was also the IMF deal that was secured. Bessent traveled to Argentina to meet with Milei and other top Argentine officials. It was an unusual choice for the Treasury Secretary's first foreign trip. Citron arrived in Argentina at the same time as Bessent, meeting with Milei just before Scott Bessent did. During those meetings, Bessent emphasized U.S. support for Argentina's economic agenda. Oh shit, Citron with a 10 gifted. I guess you are not. I guess you are not him. I like that there are chatters in here while I'm reading this article are going, did Congress approve this? And I laugh. I say, Congress who? What do you mean? What is a Congress? Is there such a thing? It kind of feels like they don't exist, does it? Especially considering that something that many Americans learn, the ones that actually do go and get like, you know, any kind of education and in regular school as opposed to homeschool, what's the first thing that you learn? Congress has the power of the purse. And it turns out Congress doesn't even have the power of the purse. So what kind of power does Congress even have? What does it mean that Congress gets to fund initiatives? For example, if the Trump administration can decide later down the line, no, we don't want to fund those initiatives. As a matter of fact, I don't like to fund those initiatives. I like to fund my friends. So what power does Congress have? This is part of the government shutdown political football that's going on right now, as a matter of fact. The unlikely heroes of the story, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, are unironically trying to bring back some of that, claw back some of the separation of powers that used to exist in this fucking country, that no longer exists under the Trump rule. I know a lot of this stuff comes across as fucking boring. I get it. It's hard to follow. It's kind of boring. Why the fuck do we care about this stuff? But it is kind of significant. You just need to know who's fucking you in the ass, okay? Sometimes, even if it comes across as boring, inside baseball or some shit like that, you have to understand, like, there's a reason why I'm covering it, because you just need to know. You just need to know who is fucking you. Yes, they just some bills. Yes, they only some bills, and they sit in there on Capitol Hill. Yup. It hasn't affected me, so it's not important. Fair. I paid $37 in tariffs on a $75 item yesterday. Can't stop winning. America's so hot. Here's a farmer on how the Argentina bailout fucks them.
We get up one morning and you give Argentina, which is our second biggest competition in the world.
You know, half his fucking homies, maybe himself as well, voted for Donald Trump and would do it again, by the way.
We're the largest exporters of soybean meal in the world. So I get up one morning, I turn the news on, and you give $20 billion of taxpayer money to my competition. And then the Chinese buy, I think the figure is 30 or 40 containers, ships, which is about 65,000 metric tons per ship, which is like 2.2 million bushels. So they buy 12 or 14 billion dollars.
I need you to understand something. I know for a fact that if given the opportunity, these motherfuckers would vote for Trump again. Do you want to know why I know that? Because Trump did this the last time and they still voted for him. Do you understand? It's not new. Trump did this the last time. And they were like, oh, I can't believe he's doing this. They're really fucking me over. What the hell? And then they turned around and fell for it again. What do you say to this guy? How do you get a guy that literally is a business owner, okay? Because remember, these farmers aren't like, you know, they're not farm hands. They're like owners of business. Kulaks, if you will. How do you get that guy? I don't know about this guy in particular, but I know many fucking farmers exactly like this guy. They did vote for Donald Trump again, and Donald Trump had fucked them in the same exact way. Maybe not this hard, but in the same exact way last time he was president. Again, with the China shit. What happened? What happened? I thought there's one thing that you're supposed to care about more than anything else, which is money, okay? Your pockets. And your pockets were hurting. Yeah, it's not like, guys, he didn't do this with anything but soybeans. Like, this literally happened with China specifically because of soybeans. So soybean farmers that got fucked over last time because Trump did this exact same thing, maybe not to this degree, but a very similar deal making took place, and China said, okay, we're lowering the amount of soybeans we're purchasing from American soybean farmers in order to fuck Trump over. And they literally were like, oh no, Mr. President, what have you done? And Trump was like, shut up, here's some fucking bailout money, okay, suck my dick. And then these guys turned around and went, Yeah, I think I'm going to vote for him again. I think I'm going to vote for him again. Hopefully he doesn't do the soybean thing that he did. Okay, last time he did that. Yeah, at least a trans person won't be able to use the bathroom in the Starbucks 3 states over. Yep. Fucking fantastic. Last time he gave the farmers a bailout, they're only mad they haven't gotten their socialism yet. I mean, it's not... Can they actually make up for the amount that they're losing in this situation? The whole point is to screw over small American farmers so rich billionaires can buy up their land and have a chokehold over all the resources. They're just too stupid to realize that they can't. Yeah, I can see that. There's always a bigger capital owner, okay, out there. You might be thinking you're sitting pretty on top of your throne, okay, where you think like, oh, no, you don't understand. Like, we got automation. We got Mexicans. Trump won't come after my Mexicans. And then you're like, what the hell? He is coming after my Mexicans. How did this happen? It's like, brother, you voted for it. You were at the rallies. You were saying, get them all out. What do you think all means? What do you think was happening at the rallies where you had the mass deportation signs up? What do you think mass means? What do you think deportations means? You were running around saying, get them all out. The fuck? And now you got no workers, you got no bitches, you got no soybeans to sell to China, and you're sitting there bitchless. You're sitting there bitchless and you're like, what the hell happened? It's like, well, the same thing that happened last time happened again. Now you got to sell the fucking farm.
Worth of soybeans from the Argentinians after the tax holiday. And here's the caveat to it. They give $2.30 over the November board. Well, I'm getting...
Imagine banning people for saying you shouldn't harm your dog. Brother, we're not banning people for making like a neutral anti-dog abuse statement. You're making a fucking ridiculous accusation. That's why you're getting banned. I don't get it. I'm just anti-dog abuse. Or I guess you're pro-dog abuse. It's like, no, dumbass. It's because you're saying I'm doing that. Let me explain it to you. Where is the dog? At your mother's house. I don't get it. I have a constitutional right to sit here in the chat of my least favorite Twitch streamer because I got duped by fucking a bunch of bad faith actors into believing that he's actually hurting his dog. Why can't I just sit here and yell at him and call him a fucking dog abuser, bro? What the fuck? Why'd you ban me? It's like, oh, I don't know. Maybe because you're out of your fucking mind. That's a bear, man. Whoever sold you that dog gave you a fluffy bear. Yeah, the designer bear that I purchased for $1 million.
50 cents under the November board. So that makes the Argentinian soybeans about $12.42 a bushel. I think that's the real figure they gave. So all my premium went.
Scott, I just lost you there at the end. You said your premiums go.
Oh, yeah. The state of Israel is going to geofence every major church in California, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, and all Christian colleges and track churchgoers as they leave to target them with pro-Israel ads, by the way. They're trying to basically fucking hit any group that they can. They're so goddamn desperate. Oh, there was some new information on the Colbert background as well. But here is actual aura. I defended you in a 100-viewer card game stream. I got told I need to be castrated and that I endorse dog killing. Lesson learned. That shit drained me for the day. Don't bother, chat. Okay, well, they want you to shut the fuck up about it so they can just like run their mouths. Okay, so no, that's not the best lesson here. Like, that's the whole point. Anyway, the thing about farmers is a political tool is that they're objectively a tiny fraction of a percentage of not only the population, but economic productivity overall. So when you want their votes, you elevate them as a class. But then when they speak out against your policies, you can easily ignore them because they can't exactly band together in any serious way. They say we act like Swifties on Instagram. Anyway. They believed him when he said he would ban only... Where is that chatter? They believed him when he said he would just be the violent criminals deported. My mom's coworker had his father deported after being in this country for 26 years. First thing my dad asked was, what crimes did he commit? I know. That kind of stuff, that kind of anecdotes are so common that kind of anecdote is so goddamn common. And it blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind how stupid some people are, bro. Like, no disrespect to your dad, but kind of like crazy how he genuinely thought that. Like, we are a lot dumber as a country than even I suspected initially. All right. Bro, peace and love. You can't expect your fans to defend your honor if you absolve your streamer friends from doing so. I mean, you have the guise of anonymity. You have anonymity, so that protects you a little bit more than someone who's like directly in the spotlight getting doxxed and fucking obliterated. But I do expect my friends to defend me as well. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. It's fine. It is what it is. Because, unfortunately, there are a lot of very stupid people out there. It is what it is. All right, can we get to... I see a lot of chatters in here that are actively trying to not watch this video and shift my attention away to something different. Okay? And I suspect it's because a lot of you are worried that you are going to immediately nut with the uncontrollable sexual aura that is emanating from Hakeem motherfucking Jeffries. And I know you're afraid. Your bussies and your pussies and your penises and your gocks, they're quivering. You're worried. You're about to bust. And it's fine. Hakeem the Dream Jeffries is here. Keep your mouth shut. Dem leader, House Republicans go nose to nose in hallway spat. I did see this video and I did think it was aura, like a little bit. I like that. I like what Hakeem is doing here.
Let me ask you a question. Did you get permission from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss, Donald Trump?
You can easily extend the ACA
Did your
right
boss,
now.
Donald Trump,
He's
give
not
you
my
permission?
boss.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
so let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to
Let me
shut
ask
the
you a
government
question.
down? Why did you vote to shut it down?
Let me ask you a question.
For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to make
it's
yourself
sad.
relevant.
It's sad. You could easily sign on to
You're
this.
embarrassing
You
yourself
could
right
sign
now.
on to this. The only
You're
embarrassment
chasing
here is
clout.
you.
You're an embarrassment.
You could sign on to the bill.
Let me ask you a question.
You have 4 Democrats on here.
Let me ask
Why
you a
won't you
question.
sign on
Let me ask
to
you a
it?
question.
It's a clean
Let me
extension
ask you a
for 1
question.
year.
You voted for the one big
Clean
ugly bill,
extension.
correct?
I voted for a tax cut bill that gave the largest tax cut to Americans in history, including, by the way, the average New Yorker getting a $4,000 tax cut. Are you against that?
You're embarrassing
yourself
yourself right
You want
now.
to cut the standard deduction in
The
half? Is that
largest
what you
cut
wanted
to
to do?
Medicaid in
No, we
American
rooted
history.
out
You voted
waste,
for that.
fraud, and abuse, by the
You
way.
voted
Tom DiNapoli, the
for a
Democratic
permanent-
controller of New York,
Let me ask you a question.
pointed out that $1.2
If
billion
you're gonna-
were wasted.
Listen, you're not going to talk.
Wasted.
You're not going to talk to
Wasted
me. You're not
on
going to talk to me
fraud
and talk
and
over
non-New
me
York residents
because you don't
getting
want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why
Go
don't you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
because you
is
showed
that-
up.
is that the way to
you
talk?
showed up. You showed up.
Yeah.
And so you voted for this one
I
big
signed
ugly
on
bill.
for this. You can extend it
A
right now.
permanent extension of massive tax breaks. for your billionaire donors.
So 90% of Americans.
So they can get a permanent extension.
90% of Americans take the standard deduction.
Is that right?
90% of Americans take the standard deduction.
Is that
right?
right?
If you had your way, the standard deduction would have been cut in half. That would have been a massive tax increase on Americans all across the country.
You're
You support
here,
that?
unfortunately.
You're against lifting the cap on salt.
Of your billionaire donors.
The billionaire donors lifting the
That's
cap on
correct.
salt. We put a income cap in place.
Why are you here right now?
An
Where
income
the
cap.
re- where the rest
Didn't
of
you
your
want all
Republican
Republicans
colleagues?
to be here?
Where
I'm
the rest-
here.
where the rest of your
You wanted
Republican colleagues?
Republicans to be here. I'm here.
Why are you
And
here?
by the way,
What-
you can pass an ACA extension right now. Sign
Did your
on to this
boss-
bill.
Did your boss
Sign
Donald
on
Trump-
to the bill.
Is your boss Donald Trump behind that? yet?
HR 5145. Why don't you get on it?
Mike, is your boss Donald Trump behind that?
Why
yet?
won't you get on it?
Because you don't work for the American people.
Oh, I do. I
You
work
don't
for the people of New
the
York. I work
congressional
for the
district.
people of my district.
Is that why you? Is that
I'm
why
here.
You got 145.
And by the way, I voted
people
for
on
a
Medicaid.
clean CR to keep the government open
Mike,
and funded.
you're-
You voted to shut it
You're
down.
embarrassing yourself right
Yeah,
now.
leader, with all due
Well, as we
respect,
would say
you're
back
the
in
one.
Why are you playing yourself?
You're the one
Why are you
who
playing
actually
yourself with
voted
these
to shut
theatrics?
the government down.
Actually, you
It's
know
sad.
that's not true.
It's sad. You voted to shut the government
Listen,
down.
Do Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the President?
Right, and
correct?
you're smart enough to know
Is
that you
right?
need 60 votes in the Senate,
Is
right?
that right? No.
Do you need 60 votes in the
Were
Senate or no?
60 votes needed to pass your one big ugly bill?
Reconciliation, which you
Was
did with
60
the IRA,
was
and
60
boy, that really reduced inflation.
Are you
did a
trying to
great job
elevate
there.
yourself because you're afraid
I'm not
you're
trying to
about lose
elevate myself.
re-election?
No, I'm not going to lose
Let me ask you a
re-election.
question.
You spent $42 million last cycle.
Mike,
You didn't do
Mike,
that
let me
great.
ask you a question. Why aren't you running for governor right now? You spent-
Because I
you spent a
actually
year and a half.
enjoy this job, and I'm here to do
You
it. And
enjoy-
by the way,
you enjoy-
by the way,
you
you
enjoy
could actually
embarrassing
pass.
yourself?
You could actually pass
You enjoy being a lackey for
subsidy
Donald
right
Trump?
now
Is that
to
right?
ensure that people don't have health care premiums going up. Why won't you support this one-year
Let
bill?
me ask you a question.
Tom Swazi's on it. Jared Golden.
Let me ask you a question.
Marie.
We found it. We found the one guy that literally is even fucking nerdier and more Rizless than Hakeem Jeffries. That Hakeem Jeffries actually looks good standing next to him and actually yelling at him. It turns out this is what was necessary. When you see him on his own, okay? Luckily, by the way, this time I was literally unbuttoning my own fucking shirt that I'm not like, zapping Kaya to go sit in her bed that she normally goes and lays down on, for the record. Thank God my hands are, fucking idiots. I must have been hitting the button with my dick. That's what I was doing. Okay, dude, now you're stretching it. Kind of a shocker you're still talking about it. Is it really? Nerdy as fuck that he said that shut the fuck up. Like I used to say it to my mom and she let me, she left my room after grounding me. That's such a white chatter trait. I couldn't imagine saying that to my mom even after she left the room.
Losing
Let me ask
Camp
you a question.
Perez.
Let me ask
Are
you a
they
question.
wrong?
Your
Don
other,
Davis?
your other boss,
Are they wrong?
Your other boss, Mike Johnson. I challenged him to a debate.
Yeah.
On the floor. Did he send you?
No, I'm here on
his
my behalf
'cause
of
he's
my
afraid to
constituents
debate. Is
because
that
you
right?
shut the government down. And my constituents are suffering as a result of your ridiculous ploy because you're so afraid of Zohran Mandami. By the way, when are you endorsing him?
By the way,
do you endorse him for mayor?
First of all, are
Ooh, okay, that's a point. That's a point for Lawler. Okay, point Lawler.
Listen, you're a complete and total embarrassment right now.
Oh, why is that? Because you don't want to answer the question?
Is this supposed to be a video for your failed
You don't want
re-election?
to. You don't want to answer the question. Do you support Zohran? By the way, did you see his statement yesterday?
Listen.
An embarrassment on October 7th, blaming the Jews. You support that? Should he be the?
Oh no. I didn't see this full video. I saw a short version where he looked like he had aura. How is he pro-Zoran but pro-Israel? He's not. You think he's pro-Zoran or pro-Israel? Both of these guys are pro-Israel stooges, okay?
Democratic nominee for mayor.
First of all, I don't answer to you.
Should he be the Democratic mayor? Should he be the Democratic nominee for mayor?
Whatever questions I need to answer about the
so
mayor's
you think
race,
his statement yesterday was okay?
First of all,
that's sad.
First of all,
it's unfortunate.
Don't come with this phony.
These are bills.
No.
These are bills. They're not phony.
It's
They're
not
real
a bill
bills.
that Republicans are even prepared to bring to the floor.
There's 11 Republicans on it. There's 4 Democrats. It's a bipartisan bill to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies. If you believe in it so much,
math?
why won't you sign on to it?
Do you understand math?
You could get your whole conference to sign on today. Your whole conference could sign on to this.
There are 220 Republicans in the House right now.
You have 215 Democrats.
With 11?
You have 215
Right?
Democrats. Well, how many votes does it take in the House? 218.
Are you mathematically challenged, bro?
No, I think you are. You have 215 Democrats. You could all sign on to this today with 11 Republicans. It'd be great.
I've indulged you. I've given you your 15 minutes of
You haven't
fame.
answered any of the questions.
You're a complete and total embarrassment.
Yeah.
You're embarrassing yourself in your district right now, and you're going down to defeat next year.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, Speaker. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Ruben Gallego, Mark Kelly confront Speaker Johnson in tense exchange. They should be allowed to fight. I mean, you know my advocacy in this field, okay? I have been a major advocate. Lawler, $392,669 from AIPAC versus Jeffries, $866,550 from AIPAC. God damn. I think it would be, Congress would be better. This shit is so fake. This is really just to feed the media. Yeah. A lot of it is. This is exactly why Zoran's statement was such a failure. I don't think it was as big as a failure. But this is the reason why there's no reason to there's no reason not to include like additional context, even when talking about October 7th, because like these guys are never going to, these guys' position against you is that you're anti-genocide and you're anti-Zionist, right? So it's not like any kind of like October 7 was a horrifying incident that, you know, sparked some kind of reaction from Israel, but the reaction went a little too hard. Like that kind of omission of like what came prior to October 7 makes it seem as though, you know, Israel's reaction was to a certain degree warranted, but obviously like how they reacted was a little too far, right? How they reacted was a little too far. And that in and of itself is a concession that you don't need to even remotely imply, because these guys are never going to fucking, these guys are never, ever in a million years going to give you, they're never going to sit there and say, well, at least his like response was timid. His response was like moderated. He mentioned October 7. Like no one's going to fucking say that. Yeah, attempting to concoct a statement that everybody will be satisfied by is a losing game, and Zoran's team needs to stop these increasing attempts to chase after it. Like the Israel Foreign Ministry straight up came out and we're like, this is, you know, you're fucking crazy. He stands with Jews only when they're dead. Shameful. Randy Fine literally came out and was like, we need to deport this man or something. Like he was just going crazy. Yeah, but I guess in that regard, people were too busy hating on Zoran to notice that neither AOC, Ilhan Omar, nor Tlaib released an October 7th statement at all, Lamau. Private Oomph just pointed out that neither did Jeffries. Those AIPAC checks must be declining. Yeah, he just tanked it. He just tanked it for him. Him and Grant Plattner both were like, don't worry, guys, get behind me. Get behind me. I'll say some shit that makes everybody mad. Okay? Randy Fine probably wants to eat Zoran. True. He really does. He wants to eat everything, really. Yeah, like I don't care that much that Zoran said it, but it's honestly better just to say nothing. I mean, sure. Let's see what Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly said.
Hey, so here's Congresswoman. And,
so many cameras, bro. This reminds me of, this is like, you know what this is? This is like going to a fucking FaZe pool party. That's what it feels like to me. These are all, this is like when influencers, myself included, go to like a FaZe pool party or TwitchCon or something. And there's cameras everywhere. And we're just like trying to fucking find some aura moments. Okay. This is, hey, I'm going to walk up to the speaker. Oh, that's funny. They're clip farming.
Yeah, reopen the government so we get back to work.
I mean, but this excuse just keeps on moving.
Yeah,
no,
it's
not great if you want representation.
I want to see something crazy. You know what I mean? I want to see him like slap Mike Johnson or something. Like, I want some real motion, okay? I want something real. I want to feel like they're real. Don't say that. Okay, like I just calling for political violence, like not like a serious violence slap. I mean like a little, like one of these. You know, I want some real wrestling, man. Real wrestling. Why isn't there some real wrestling? If it's fucking WWE, might as well just go into it.
There's 750. Wait, let me answer the question. We're happy that she got elected. She's filling her father's seat. That's fantastic. We have a long tradition here and a process of how we administer the oath to a member. You know, you served here for a while. We're going to do that as soon as we get back to work, but we need the lights turned back on, so we encourage both of you to go open the government so we can get everybody back to regular session.
Republican swore the person in
no. The exception is there were 2 Floridians who were elected in a special election. This happened a couple months back. They were here on a day. They had their families here. They had a scheduled day for the oath of office, and the House was called out of session that day. They had all their family and friends here. So we went ahead and went through the process in a pro forma. Let me finish. Wait, let me answer the question if you're going to ask it. And so that was the exception we did because the family was here. Ms. Grijalva, Rep-elect Grijalva, has not yet had a scheduled date because she was elected after the House was out of session. So I am anxious to administer the oath to her as soon as you guys vote to open the government.
You don't want to be on the Epstein discharge. How much?
It's totally absurd. You guys are experts at red herrings and distraction. No, not. It has nothing to do with Epstein. The House Oversight Committee. The House Oversight Committee is working on the Epstein files right now, releasing 34,000 pages and more on the way.
You know, she's
let me finish. The House Oversight Committee.
Come up with excuses. This is an excuse, so she doesn't sign on to that.
This is absurd.
This is the longest time the House.
Do you want me to answer the question? If you ask the question, let me answer.
Actually answer the question. This entirely has to do with
it. Okay. You see, this is a publicity stunt. Let me tell you what's happening. The House Oversight Committee is working on release of the Epstein files. There are some of the biggest bulldogs in Congress in the Republican and Democrat side who are working on that aggressively. I met with the victims before they went out and did the press conference, and the House Oversight is doing its job. Did you know? You might not, because we haven't been in session. The House Oversight has its lawyers in New York City combing through the Epstein estate files. None of that had been anticipated by discharge petitions or anything else. They have subpoenas that are being supplied, they're being followed through on by the Department of Justice. We have more subpoenas that are outstanding for big name persons, Democrats and Republicans, and there are more documents coming through. They're doing the work, they're doing it methodically, they're doing it with subpoena power, and you don't need an act of Congress for that to happen because they're already on it. So and I was in the room with all of them.
Why are you blocking her then?
I'm not blocking her, I just
told
you.
This is the longest time that House of Representatives has been out of session. That's not in a regular August session. This is the longest time it's taken for someone to be sworn in, and it all happens to coincide with the fact that she's going to be the deciding vote on the discharge petition.
I know why you're upset. I know why you're upset.
Mike,
you get a lot of heat because the government is closed down, and you guys made the decision.
Actually, no.
You wait.
Mike,
You made it 5 times
Mike,
to keep
I
the
got a
government
request.
closed.
I got a request.
Yes.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you bring back your Republican members so we can have a serious negotiation with
We're
them
going to have plenty of
about this?
negotiations as
Well,
soon as you open the government.
Why don't we
Let me
bring
tell you why
back-
they're not here, because the House
I
did
mean,
its job.
14 days since July 25th.
Yeah, and real people are
They've been
feeling
on
real
an-
pain.
And they've been on an extended summer
If I
vacation.
feel the pain with it,
They're not on
So you bring
vacation.
them back.
Wait a minute.
I have
wait
an
a minute.
opportunity. I
Okay,
can talk
just
to
a minute.
every one of my Republican colleagues down there, and we're talking about
Every
this
day
all
we're
the
talking
time.
Yeah, and they're talking about it over here as well.
And
keep
our
your members
Republican
sitting.
members from Arizona, where are they?
They're in their
Arizona.
district. They're in their districts
They're
working.
sitting.
Wait a minute.
They're sitting.
Oh, hey, Mike
they're-
Lawler. They did
They
their
are
job.
sitting in their basements.
Come here, Mike Lawler from New York. Tell
With
them.
all due respect,
You voted multiple times to keep the government shut down, okay? The Republican members from Arizona voted to keep the government open.
They did.
So don't sit here and try to lecture us about whether or not we did our job. We did our job. You did not.
what's going to be premiums? What happens to AC premiums?
Oh, you mean the bill that I'm signed on to extend it?
Oh, they're like that. This guy is everywhere, huh? Mike Lawler really having a grand old time out here. He's over. He's everywhere, baby. Someone in the chat said WWE earlier, and yeah, this literally reads as one of those backstage confrontations they have in between matches. Yeah, it is. When did Veritasium go Republican? Yeah, he is. He's a Republican now. He might be vying for the Trump replacement. It's kind of an open field. People don't like Vance. Obviously, Mike Johnson is a hog, but do you think the Dems are overblowing this thing about delaying her swearing in because of the Epstein Files process? I don't think so. I think they're just trying to be annoying. I'm sure that's part of the reason. You know what I mean? I don't think they're blowing their load on anything, really. I think they've done a pretty decent job. They should talk about like how much money is not being paid to government employees like every single day. You know what I mean? Every single day that this moves forward, they should be constantly talking about Project 2025 and how Trump has openly stated that like Russ Vought is going to be the Reaper. They should be talking about healthcare and how many people are going to lose healthcare, or at least their like premiums are going to go up by how much. Every day they should be talking about that. Every damn day. Do shutdowns usually last this long? Government shutdowns can last even longer than this. I believe like the longest one in recent years was 35 days or something. Yeah, like in 2019, it was 35 days, the last one. I keep getting confused. Why does Mike keep saying it's the Dems that whatever who are keeping the government shut down is just smoke and mirrors or what? Because that can't be true, right? No, there is truth to that statement, but it takes two to tango. They can't get like they can't get 10 votes beyond the Republicans in the Senate in order to advance this what they call clean funding bill, right? But the reason why the Democrats are pushing for the shutdown is because they want the Republicans to meet their demands. They want the Republicans to meet their demands on protecting people's Medicaid, to ensure that like COVID era provision that offers subsidies that help people pay their healthcare premiums do not go away. And they want assurances on the administration not using expanded executive authority to override previous congressional funds that have been allocated right? Are you going to tase your dog now? Yeah, watch. Okay, are you ready for this? Place. Good girl. Good girly. Good job. Who's a good girly? You're a good girly. I'm tasing her to wag her tail when I speak in that tone of voice as well. When I say who's a good girly, it's I'm also tasing her to do that. It's mind control. I have Law, you've changed your voice since the incident. Brother, you are literally the most idiotic person if you don't think that I talk to my dog in this exact same way, with the exception of a 10-second increment that you saw. Are you fucking stupid? All right. Hit me with the clips, chat. Someone lock in. Someone send me the fucking clip compies. There's a million of them. Why would you make such a stupid argument? There are literally a million hours of me obviously talking to my dog in that way. Oh, more abuse, more abuse.
He doesn't like gay things. Do you have a pet voice?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes even higher than that. Is that an ick?
That's an ick.
Wait, cutie, let me hear your pet voice.
Hiya, come here, little girls. Hi, girly.
Okay, you ready for mine?
Yeah. Hiya, come here, Kaya.
It's so weird. When he did this
It's such
earlier,
a
I was
big-
like, I thought there was a different person.
Such a good girl.
I am very understanding of other people's pet voices because mine is like super lame.
Yours.
Yeah. It's such a funny thing to act as though like I don't fucking constantly adore this little lady.
Okay.
I think
I think you said go and die. I was like, Jesus.
Iron Mouse Conyo.
Okay.
Listen, they took my name, okay?
Can Hassan post a single clip of him being affectionate towards his dog, hugging and petting her and calling her a good girl? I can't find any. That's insane. That's actually insane. That is such a stupid fucking claim to make. Motherfuckers who did not look will go, I can't find any. Yeah, that's the biggest shot collar of all time. As you can tell, as you can see. You're responding to AI boss, my guy? No, there's like unironically a lot of people who saw that clip and were like convinced that they're like, I'm abusing my dog. And I'm just like a fucking person who treats this beautiful little lady, my little lady, as a fucking prop on the stream and shit. Okay? You guys haven't seen all the PFPs of white women that we've seen? Yeah, exactly. There's like hella fucking liberals who think like I'm abusive as fuck to my dog, bro. It is crazy. More abuse, more clips of abuse. What? Speaking to the microphone. Oh, don't lick it. Oh, don't lick me. That was, oh my God, look at how tiny she was back then in comparison to now. Like, look at her size there. Okay. Look at her size there. Okay. My BFF doesn't give a fuck about you. Sent me this drama about you to me. Yeah. It's also funny because like chatters will get annoying and will be like, why don't you fucking show us Kaya? Which is because Kaya is not always on stream. Can you still pick her up? I'm going to try right now. I do call her fat. Maybe that's the thing that they'll get mad about next. They'll be like, Hassan is fat shaming her dog. Okay. Kaya, come here. Come here. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, she's so big. Look at how much bigger she is now. You want to say something? Yeah. Speak your truth. Speak your truth, lady. Speak your truth. Oh my God. Can she go bigger? I think this is it. More torture. Bro's out of breath. Dog, this dog is 120 pounds. Have you ever tried to pick up a person that is 120 pounds? It's a little different than just like 120 pounds of like barbell weight, you know? Streamer suplexes scared abused dog. I know. Folks on Facebook were raging, spent the day trolling them, but seriously, folks lost their mind. Any excuse to hate you. I just, like I said, there is a reason. There is a reason why. It's because the clip looks fucking horrible. I get it. I totally get it. That's why the haters fucking ran with it and aggressively plastered it everywhere. And if you don't know who the fuck I am and that's your first interaction, you're like, what a piece of shit this guy is. You haven't seen a fucking million different moments on this broadcast. Anyway, you're falling for this on all this hate is just an excuse to make the entire day a side character episode. True, but also you get to appreciate Kaya more. So I feel like it's not. Why don't you let Kaya speak for herself? True. It's because I don't like women. I don't let women speak. The best part of this as a political watcher is seeing seeing clips of Kaya that aren't from the stream. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, cute, right, because you know what? We actually have put forth legislation to do it. You guys just keep pontificating. How about you go down the hall and go vote to open the government up? That would be great. All right, here's the clean CR. Go vote to open the government up. Thank you very much.
We're going to have lots of... Wait a minute.
If you bring them back, we will have a discussion with them. It's very simple.
You're holding the American people hostage because you want to have a policy debate. We have policy debates here every day. The House works on that.
There's no policy debate and nobody's there. You're talking to yourself and this guy here.
We're having the debate.
My constituents and yours. I imagine yours are going to be hurt even worse than ours with these premium increases.
We have a lot of issues to work on together, and the Republicans are the party. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
Are the party that's going to kill healthcare.
No. By the way, healthcare premiums since 2010, when Obamacare passed, have risen by over 60%. So what you're...
So you want to cut now? You want to cut now?
You're not upset about that? You should be upset about that.
Well, then get going. Get your people in line and get...
Okay. Drama. Marjorie Taylor Greene also came out popping off saying is the Republicans that were Republican leaders were at fault for the government shutdown. So that was interesting. But I have to shoot the pod now. So that'll be all for today from your boy. But tomorrow is another day, and we will have more to cover, more to uncover, and more to talk about. Yes, once again, another half day. You already know what it is. Have to hit that outro music that you all love and enjoy. And also, Nobel Prises tomorrow. Anyway, love you all. And I We'll see you tomorrow.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Peace.
Starting off the day.
Free Palestine.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord, friend gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many find some meaning through it all. So there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll play no pics so soon. You wait. Say, hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll watch 90 Days soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. You wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, the 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. You wait. Oh shit, he already put. Oh wow. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with that break soon. You wait. You wait.